nice. And, ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And, man, he's made a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man.
And all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or, on the other side, of course, it's where Panapeps, who knows what's going to happen. Oh, not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that bone, getting another. Not bad. We were talking about the 6-3. He might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low. Why, but Dizzy White will get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Gonna get a couple. All right. Maybe with a chance to work with. Time is ticking at 15 seconds. Another lot of it to work with. Brando gets tapped down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my gosh, all left down to 1. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. With the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get on timing. Oh my god.
I know, because he's gonna get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself 1. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out. Be able to come clutch into this. And oh, this over peak. Oh, this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, it looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's. Unless he over peaks himself. Oh, dear God. Kai's, what are you doing?
Play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And 1 by 1, they're just getting picked off here like dominoes. They're dropping.
Really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. The resurrection of them, I have no idea, but not looking good when Alvin's hitting shots like that. Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not? Everybody, welcome back for some more NA action, day number 2, and it's of course myself, Laz, and joined here with Naokai. We're ready to go, and we've got ourselves the last day of competition. It's the do or die moment here, Nao.
It is. I mean, it's been a really interesting first day because we actually really didn't understand kind of what sort of level we'd be getting. Are we going to get this kind of to be a slightly even pack in the sense of some teams who obviously will know each other very well because there's a limited amount of teams out in North America, right? So they're going to know each other well, but what's the mechanics going to look like? Is it going to be relatively even? Is it going to be super one-sided? The expectation coming towards yesterday for us at the very least was that Swamp Gaming, who've just played the CFWL Season 2 for this year, would come in and actually be one of the better sides, if not the best side, and do it quite easily. It wasn't the case. They got battered by Aliens Army 2-0, who have booked themselves in towards that grand final. And now it's about whether Swamp Gaming can get redemption in the lower bracket round 3 and join Aliens Army once again in the grand final for a rematch, or whether one of Showtime or Fine Dining will make their way through lower bracket round 2, head on to Swamp Gaming, take them down, and set up a new grand final game there. So it should be interesting, though. I'm looking forward to this in towards today. We've got our first game, of course, being that Showtime taking on Fine Dining. Showtime had a pretty bad display yesterday, but Fine Dining, low bracket round 1, looked really good.
Yeah, it really did look really good, and that's the thing. Like, I think this first matchup's going to be a good way to like kind of segue into this, is just to see really about like Showtime getting a little bit of revenge, just because they did have to play a pretty hard opening match, right? I mean, that's never fun to do, but also Fine Dining made it look really easy as well. Like, I thought that series was going to go a totally different way, but not the case at all. But we do have some little bit of content we want to show you, because why not? It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. We'll see you there.
Hello, my name is H. Dewis, and I am the team captain for Fine Dining. Yeah, it feels great to have made it to the North America Regional Finals. It's something my team and I have been practicing for the last several months, and it just feels really good to have the opportunity to qualify for the tournament in December. The main challenges that we faced were, first of all, just getting all the documents together making sure everyone had their passport ready to go, making sure that we were prepped both strategically and physically in order to be able to make the trip. In terms of the gameplay, we faced challenges trying to get information on the other teams, as there aren't very many available teams in North America to scrimmage. So often we had to go scrimmage in Europe as well. So it's been difficult finding people to practice against, would be our main, I would say, the main obstacle. We have been practicing, most of us played CrossFire around 10 years ago, and then we moved on to other titles, Counter-Strike, Valorant, etc. And we decided to come back and give it a shot for the CFS qualifiers around April this year. So we got together and we've been practicing, preparing, watching VODs from CFS tournaments, teams like AG, Baisha, etc. We've been watching how they play, trying to learn, practicing every day almost for the last couple months. And yeah, that's how we've been preparing for this tournament. The team that we find to be the biggest competition would be Swamp Gaming. The reason is because I believe their players are the most experienced in terms of international competition, namely Famous, Brando, and Kai. I've been playing the game for a decade now and have both competed. They have all competed internationally. They have a bunch of experience. Yeah, so those are who we view as our biggest competition in this tournament. I think it would just be validation for all the hard work that we've been putting in. Like I said, we've been practicing since May. There aren't very many teams that, actually, I don't think there are any teams in the qualifier that have been practicing as much as we have over the last few months. There's a lot for us to learn and try to get better at coming from different games. So we're just trying our best, but it would just show that all our hard work paid off if we win this qualifier. All right, I just wanted to say thank you for anyone rooting for Fine Dining. And I know that there hasn't been much competition in North America for the last few years, and I'm hoping maybe this tournament will help inspire people to come back to play. It's always a good time.
Well, not bad. I mean, some interesting little bit of comments, and I don't know about you, but I'm just, I know Canadians are typically supposed to be polite and friendly, but I was going to say, he said, watching VODs, even Baisha, and I was like, well, I really hope we didn't watch Vietnam, right? Because that was, unfortunately for Baisha fans, not the best one, but honestly, some interesting comments. Well, I want to get your takeaway, whatever was a highlight for you.
I think one in particular is just those guys talking about how, obviously, fair enough, they moved on to other games like Counter-Strike, like Valorant. They're a little bit more popular in the region comparison to CrossFire. Obviously, it does kind of hurt a little bit them not having their own kind of dedicated servers anymore. So, they moved on to the likes of kind of Counter-Strike and Valorant, and now it's about, I'm actually interested to see what they can bring from those games. They're very developed FPS scenes in the same way that CrossFire is, but they also have completely different metas, the way you approach them, the pace of the game, and all the rest. So maybe that might be something which can help them out a lot. And obviously, they've been talking about how they think they've been practicing more tthan anybody here in this tournament. So let's see if it pays off for them throughout this lower bracket. We've got the maps running through, as you can see. It's Ankara, Mexico, and Black Widow are going to be our selections. Ankara, of course, played quite a lot yesterday. Mexico was also picked in yesterday, and Fine Dining looked great on it. Black Widow, we didn't actually get to see yesterday. So a new map in towards the series, map number 3. But then again, on the other side, map number 3 wasn't basically required at all yesterday. So we don't know if it's going to be required here today as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, it's true, right? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what like a team like Fine Dining's going to be able to bring against a team like Showtime, because again, we saw that, Showtime, not too bad of, showing on a map like Ankara, but we actually got to see that it was the map pick against, Fine Dining in Mexico, whereas Delusional that actually picked this map, and they were the ones that actually came out with that 10-4 victory, right? So they were the ones that were able to do quite well with it. So that's actually really funny that they went for that pick, and I actually like it. It's kind of a little bit of a curveball in there. Again, it's a very difficult map to practice, but we'll see if they've been able to, utilize the game they played yesterday, try to replicate it maybe with a few tweaks here and there. But I'm all for Black Widow as a decider as well. That's honestly probably one of my favorite maps when we talk about the map pool. But look, it doesn't even matter because we're going right into it. We're not even going to hesitate. We're not going to mess around, and let's get this thing underway here, Nao.
Yeah, let's get the show on the road. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can get here. We're going to kickstart things, of course, on Ankara for our first. And hang on a moment. Bone going to get the first, sure, but there is going to be an interesting fight that's going to be happening here. It's carnage already, but it's looking pretty good for Showtime. In a matter of moments, Fine Dining left down to 2. And unfortunately, you know, they're double stacked them towards B, and, well, the bomb is on A.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like we said in the beginning, like for Showtime, I mean, they had to play the best team right now so far in this qualifier. Like they had to play Aliens Army. They got 2-0'd. So I think for them, they want to make a bit of a statement here. And I felt like they were still moderately competitive. So Fine Dining really have their work cut out for them right now. This retake's looking quite beautiful, though, as KXN has just been able to just pounce on all 3, leaving it down to the 1v1. And Bone is just playing a little bit of a jiggle, just trying to burn the time as much as possible. The defuse is going to be stuck. He's actually going to commit to this, but Bone will be there in the last split second to just getting them that first round. But my God, what a way to start it off.
Yeah, I think a lot closer as well than they would have wanted, especially considering it got into that 2 versus 4. It sort of felt like it was done already at that point, and then it did get a little closer. But thankfully, round still taken by Showtime nonetheless. And it does make me wonder heading in towards this. I mean, technically with Showtime coming from the upper bracket, the assumption would be that they are the favorites, but Fine Dining did look very good yesterday. And of course, on the other side, Showtime looked very, very poor. But you did touch on it. They were playing against the best side, right? That of the Aliens Army team, who were dominant all the way throughout. So I definitely can't kind of underestimate just how good Aliens Army was. So you have to take that kind of a pinch of salt. Maybe this is sort of more Showtime's level where they can, I guess, flex their muscles a little bit.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's the thing too, is that, you know, of course it's Bone that has to be the clutch player too, because he was, you know, last night, despite them having poor performances, like he was the guy that was putting up the bigger numbers. Like when they got 10-2'd on this map against Aliens Army, he was sitting at a 0.73 KD. But then when you talk about Eagle Eye, he was putting a 1.45. So he is somebody that you really do need to rely on for this team of Showtime. So good to see that he's already starting off pretty hot. So we'll have to see if he can keep it hot. And right now, things are looking a little spicier. They're going to go once again back for the full exec into this A site. They're not going to mess around, but now Spark can't be able to find a singular kill. H2S now trying his best, but Blossom, look what he's able to find. He's cooked up himself a beautiful 4K, and this round is done and dusted so quickly.
Yeah, much, much better there from Fine Dining. I think they just don't opt to fight in the very early part of the round, right? Because that's sort of what broke them in that previous one. We saw them get very active in towards mid. They lost those engagements, and then unfortunately, it all sort of drifted apart because they were just spread so thin. So much, much better there. I think they sort of shell up on towards the sites and just say, all right, whatever we can sort of come up with here, let them come to us. We'll be able to kind of deal with whatever pressure they sort of bring. So much better in that sense. Nice shot, though, from Bone. As Alvin going to get caught, so good start for Showtime.
Yeah, not bad at all. This is, again, where Showtime are able to get themselves a nice bit of an opener. You could see H2S is trying to find himself a little bit of a reply back. I do like this, like a little bit of a quick little peek to see, but now Blossom, oh my God, gets his head removed, a full haircut, and now Alex just comes in for a massive swing with a double kill too. So this round is just falling apart here for Fine Dining, unless KXN might be able to get the backstab on this, but no, it's not enough. It's just the 1 kill, and it's the clutch of Spark now here, Neo. Not a favorable position.
Yeah, I don't know if this one's really going to get off the ground here. I mean, this is a tough 1v4, for being completely honest. And the fact that, you know, he has no real information to work with, he just got to swing it towards fights and hope they go in his favor. Not to be seen off of ease. Down goes Spark, and another round going the way of Showtime. A little bit of back and forth here in terms of the momentum. Neither side really have sort of control of it just yet. So it does leave it a little bit open to interpretation. My expectations would be that Showtime are the side to keep an eye out for. They are on that attacking side. And I think that's probably the big thing for me, right? You know, you look at Ankara as a whole. For me, it feels very, very BL-sided. We saw a lot in Vietnam where it felt very BL-sided. And I think it's probably going to be more of the same here online, regardless of whatever the ping's looking like or whatnot.
No, I definitely think so. And I think just the way, you know, like we were saying for these NA teams is that it's a lot different than what we see for like the Humana, right? Where there's a lot more structure and executes and like kind of that methodical play where, again, NA, you know, I'm allowed to say it because I'm in NA. Everybody likes to just hold W. Everybody wants to get a little fraggy. Everybody wants to get, you know, the big play. So That's
Yeah.
the thing. That's, I think, going to be the key difference of these games. And we've already kind of seen that from day one. And so far, it's kind of done the same thing in the motion for day two.
Yeah, very true. Oh, well. So once again, nice movement. That timing was excellent. Alex going to get caught. And I mean, he barely even knew what hit him, if I'm being completely honest. And kind of really well played here. You know, questions, will he expect AJ? He doesn't. AJ's made a good moving on timing himself. He's actually got quite a bit of room to work with. And he's going to double down. That's huge.
Yeah, it's definitely huge. And now AJ sitting himself in the double. Blossom's trying to play a bit of an aggressive angle here to see if he's going to be able to catch somebody off guard. But again, they have to be able to pick up the C4. This is the biggest thing right now. They still got lots of time, but AJ's positioning, this duel is going to be so important because, again, if he can be able to find one, he might be able to find that opening. But no, it's Fine Dining they'll do a little bit better on this one. Bone and now Gofrey, the last two players. Oh, God, Alvin, you got to hit this shot. Oh, it's just a whiff, and now he has to fall back and completely reposition himself. And still with 30 seconds here, Neil, they got some options, but they got to get moving now.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there as well because it was a good opportunity. Now kind of drifted away. 20 seconds, C4.
Oh, no.
I don't think it goes down here. Yeah, Gofrey's going to get caught. Really well played from Alvin. Just doesn't give him an opportunity. If that C4 goes down, it probably changes things a little bit. But it doesn't really matter what Bone does here. He just quite simply doesn't have the time, right? So do what you want, but he cannot get on towards the side and get that C4 down. So this one is Dunzo. Bone, he actually will get a kill right at the tail end. But again, doesn't make a difference. Yeah. It is going to be another round on the board for Fine Dining. And that one, again, early move here was very, very solid. And then, I just think in the late round, you just slow things down. You know the clock is sort of your best friend.
Yeah, honestly, I like the play, though. Like, I think the whole demise here for this round of, for Showtime is the fact that the C4 was dropped on the back of stairs. It was definitely not the best position for them. So when you have to refight for that control, it is the most frustrating thing because essentially you're burning so much time. You have to really clear every single angle even more just because you're worried there's, a defender close on by. But good work coming in from Fine Dining just to burn the clock. They're going to win that one down to the last seconds. And now back to the tie game once again, but this time Showtime trying to make a bit of a cinema here and underpass. They are going to be able to find that opener, but oh my God, it's KXN once again. Just sweeps them both up. Looking to see what he can find. He's still got 6 bullets in the chamber, but should be able to have time for the reload and repositioning now. But Bone's trying to even get aggressive, and he's been spotted. So this is kind of falling apart once again here for Showtime.
Yeah, no, it is. I feel like they're giving away too many opportunities here. At the very least, Bone, Alex, one apiece. 2 versus 2. Not impossible anymore. Well, to work with something here. Orm posted, Bone waiting for a fight to come his way, but nothing really being given up for the time being. Spark shot connected, and so will want from Alvin. And just like that, Fine Dining going to find another round in their favor, and this time it means they can take a lead as well. So bit of space for them to work with. Potentially if they can put up a pretty decent GR side, even just taking any sort of a lead, right, like a 5-4, you give yourself so much of that momentum, which could be huge going forward.
Yeah, no, definitely. It really could. And that's the thing. Like, I think for Fine Dining, if they're going to be able to, build up some rounds, if they can do it, like you said, a 5-4 would be huge just because the Blacklist side definitely seems like it's the stronger side right now. But it's going to be a question because this thing has been a teeter-totter. This thing has gone back and forth, and these rounds are really close. They're coming down to like these 2v2, 1v1 situations. So it's not even like Fine Dining are blowing them out of the water. Yeah. Oh, Spark. Oh, God, he spots the barrel, but at least he's able to get out of this. I thought he might have been able to find himself a cheeky little spray, but look at how fast at Showtime they've already pushed it through middle, but you can already see the counter aggression from Fine Dining. So this is a little bit of a back and forth, but the opposite way.
Question is now, Fine Dining. I mean, honestly, just playing full retake here, I don't think it's even the worst thing in the world. You're going to give yourself at least probably the best way to go about it in the sense of isolating Jules. First fight, a little awkward. They're going to come down, and well, down goes Alex. He was actually stuck in 2 mines there. Didn't really know where to play. One coming from behind makes life very difficult. Bounding around the corner. Bone going to get one, but only. Will be traded out. As KXN looking for a second. Nobody close enough, though. He's got to try and support on towards the site. Gofrey going to get one of his own. Blossom going to get caught as well. So 1 by 1, they're being picked apart here.
Oh, man. But he's got to get going. And that's it. Like, the time's running too low. I don't think it's going to be enough here. All he has to do is just tuck his tail. It's all good. Once again, right down to the wire of the timer. And okay, And here we go with a 3-3 once again. But man, this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Like, I really thought that Showtime were going to be able to come right out the gate, putting themselves in a pretty big lead. But this thing is, like I said, it's kind of going back and forth. They're both just exchanging hits and blows, and now they're sitting at a tie game. But you got to give it to Fine Dining. I was a little bit hesitant for their preparation, but so far it's not looking too bad here now.
Yeah, they're definitely being made to work with it sort of more than I expected. 1-for-1 with the arms there. There's Alvin and Bone. Both going to get active. But yeah, no, I kind of came into this, at least in my mind, sort of expecting just heroics out of Showtime, just because, you know, maybe yesterday wasn't the showing that they would have wanted. And it can be a bit of a wake-up call, right? But doesn't really feel like they have woken up just yet because it is so back and forth in this sort of scenario. Tough one to call. 3-all. Opening duels, of course, are great in a sense, but they're going to get the site here. I mean, this is an interesting decision once again. Fine Dining more or less playing full retake. Spark needs to be careful. 2 different angles he can fight from, and I just don't think he expected the aggression up on site that quick.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an interesting attempt, like, again, kind of risky just to, you know, catch the planter off guard. But again, there would have been so much time too. So I don't know if that would have been worth the risk, but at least it's done, it's concluded. But now it's a clutch situation, a 2-on-4, and not an easy one. But again, both these players here for Fine Dining do have the utility available for them. But now it's a question if they can be able to get the timing right. The counter utility right now from Showtime, it's landing perfectly because now there's 11 seconds left on the timer. And again, this might just come right down to time management. It might not even matter about these kills at this point. And yeah, Bone's going to be able to find the double kill, but it's taken too long. So Fine Dining, they're starting to show their Achilles heel a little bit here with these retakes.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, sort of, you know, when it came down to it, I was worried just because they just don't even commit that C4 plant. So it does inherently give kind of opportunities back over towards the Fine Dining side, but thankfully, not to be. Just like that. Whew. Double opener. Fine Dining. Responding kind of. This time, they don't want to allow it to get towards the site. That's the thing that's been costing them. This time, playing up aggro. C4 still dropped as well, and dropped in a tough spot to try and retake from. KXN in Hotel. Does look like he's just going to dip away and sort of give up the control that they had.
The one thing I've really been enjoying about KXN, though, is the fact that he's playing this Hotel in long position where he does actually get a duel, and then he usually falls back right away. This time he gets the double. Then he just, again, he retreats. This one's a little bit different. He's kind of playing a little bit in the middle, but he's typically been able to find the duel, fall right back to the site, kind of just play that very turtled approach, which I actually really like this. They might not expect him here, but they do. They actually predict this pretty well. But that's a good trade back here for Showtime. But is that going to be enough, though?
That's the question. What do we do? 4v3. Makes things pretty difficult. Showtime, generally speaking. A minute to work with. So still got plenty of time to isolate fights. I think the main thing for Fine Dining is just, I mean, I would say just play off the back of each other. Play for trades, right? 'Cause that's technically all you need. The only issue is, though, you see Spark. He is isolated right now. Thankfully, there is a bit of control. So I'm just going to double back in this spot. He's not committing to a fight. Oh, he did spot Alex and actually overextends. That'll cost him.
Oh, that's good reply, though, from Alvin, though, right? I mean, this is, again, okay. So, like you said, the numbers are at a good advantage right now for Fine Dining. They could just play the bodies. H2S, oh, God, you got to be careful about this. So now he's just giving himself up. But look at Bone. Bone's trying to even be more aggressive as well. He catches a kneecap, but now Alex, with 49 HP, tries to re-aggress. Gets taken out here from Alvin, but, you know, not a bad attempt. But again, some of these mechanical mistakes we're seeing from both these teams. But it is going to be Fine Dining to bounce right back into this game. And it's coming right down to the last round of the first half to see if it's a 5-4, but who's it for? And that's the thing. Like, it's so unpredictable with these two teams.
Yeah, this is, at the moment, we've basically not seen any sort of true control come through. No side has properly kind of taken momentum and kind of run away with it because it's going so back and forth. In a way, this scrappiness is actually giving opportunities for Fine Dining on this GR side to make a decent half out of it. And actually, they could be about to close it out. Imagine he's dropped in towards Pit, but he's going to get caught there and leaves it all down to one. Bone left alone in basically now a 1v5 turn 1v4. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? I mean, this is a lot to ask. Look, it is Bone. Like, I mean, he has been, like I said, the pillar of this team, and it's been somebody that you can, as you can see right now, 12-5. You know, subtract a couple kills, you know, where they didn't really mean too much, but this is a lot to ask. Misses the first shot. Now they can just use these bodies to their advantage. Should be a dead man, and that indeed is going to be the fact. So Fine Dining will be able to find this half with a 5-4. Like you said, this is a really good way for them to kind of move into that second half. But again, I'm not even sure what to expect on this, because I think you made a really good point, is the fact of there really hasn't been true control in this game. It really does just kind of seem it's so sporadic. And that's kind of one of those variables we have to really analyze on right now, because this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, this is a real tough one that we've kind of seen so far. I mean, maybe the expectations for me is that Fine Dining, now they are on towards that BL side, can start to take a bit of control here, just off that one thing alone, right? They've got that bit of an advantage in a sense, and maybe it might just work out for them. I don't know. Weird spot that we're currently in. Showtime, I feel like they had opportunities and plenty of them. They just sort of didn't take them for me.
Yeah, I would agree. I definitely would agree with you. But interestingly enough, Alex actually tries to aggress. And I do like this. Like, I'm always a big advocate for when you're on the GR side, you kind of try to, you know, have that microaggression in the map just to, like, you know, get some information. That, I don't know if I love that play from Alex, just doing it by himself. Because again, now they're in the situation where you're down in the numbers. You're giving the blacklist side a huge advantage right now. So your defense composition is going to change entirely. You can now see Fine Dining taking full advantage of this. They're like, you know what? Let's go A. Let's just see what we can do with this. You can already see KXN and Alvin ready to throw the XU, and they win another fight as well. So this is looking worse for wear right now for AJ, because he has to get this kill, but he's going to fall back, and it's going to be another retake scenario.
Do you know, I think that's probably actually the smart decision for me there, though. Just dipping away. I think he realizes it's a lost cause if he tries to fight on his own. The only issue is Gofree going to get caught. AJ then going to get caught, and in a matter of moments, Bone left all alone. So maybe there was a chance, and maybe there was an opportunity, but it's drifted away, and Bone going to get seen off. That is not bad from Fine Dining. That'll help them extend this lead even a little bit further. Something you'll absolutely take at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And honestly, I agree with you. I think the AJ play for him to fall back was the best thing he could have done. But it's, again, those two opening duels we saw just quickly on the replay is the fact of two people went for these like one-on-one fights that were just so unnecessary. So the GR side was in a huge deficit in terms of numbers. This is a big position right now for Alex, because he's actually playing a different angle. He might be able to backstab that. This could be a big play. Trigger discipline? No, he's just going to go for the kill right away. Why not? But he will get traded out. If he would have been a little bit more patient, that could have been a double kill, which could have brought this back by one round.
Yeah, potentially. Well, a little quiet for a moment. On to back, Gofree. 1-for-1's not terrible, but Imagine probably needs to do a lot of heavy lifting here. C4 going to go down, and as KXN finds Imagine, this is going to give the advantage over towards Fine Dining. They're looking to extend this lead from, I was going to say a 6-4 to 7-4, but an elevated angle there on the second floor by Bone will catch Spark.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining too. So again, right down to the 2v2 situation. That time is ticking here. You got to get going, and beautiful shots here from Fine Dining. It's going to be some fine shooting here. Okay, now this lead is starting to get bigger and bigger. We were talking about, you know, control. Now it's starting to look like there is some control here from Fine Dining. And this is what you were alluding to, is the fact of when teams get on the blacklist side, it seems to be like the more comfort. It's, you know, the bread and butter, and it's definitely starting to show here for Fine Dining. They're looking really swift on this. You love to see it. But now for Showtime, they have a very unique little bit of a triangle setup. But is this going to be enough? And I think so, because Imagine he's going to be able to pick up two.
Yeah, nice work. All right, up close as well. It still feels like it has the legs behind it of maybe Showtime can start to deliver in their own regard. And they need to. I think Showtime needs to come in and do sort of rounds like this. Not constantly, but at least showcase that we can play aggressive, we can get up in your face, and we're more than happy to sort of fight you in that sense. So, well played. Like what I saw there, and at the very least, maybe a sign of things to come. Oh, a double from Gofree. It is big, though, and that will once again give Showtime a little bit of a leg to stand on into the 3 versus 3.
Oh my God. That double kill. I was just, I can't even believe he got away with that. Like, I was thinking there's no way, but that really saved them and put him back into this round and in good contention. Because again, it's back to the 3-3. So things are fair. And this is tough too for Showtime, because again, you can see on the mini map, they have to play these like one player setups and, you know, one on each side or site, I should say, and then one in the spawn. So kind of just having that quick rotate of Imagine. But what are they going to use with this? But for Fine Dining, they need to be able to get the timing perfect here, because if they can catch one of these players off guard with a rotate, that might be just enough. Their Inkling doesn't seem to be the best here now, because again, you can see both defenders, they're locked and ready here in this B site.
Yeah, they're ready for it. I mean, Gofree's had a real nice couple of moments, and he might be able to add a little bit more. One, looks for two. Oh, he's going to get it. Gofree has gone massive. What a round coming out from him. I mean, brilliant stuff. Gofree, all 5 in that round. 2 to start things off, and the 3 right at the tail end here. Individual brilliance from him. And Showtime, they absolutely get bailed out by one-man's heroics.
Yeah, I think that's actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's actually the first ace of the qualifier.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say. Definitely seen some quad kills, but yeah, we haven't seen the ace yet. But again, now Showtime are starting to cook a little bit, but they're going to have to cook up a bit more. They're only down by 1 round still. And oh, God, Bone, he's actually able to spot Alvin. He's still going to keep aggressing onto this, though. But now you can see Fine Dining. They have to make a decision. They either go for this mid control, or they have to fight and take him out. There's 2 options here. So it does look like they're going to try to re-aggress. They might even try to backstab him. And yeah, he's getting sandwiched. This is not good. Bone has to get some kills, and he's going to be a dead man. Surely.
Yeah, you'd expect it. Yeah. I mean, sure, he gets one, but going 1 for 1 in that situation, I don't think it's actually really going to help out. And that is really nice from Spark. Catches a second coming through. Smoke going to go down as well. I don't really think Gofree can make too big of a difference here. The flash doesn't really make too big of an impact. And it will be another round going the way of Fine Dining to once again extend their lead a little further.
Yeah, I like the attempt, right? I mean, again, I was just kind of, you know, making the criticism about when you're a defending player and you push out like that by yourself, it's really risky. I think in that circumstance for Bone, I don't mind it, but again, he had to react differently. Like, you could tell that he was going to get flanked, and I think he was just, that awareness wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
So he got sandwiched, and that's not always a fun situation to be in. So, but no opening pick here for Fine Dining. I mean, we just saw the previous round, AJ got, you know, obliterated in mid, but this time, thankfully, his life's still intact.
Pretty true. Oh, Bone. Yeah, super in the open there. I mean, very exposed, kind of for no reason. And he'll lose his life without really gaining anything, not even in terms of like a kill, but even just raw information. He doesn't really have anything to relay over to the rest of the team. So, kind of feels like it's a little bit of a lazy fight there, and one which hasn't worked out for the best.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It always seems like the GR side seems to always be down the man first, but at least there's a little bit of reply in this. But right now, for this vent position, this is so important. Imagine has to be able to win this fight, and he does, but it's only a one and done. So again, these guys are just slowly peeling the onion, but AJ is in a really bad position. Oh no, that flash! I thought he might have not have been able to find at least one, but I guess he does. But now it's Alex for a clutch factor here now, and does he really have enough? He has no utility.
Yeah, and he's struggled as well at times. Alex, he's not exactly been running away with things. 7-12, he finds himself, so real heroics are needed. And the only issue is, sure, he's got towards A, but as he's got towards A, they've wrapped all the way back towards B. It's a foot race, and one, in all fairness, that he'll lose, but he's actually not in a bad spot. May just have a bit of something behind this. Alex trying to get into ice. Like, there's one. That's good. C4's down, sure. Speaking of shoulder, Alex, that is big. Massive 1v2 converted.
Oh, man. Just when you think this game could have a bigger lead and, you know, getting to the map point ain't going to be the case, especially with these two teams, right? I mean, you got to give it to them. There's a lot of grit in this, and I think both these teams knowing that, you know, whoever loses this entire best of 3, that's it, right? Like, this is what we were saying. This is the lower bracket run, so everything counts, and these teams are just fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in this tournament, in this qualifier. So everything has to be laid out on the line here, and I'm, you know, again, impressed to see, but Bone tries to get a little bit aggro, tries to see if he can get some multi-kills, but it's a one and done.
KXN doubling back. In a bit of room to work with via mid. I mean, we're not seeing too much proactivity from Showtime in the early part in that kind of mid control. So at the very least, maybe something in which Fine Dining can utilize to their advantage. For now, though, feels like a finish in the direction of A seems to be the conclusion. 3 setting up here. Fourth as well, holding for mid rotations. And actually, this is a good hold. If this is played well, Alex should get caught here and should go down for free. Oh my god, little labored, but Spark will get it nonetheless.
Yeah, now things are starting to really slow down, right? I mean, they were cruising on a decent speed, but now things are just a little bit more calm, but Fine Dining waiting things out. And imagine just playing, you know, again, this vent position, just going to anchor A by themselves and then having just AJ and Go Free playing the buddy system. This is a good setup. You typically have the one player anchoring A. It's always a little risky. Fine Dining have really put a lot of attention on this A site, but we'll have to see what he's going to be able to bring to this. Imagine is in a position where he has to find a multi-kill here, Nao, because if he doesn't, this could be worse for wear right now for Showtime.
It's true. Could be maybe a little problematic. Waiting. Imagine. Come on. Looks for 2. Can't quite get it though. Trigger to come through from Fine Dining. That's good. That's our numbers advantage and the site as well. This is a tough retake. 2v3 and AJ and Go Free have got to really do something quite heroic.
Yeah, the time is now 30 seconds remaining. So they got the utility, but are they going to be able to utilize this properly to get that little bit of an opening? Flashes land perfectly, so KXN actually does have to retreat off this, but Spark, he's not able to get the shot. Now, is it going to be KXN? He does find himself this one engagement. Now, 1v1 situation, burning the time as much as possible. Alvin, a little bit of a peekaboo, and there it is. Fine Dining on the map point.
Yeah, well played. Really well played. For a moment, it felt like that could have been potentially pulled off in that 2 versus 3, but kind of reined back in and oh, it's Fine Dining, like you said. Close now to closing out this map. And yeah, you know, it has to be said, deservedly so as well, right? I do feel like Fine Dining did really decent work in that first half just to give them the foundations to work with. And then when they head on towards that BL side, they really have all the advantages in their favor, right? And I just think they're utilizing it really well. So credit to them. I mean, job's not completely done just yet, but they're pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's pretty damn close, that's for sure. And now you can see that Showtime have caught the memo. They're like, okay, I think we need to put a little bit more defense in this A side. Like I said, Fine Dining have really just started to make that the staple. They want to go for these A execs. They've been able to get the site pretty convincingly for the most part. But now I think Fine Dining getting a little bit of an inkling. You know what? Let's maybe we can change it up. We'll throw a different ingredient here. Maybe we'll throw that B site ingredient into this one. But I like it because they still are going to do a 3-2 split. They're going to have their 2 players, again, just making a lot of noise, just trying to keep the attention still on this A side, but they're going to use that to buy themselves some control around Hotel and even getting closer to this B site. So this is so far so good, but Showtime don't look like they're really biting too much on the rotates.
Yeah. All right. Under a minute, 55 to work with. Go. If he does spot out just a shoulder there, but not going to commit towards the fight. Nate, I think, was meant to go over that ledge, but it just kind of banks off a bit of a pixel, and he might be in a bit of trouble. Down he goes. So will Alex, and bit by bit, we're starting to dwindle here. Showtime under a bit of pressure. Blossom spamming, and he'll actually get caught. 3 versus 4. The numbers, the sights, everything sort of feels advantageous for Fine Dining to close it out here and now, but question being, can Showtime make this work? Alvin, other ideas. Both going to get caught as well, so imagine an AJ with it all to do. Both have struggled as well throughout this game. I don't think it's going to change. Imagine gets 1, and that will be that. Fine Dining are going to take map number 1, and it has to be said, lads. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed. It was kind of scrappy and back and forth to start things off, but that second half was really solid.
Yeah, it really was. And like, that's the thing. The first half was definitely a lot back and forth. There wasn't much control like you were talking about, but as soon as Fine Dining were on the blacklist side, they looked really, really good. And honestly, you know, pretty impressive to see how well they were coordinated on the blacklist side, because I was thinking it'd probably be a little bit better for them, but I didn't think it'd be that much better for them.
Yeah, exactly that. So this is now really an opportunity for Fine Dining to kind of once again showcase maybe what they've got in towards map number 2 as well. We saw them on Mexico, and I was pretty impressed. I think generally speaking, they looked pretty good on it yesterday. And, you know, we said there's a bit of a pocket pick in a map in which they can maybe utilize in their favor. Well, the question is, has Showtime really done anything to sort of prepare for that? Not a lot of teams do a lot of hard work on it. That's why we were sort of so impressed with Fine Dining yesterday, because we were saying, okay, these guys have obviously put in a hell of a lot of work. Question for me now for Showtime, I don't know, they just, similar to yesterday, don't fully look in it.
Yeah, they really don't. They actually look a little bit less performing than they did yesterday. And I know that's kind of hard to say because they played Aliens Army yesterday and they got kind of blown out of the water, but it felt like some of the rounds were still decently close, but that's not the case right now at all. So I think Mexico is going to be a really bumpy ride for these guys, because I think Fine Dining looked really swift on it. You could see they had some good setups. You could see that their defense was a whole other ball game. So that's the thing right now. I think Showtime's going to have a quick conversation to figure out, you know, what they could probably watch from yesterday's game just to anti-strat as much as they can, because I can't imagine the strat book's going to be too deep here for a lot of these teams. But is that going to be enough? I'm not sure it will be.
I'm with you, man. I don't know. For me, it does really feel like, you know, Showtime, who started in the upper bracket, obviously had that sort of advantage where you get two chances, unlike Fine Dining. I think for Fine Dining, they've come in towards this playoffs knowing they've got sort of nothing to lose and playing like they got nothing to do. So I've been really impressed with what I've been seeing out from them. The question for me being now is just, can Fine Dining keep this up? You know, can they take map number 2, Mexico, in their favor? Can they move on towards Swamp Gaming and pull off a massive upset there, and maybe even make that lower bracket run all the way from round 1 all the way to the grand finals? It's still many more steps needed to get there, but I think generally speaking, I've been impressed with Fine Dining. They've looked like one of the more cleaner sides we've seen so far, as you can see throughout these highlights.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I think their GR side for me was a little bit too loose than I would prefer personally. Like, I think there's definitely some good highlight reels, but as we're seeing right now for Blossom with a nice 4K. But I think again there was some kind of unique plays where they were trying to make some, you know, one play army like kind of heroic plays that I don't love. But at the same time though, like if they can clean that up just a little bit more from this series, if they can win it and then moving on to play Swamp, I mean, that could be a really good thing for them. And their blacklist side really did look good. Like, they had good setups, you know, good awareness of the map. So we'll see what they're going to be able to bring for a map like Mexico, because like I said, they did really well on it yesterday, but let's hope that doesn't get to their heads too, because we saw, you know, some teams that kind of, you know, really put that karma really against them, and you know, it really went against them in some many bad ways. But we'll see if Fine Dining can cook up something pretty good here with the 2-0 potentially.
Yeah, I feel like they've got the best chance of it, just because even if you kind of take out the things like the maps and this, that, and the other, I just think, you know, kind of a buzzword we were using a bit yesterday, the more macro sense of the gameplay does seem really better from Fine Dining. I mean, you can take a look at the stats at the tail end. KXN, really decent from him, 1.31, 1.29 for Alvin as well. And over in the side, only one man of Bone finished positive over towards Showtime. Not good enough.
Yeah, not good enough. And that honestly seems to be the same kind of tale. Like, that's what I was saying yesterday, is like, you know, when we talked about Showtime, you know, it was really just Bone that was like the player that was making all the plays. He was the guy that was putting up some decent numbers. So it's kind of looking like it's trending the same way. But again, like when you look on the other side here for KXN, like I feel like he was playing phenomenal. Like, he was getting a lot of good anchor kills. He played the GR side really well, where he'd get a duel, fall back, like I talked about in Hotel. So really impressed to see him and how well he played, because I think him sitting at a 1.31 definitely warranted, because he definitely was able to, you know, get them a good kickstart. But we're going to kickstart a break, because we're going to give them a few minutes here just to get ready for Mexico on map number 2. So don't go too far. We'll see you really soon. Well, welcome back. We're ready to go. A short little break like we promised, but now we're going into map number 2 for the first lower bracket game here today. And Neo, any kind of initial thoughts? I know we got a little bit of a debrief on the first map, but any thoughts about moving into the second map of Mexico?
I definitely think advantages are in the court of fine dining. For me, they're just playing the better CrossFire, right? They're looking like a side of a little bit more control and a better understanding, and I think they're just taking their opportunities. They're more macro sense of how they're approaching the game right now. Feels a little cleaner, you know, when they're on that GR side, on the what is the weaker side in my opinion on that Ankara, and they play it really well. They're playing it quite chaotic, and the chaos is giving them rounds here and there, and then when they go on towards the advantage of the BL side, they just utilize it perfectly. So yeah, for fine dining, for me, I was really impressed with what I saw from them, and I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more. Good start for Alvin, and Gofri gonna get caught.
Well, I mean, this is the thing is where I think when we saw it on the first time we saw Mexico yesterday is the fact that it was a 7-2 in favor for fine dining. So, I mean, they did a really, really good job when they were on the GR side, but obviously not going to be the case right now. So it's always a question of how well can the blacklist side be on this map. I mean, for people that probably know this, but I mean, it is a very difficult map to be able to kind of get that movement going. And so getting a duel like this, like finding 2, like pretty early on is a really good gift, because now Showtime again have put themselves in this position where they're in this deficit. Now they have to fight back for this, you know, kind of equalizing the players. But this is not a map you can do it, Neo. Like if I was going to talk about this, you know, play that they were doing, they can't do it on Mexico.
Alvin making a bit of a move forward. Grouping up here, and again, this looks like they're setting up for that A finish. Bone's posted at range. Oh, and actually, he will get his. Bone gets one and dips away. That's pretty well played there. Just make sure not to sort of overextend in that situation. And Bone going to get one more. He's the only one who was positive in towards map number 1 for this side, and he continues to step up.
Oh my God. They're just going for these swings one by one. I don't know why they're doing this. Like they're essentially just trying to funnel themselves, and they've just given up all their bodies, which is not a good situation. I mean, it is down to the 1v2, and the HP's, you know, in the red right now for Bone, but at the same time though, Blossom doesn't even have the C4, so has to, you know, go for a big fight right now. If he can find AJ, oh no, that could have been big, but he needs to get this duel right away, but it's going to be AJ to save the damn day. And somehow in some way, Showtime, I don't know how they pulled this round back in their favor after losing 2 opening players in duels, but they get it done, and all thanks to Bone.
Yeah, Bone goes huge. I mean, he is the one who has made the big difference there. I mean, absolute credit towards him. If it isn't for Bone, they don't have a chance, unfortunately, in that one. So, really well played. Massive kind of work coming through from the sniper over towards Showtime. And yeah, they needed a hero, and they get one. The question is, though, is it something that you can rely on constantly? Can you make this sort of a... You know, I always say that, are those sort of rounds replicable? I wouldn't personally say you can't be banking on him to get a 3K each and every round to make these a possibility. So they've got to find easier ways to win rounds, but at the very least, to kickstart a map, that's not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, not a bad way at all, but now the sewer control is really, really interesting because nobody's really contested it here from the defensive side. They're actually just grouped up behind the boxes, just waiting in the off angle and mid. So I like this, but it does, again, now this is going to rely about the firepower, and Alvin gets the better of it. And actually, with that opening duel, they're going to just pull back on this. They're not even going to try to work forward with it. And I don't mind this, because now Showtime, they're going to be, you know, scratching their heads a little bit more, trying to debate, what do we do? Or what are they thinking of doing now? You can see the smokes are getting thrown. That's going to land in front. That should be blocking off for Bone. But Alex, causing a bit of disruption in this plan, finds himself that double kill. So once again, we're just seeing these players really stepping up right now from Showtime, just loading the kill feed in their favor. And now we're down to these 2 players remaining, Neo, and this is looking worse for wear.
It is not a good spot that we currently find ourselves in. Nice swing. Alex will fall. Oh, and a double tap with the call, and it's Bone once again. Multi-kill round coming through from him to just secure things in their favor. For a second, it looked a little bit on edge and then pulled right back. So, good work. Showtime A double to start things off. Honestly, man, not bad. This is relatively impressive. Showtime can get a really strong start out the gates. They're going to give themselves a lot of room to work with when they then head on towards that second half.
Yeah, I mean, for Showtime, I think they really have to be able to, again, build up as many rounds as possible in this, because if they can't, that's just going to be, you know, putting this on a silver platter right now for Fine Dining, in my opinion. So
yeah,
the fact that it is a 2-0 is a really good start, but it's just, again, keeping that momentum to bare minimum winning the half.
Bounding in. Spot. First find is good for him.
Ooh.
Oh, he's going to get 2. That ain't bad. AJ answers back on his own. He should be a dead man walking, and he will be. Going to get caught there. Colt of Alva going to try and play up close, and Imagine's trying something across here, but he's the one who's going to get caught. And that will be Fine Dining around on the board, and a much, much better one as well, right? That time, it comes down to them being very, very proactive, very aggro in terms of the early fights, and yeah, nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I love that, though. Like, I love the fact that it was very simple of a strategy from Fine Dining. They just take that A site, just use their firepower a little bit, and that was perfectly executed. They caught, you know, Showtime really off guard, so they did a good job just to be able to win the engagements, but we'll see what they got in store for us a little bit more now. They finally get themselves on the board at least, so that's going to be a sigh of relief for the time being, but you can now see for Showtime, like, all the presence is in mid. They're on the side here for A. H2S is not going to be able to expect this, but if Alvin can be able to get away with this double kill, this could be huge for them, but it's a little bit of a dance. But you can see Fine Dining once again. They're just picking up these kills, wow. And Spark is just making a flame.
All right, fair play. This is bounding back. And, I mean, Imagine going to get 2 of his own. And so in a matter of moments, I mean, it is still anybody's round here. 2 versus 2. And who knows which way this is going to swing. C4 will be collected. It was dropped, but thankfully in a spot which is able to be kind of brought back in their favor and under their control. It's just more of a question of kind of now, where do we go with it? It feels like an A finish. They are being slightly kind of kept under pressure, though. Imagine doing a lot of good work to deny them getting too much control.
Yeah, and a lot riding this with the 50 seconds, right? I mean, again, they have to make a decision on this, and in the sense of, like, they could go for this A. They actually saw it go for you. He was trying to throw that flash. Nicely landed, but it's going to cost him his life, though. So now they're going to be able to get into the site. C4 is going to go down. Imagine a very tough task at hand, but is going to reposition. I do like this, but he's only got 33 seconds to work with. So now, again, needs to be able to find somebody a little bit overextended on this, but both for Fine Dining players, all they have to do is play together in this crossfire. They don't need to swing this. Blossom kind of peeking his shoulder. Now the jig is up. They know exactly where Imagine is, and they just got to be able to play off of each other, use this number advantage as best as they can, and there we go. We're going to have ourselves right back into a tie game.
Yeah, well played. Well played. It was a little scrappy. It was a little bit uncomfortable at one point, but they get it back under control. They don't let things kind of drift away in that 2 versus 2, because they very easily could have been isolated there, but it's the other way. Fine Dining, great work. Blossom, nice little cleanup at the tail end. And yeah, like you mentioned, back into a tied game. Alvin, he did spot/hear one and got this little pixel peek at AJ. Would have been spotted crossing back over, so might be a little bit of room to work with. Oh, hang on. Yeah, AJ needs to be careful here. If he overextends, you're going to get caught.
Yeah, that's and that's kind of like their MO, right? Like, that's what they typically do. So it's really important that AJ doesn't overextend this at all. Needs to be able to anchor this. Looking like he's not going to overextend, so you love to see it. But for Fine Dining to have this much real estate, like, are they going to try to take this slow? Are they going to try to, you know, make some utility with some noise? Oh, AJ, no. AJ, no. He might be able to get 1 kill, but again, that might not be worth it. But at least Gopher's able to find himself. Actually, that's Imagine that's able to find the double. So Showtime will be able to get the closed curtains here. But again, man, oh man, it was looking a little dicey there.
Yeah, for a second, things did not feel good at all. And I mean, this is the issue that we're kind of seeing. This sort of back and forth. But in a way, it's going to favor Showtime on this GR side. Yeah, things are working pretty well. 3-2. Showtime off the back of maybe, you know, a little bit of a lackluster finishing towards Number one, starting things out well in towards map number 2 is exactly what you want.
Yeah, good mixture of positioning right now from Showtime, but okay. We'll attempt of a spam, but yeah, fine dining. It's funny because we saw yesterday, like they were playing really aggro yesterday, like they were, you know, trying to just hold W. This time they're playing a lot more methodical. They're putting a lot more thought into this. So I don't know what changed for them, despite them having a pretty good scoreline on this. But now Go Free needs to be a little bit careful. He's overextending his welcome.
I mean, it is one of those as well. Yesterday, their quick pace and sort of the aggro that we saw out from them, it worked really well. So the decision to sort of change here feels a little weird. I mean, maybe trying to adapt in a sense to what Showtime traditionally bring. The only issue is that it's not working right now. So maybe going back to just the raw fundamentals might be the play. Miss shot, Go Free, nice find.
Yeah, that's a great find for sure. And now he's able to find himself a double. So Go Free's just having a pretty decent game thus far, like just finding some good impactful kills. But now we have to see if they're going to be able to use this positioning here. And the flank from Alex is huge. This could just end this whole entire round. He might be able to just find these kills. Should be able to take down Spark. He will. C4 is going to be dropped. So now Blossom in a not great position right now because he has to take down 3 players, has to fight for the bomb. Yes, he does find one, but Alex does extend himself, but he will be able to win the duel. So Showtime will be able to put themselves here for a 2-round lead. But again, can they maintain it? Can they keep this moving and get as many rounds as possible? That's going to be the biggest question for me as we get closer to the end approach of this first half.
It is true. I mean, we do need to see if Showtime can get anywhere in the region of 6 on this first half, they're going to be loving life. Might even start to open up things about pushing towards a map number 3. This is looking like the 5th is going to be found here by Showtime. A 4 versus now 1 as it's all down to Alvin. They try and go quicker. They try and step it up, and they were ready for it. Showtime, really, really good reactions that are coming from them. And the spot that they're in now, again, I don't know if things are changing. They look so confident.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried about that too, because like if that 3rd kill would have happened, I mean, that would have been a 1v1 situation again. But nonetheless, I mean, Showtime thankfully now have themselves secured of this half. But again, I don't know if for fine dining, like something's kind of changed. Like something's different in the water here today because again, they played a very different setup yesterday and they've really changed the tune on this. So somebody had a good talk with them yesterday, I guess. Maybe not so good of a talk because they're not in winning ways right now. Nao, they're in a deficit by 3, so they're being able to find this opening duel, but can they find the second? Yes, they will. So now Showtime, they might not be able to keep this 6th round in their grasp unless you can see something from AJ like big like this.
All right, AJ. Double is huge. C4. As well, not collected just yet, but AJ's going to pull off an ace if he wants a chance, and he actually will put it up towards a 3rd, so he might still be on for something. I'm not going to completely count it out just yet, but finally going to get caught off guard. There was a moment there where it was feeling a little uncomfortable, a little awkward. Maybe could have been AJ going nuclear, but not to be at that tail end. So, at least for fine dining, it's far from over in this half.
Oh man, a big opening duel coming in from Bone as well. So a nice way to just kind of, you know, again, extend a big frag. He's just trying to get a little bit of a good start here, get that advantage like I've been talking about. Good smoke thrown here, so H2 is not going to be able to capitalize with that position he was able to grab quickly, but he would have been able to slip past that. That maybe could have changed things around a little bit here for fine dining. So now they kind of have to pump the brake a little bit. Just hang out, park it just to see. And even KXN is actually all the way back in the BL spawn, just kind of waiting things out, expecting actually some more aggression that could be potentially happening from the GR side. But right now, this is a lot riding on fine dining. They need to find this round if they want to convert decently into the second half.
Well, it goes quiet. Not a lot on offer here. I mean, you can see fine dining sort of waiting for fights to kind of come in their favor for now. I mean, hoping for an overextension. I don't know if they're going to be given it here. You don't really need to, in all honesty, if you're Showtime got the numbers advantage, and you've got the site already, just based on the back of your spawn. Once again, though, patience game. Boom. At range, this time I'm going to get caught. He's been getting a lot of luxury with that Orm at range. That's going to slow things down. That's massive. Bit of a move. Alex answering back is huge. That's a big flank, though.
What is going on? This is so awkward. This is so weird. And now Gopher has to be the anchor in the site. I think he's a dead man because look at how fast his damage is going down. And Fine Dining should be able to get this job done. They're just going to rotate the C4, which makes a lot of sense. Blossom just going for this fight, just trying to, again, just distract. And they're doing a good job. And now I think this might be all she wrote. And indeed it will. 5-4 is going to be written again here in the books. And that's the same thing we saw on the first map. And we're going to see it here in Mexico. But honestly, for Fine Dining fans, I think they can have a little bit of a side, just because that's going to be a good thing for them. Even though they didn't win the half, at least they can find 4 on the BL side, which is a really good thing considering on this map.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that was sort of terrible in terms of the response out of Fine Dining. I feel like things are a little bit easier for me at the very least on the GR side. Generally, you know, obviously just basically your spawn. You more or less spawn on the site so you can shell up on the sites from the get-go. I think the question is, for me, it's just in terms of the confidence of Fine Dining. They do their best work when they're playing off the back of each other really well, and they're kind of super confident to take fights, but it hasn't exactly looked like that in the early part. They've been getting caught off guard and maybe kind of in the side, and I think the issue for me that started to arise is that maybe Showtime, while they were slow to start in that first map, are finding their form a little bit and coming alive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. But now it's going to be about Showtime and showcasing us a little bit of this Blacklist side, right? I mean, like I said, I can't stress it enough. It is not fun to play on this side, on this map. So
yeah,
we will see. But you can tell that Fine Dining, again, like this is their map pick, right? For anybody that wasn't aware, like this is their map pick, and they do have the first map, you know, win for them, so they're in a great position. But like I said, you can't let that get to your head. And now you can see the defense is kind of grouped up here a little bit in this A, but actually KXN, he's not able to find anything. So now H2S has to lock it down. He can't. So this is a great opening right now. The keys here for the property are open, and now it's about Fine Dining if they can, you know, kind of bring things back in their favor and just kind of remove that vacancy. But it might not be looking good because AJ, look at the big flank he's caused already, and he's putting himself in multi-kills. And we'll see it there. Showtime. They're going to take a convincing round here for the opening of the second.
Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted as well from Showtime. You know, set the tone nice and early and just like, you know, even though we are on what is generally revered as the kind of the quote-unquote worst side, we're going to make it work for us. So, nice work. Impressive stuff. Showtime, I think they just play around the map really, really effectively. Don't give too many opportunities on the other side. Shot. Going to come through. Alvin going 1 for 1 there with Imagine. If he could have found one and fallen away, that would have been huge, but unfortunately it's not to be. Spam with the M4 is good for the spam damage, but it's not going to make a difference. Showtime, good work as a group, but Spark KXN buying a piece as well. The spam getting pretty damn close too. KXN overextends.
Yeah, now it's just down to Spark by himself, and again, this is just a big scrappy fight in middle. We'll get the reload back to the M4, but now these players, they gotta be careful. They're overextending. They're overextending. Oh man, how does he get away with it? It should have been a Showtime round, but again, they just get too excited. They think they're gonna win it, and then they just lose it in the most inopportune time in the world.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is just quite simply a little bit of a throw, right? They're not actually playing that well. They don't overfight or properly swing in towards the engagements there. They're kind of tentative to peer around that corner. Doesn't work out. At the very least, though, Bone will continue his pretty impressive form for the first. He's been good when it comes towards kind of opening kills in particular. That's where he's really getting a lot of leeway. But a response back. So yes, Blossom got caught, but sort of go free. So 4-all, and it goes quiet briefly.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperate play here from Bone. Trying to go for a big pick. Just trying to see if he can do something on his own. But too much to chew down. And DELUSIONAL just can sit in the site waiting things out. Nice little bit of a crossfire from both these players, and yeah, they should be able to lock this in. This should be a 6th round guaranteed, unless we see again some really silly plays here from Fine Dining, just going for a fight that's not necessary. So imagine in a really tough spot here with a minute, just over the minute mark, not a lot of real estate to work with here, Nao. It's not looking good, and Alvin's just going to make sure to solidify that, and we're right back into a tie game.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised as well if things don't change for Showtime heading in towards the next round, just to once again try and put a bit of pressure on. I think they've realized that one wasn't played effectively, gave, I think, just a little bit too many opportunities to work with in the early round, and obviously things paid off for them. So we would expect, yeah, I'm going to say, a bit of a change up in pace. We are going to get exactly that. I mean, it's worked out wonderfully, worked out brilliantly. Alvin's left all alone in a 1 versus 4. That is a brilliant tempo shift coming through from Showtime. Exactly what they needed.
Yeah, just a simple little bit of an execute, right? Like nothing flashy, nothing complicated, and they get the job done. I mean, now this is a mission impossible here for Alvin. Like I said, that's kind of the grueling thing. Like if you're the Blacklist side, you get in that site and get the plant down, you're in the best position in the world, because again, the defense and the offense essentially switches, right? But
yeah, I
love that they just played really quick. Showtime, they just made it simple, and it was beautiful.
All right, so that pocket round of a quick one, change in tempo, get up in their face, get aggro, obviously works out. But the question is now, when you can't continue to do it, how do you once again find a little bit of form? Bone going to get caught early. That's big. Bone, like I said, he's been super important when it comes to opening kills in the round. So now the fact that he is down and out for the count, does it then change things up where Showtime look a little bit lost without him?
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, like you said, like kind of losing Bone is a huge negative effect here against Showtime, because they rely on him a lot. I know he's kind of slowed down a little bit in this game, but he is somebody you can still, the old faithful that you can rely on. So for him to go down this early, not a good thing. But let's not take it away. I mean, I feel like AJ, like a lot of these guys have been playing quite well, but a lot of those highlights were from the GR side. So now somebody else has to get the bootstraps ready to go and go to war here, and somebody has to be able to do this. And Fine Dining finally now are going to kind of pull back on this aggression. I like this play. They don't need to extend.
All right, AJ, couple of little pop shots, just hoping something will go in his favor. To be Boss, I'm going to get cleared as well. Good work from AJ as he doubled it down as well. That's massive. The trade is pretty solid, it has to be said. Backside, imagine he's got a lot to do, and unfortunately not a lot to work with. Down he goes, and this back and forth is continuing as the game is once again all tied square. Seems like I got a tech issue.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, it's you always got to have like a little tech issue here and there. That's okay. that's fine. Hopefully it'll be quick. Hopefully it'll be swift and easy. But look, I mean, it's this game's getting really close. I thought, to be honest, that Fine Dining were going to do a little bit better of a job, like just kind of closing this game out, just because of how well they looked yesterday. But that's what I was kind of saying in the beginning, is that I'm curious if Showtime actually, despite their quick game yesterday, they were the first opening game. I think they got to sit around and watch this, and they probably were like, you know what? There's things we can capitalize on and we can anti-strat.
Yeah, I mean, one of those things where you can actually have a little look in towards sort of, yesterday's VOD, like you mentioned, and you can probably pick apart some weaknesses. I think the big issue with Fine Dining is that what they brought yesterday, we were saying, hey, this looks fantastic. They're playing, really great on Mexico. It's a map that not a lot of teams practice. So what they've brought to the table here feels new, and it probably was new yesterday, right? I think Delusional got completely kind of caught off guard just by how quick they can play it, the tempo shifts and all the rest. But like you mentioned, because they could have at the time of, last night in towards kind of today and say, right, if they are going to pick in towards Mexico, we actually understand how they like to play and what their defaults are and what their kind of tells are. And it feels like at the moment, this is the issue. So for Fine Dining, they're having to find alternative ways to sort of find rounds in their favor. And it's not as easy as what it was yesterday, where it's just like, right, if we go quick, we're more or less guaranteed around here. Now it's getting to the point where they have to actually slow things down and find other ways to find gaps, this, that, and the other. And hey, at the moment, I think, credit to kind of the Showtime guys. Their prep seems to be working pretty splendidly. 7-all though. Everyone's back in the server, so it's all right.
It's all right, yeah. And now it's, like you said, the tie game situation. Fine Dining are going to actually put a little bit more control onto this one now, which is a good thing to see. Showtime, you can see from their positioning, they were definitely expecting some kind of aggression. Good utility usage, though. Getting thrown here from Fine Dining, going to do some good damage against AJ, but right now we have to see the trades, right? Because you can see that Sparks kind of being the one player that's being quite aggressive on this angle. So it's kind of like he's playing the one-man army again. This is like no trade opportunity. So I'd love to see him fall back. He's starting to do that. But Showtime have really, really just put themselves in the quicksand. They're just kind of sinking away. They're just gonna hang out. They're not gonna do too much. I mean, you're not really hanging out in quicksand, but they're just gonna hang out here for the time being, I'll say. But they got to make a play now because again, map control is the most important on this map, and so far they've done nothing with it.
It's true. Smoke over. Bit of space to now try and work with Alvin. Spark one apiece, and now we get to see, even at the moment, it's sort of back and forth, like we said. If Fine Dining can just flourish a little bit in the chaos, they can make things work for them. And hey, at the moment, credit to them. Not bad.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Is he going to expect this? Is he going to be able to read this? Oh, that's perfect. And there may be a second no, but again, he could have waited things out a little bit longer, but instead gets a little bit happy on the trigger, but it doesn't even matter. Should be fine. And Fine Dining now, with this little bit of a timeout, has been able to use this into their effect and the benefit. So there's 30 seconds remaining. It might be able for AJ. He has to be able to find this little bit of a cheeky swing here. Has to take down Alvin, giving up his position. The double swing will be too much to handle. So Fine Dining will get themselves into a lead position, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, it's true. At least for Fine Dining, off the back of the tech pause, they come right back into this, and so far, so good. It is looking like they've got a bit of control, and I think this is now where the pressure really starts to mount on the shoulders of Showtime. You know, you already touched on it a little bit. Nobody likes playing on the BL side of Mexico. It's awkward, it's uncomfortable. You don't get given a lot of space. It's a small map as well, right? It's very, very constricted. And the second you lose anybody, you're already under a lot of pressure. So I think, you know, what we've seen so far, where there's been these sort of high pressure fights, is that Showtime are going to feel a bit of pressure, but Alex for a big double.
Yeah, and you can just see again, Alex really stepping things up. But again, it might not matter because things are right back into it. But now the defense putting up a great wall. And now they get themselves on the map in series point. I was thinking maybe with Alex finding that double, Neo, I was really getting nervous because I was thinking that was maybe going to be a good way to bring it right back into a tie game. But luckily for Fine Dining, their positioning was just very powerful.
Oh, the music plays. You know what that means. Last legs in this series here, and we might just be heading to Fine Dining, taking a 2-0, moving on to take Swamp Gaming. Showtime, desperate to push this towards overtime, desperate to try and push this towards a third, but I don't know if they've got enough up their sleeve. It's gonna be difficult, that's for damn sure. Early Utah dropped out. Spark gonna dip a little bit further away. Flash does catch a couple over towards Showtime to try and slow them down, and for now it will.
Oh, big swing. How does Alex get away with that again, man? Okay, well, he's going to go for the swing. He's going to get the drive-by. Almost taking down Blossom, too. So, right now for Showtime, once again, winning these opening fights, Alex is just going to get himself the job done. Why not? He's looking for more. He's very hungry, bloodthirsty. He's trying to see what he can be able to find. Music plays, but now H2S takes him out. He's the lurker, but is it going to be enough here, Neo? Because, again, they have the man advantage, but they got to get moving. They still got a minute left, but they got to make a decision.
Yeah, nice shot from Bone. He's just going to get caught. Colt, not enough from Alvin in the backside, so it might be another round required. I think it will be another round required, if I'm being completely honest. Nice shot from Bone. His form hasn't stopped, that's for sure. All the way throughout. Alex, great work in this round, and I think he's given opportunities once again to keep this one afloat. It's just a question of, can they do it one more time? Push it towards an OT. Spark for him. I play up close. The only issue is, right, because this map is small, the second you lose just one fight, it does open up a lot of the map.
Mm-hmm. It really does. Yeah, it's very different than other maps, and that's a really good point. But look, I mean, I'm just gonna say it, like the trend is still funny here in NA. When the music plays a map at Series Point, the other team always wins the round. The following round, man, it's just, I don't know what it is, but it's 100% of a rate right now. So now Fine Dining have to be able to convert this round if they want to get this thing a guaranteed done. And right now it might be okay, but somebody has to pull it up, and that's going to be Spark and Alvin. They're able to get those straps in, and now it's just leaving it to Bone. He's been the player, he's been the guy to watch, but now he's got the biggest task of them all, a clutch to keep them in this game. Otherwise, this thing is over, and that's going to be Showtime packing their bags, and they are done here for the qualifier.
Yeah, no, exactly. Bone, I don't know, man. This doesn't feel like it's a lot to work with. I mean, it doesn't help that, A, first of all, no C4. B, no information about where any setups are. I mean, he's trying to get in the back lines here, but this coverage that we see out from Fine Dining is great. They're playing 2 towards the A site where the C4 is sort of located around, and 1 out towards B is a lurking presence just in case he picks up that C4. I mean, time ticking, 45 seconds. I don't know about you guys, but I just think he's got too many corners to clear and not enough time.
Yeah, I think so too. I like the idea, like you said, that he's trying to, you know, really do some exploring to see if he can catch them off guard with a backstab. But again, not having any sort of control, no C4, not aware of anything at all. This just makes it even harder. But now he's only got 28 seconds. He has to make a play, and Alvin's still locking into this B site. Alvin just needs to stay alive, and you know what? He does one better. He's going to tee it off. He's going to get it done, and Fine Dining continue the run here in the qualifier, and that's going to be it for Showtime. They lose this one with a 2-0, and that was not too bad of a game, but you got to give it to Showtime. I definitely thought they could have brought that into an overtime conversation.
I'm with you. I felt like there was definitely a moment. It's just unfortunate when it mattered most. It was they sort of drifted, right? They had this prime opportunity to maybe make something work in their favor, and you know, we're heading towards that last round where they're pushing towards overtime, and just when it required, you know, one of those clean rounds that we've seen them do multiple times throughout that map, it just slips away. But credit to Fine Dining, man. These guys, that's now 2 games back to back in the lower bracket. When the pressure's on, hey, they really do step up. So credit to them.
Yeah, that's a really good thing you bring up, because it is a good credit to them, because that was a very tight game, and they were going through the thick and thin of it, because I thought Mexico was a sure thing for them. I was thinking this is probably going to be a blowout, kind of like what it was yesterday, but that's where I think, you know, they pushed through a lot of adversity where Showtime did, you know, anti-strat them, and they definitely knew the gimmicks that were coming in from them. So, you know, for Fine Dining, impressive to see what they were able to do as a team, because I think overall we're starting to see that, you know, equal effect of everybody kind of contributing, whereas it felt like with Showtime, I felt like it was a lot of Bone that was kind of the player to watch. But then later in the second map, I think, like, you know, players like AJ, you know, he was able to get himself some good moments, but it just wasn't enough. It was a little too late.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, credit to Bone, though. I mean, I'm glad you kind of touched on him. For me, especially that first half, he was fantastic when it came towards the opening fight. Having a player like that is so reliable, I think it is really great. But unfortunately, as this is the lower bracket, that's it, right? There's no more, you know, no third chances. You get a second chance, sure, but no third chances. I think for Showtime, unfortunately, they just didn't actually play in this qualifier, I think, as they would have hoped. The groups are pretty good from them, but the groups are one thing. Playoffs is a completely different beast, and unfortunately, sort of when it mattered most, they did drift apart. So, you know, Fine Dining, credit to them. Well, groups maybe a little bit more lackluster. On the flip side, when it matters most in the playoffs, they have been playing to that level that we want to see out from them, stepping up in a big way, getting a lot of consistency out, and I mean, still yet to drop a map in this lower bracket, which is pretty damn impressive. However, things are probably going to change heading in towards kind of that next stage. I mean, Swamp Gaming, I think yesterday wasn't a true showing of what they can actually bring to the table.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point you bring up, because like you said, I was actually just looking at the bracket, and Fine Dining for them, like, they started in the lower bracket, right? Like, they weren't one of the teams that, you know, they got to play one game and then they got pushed into lower bracket. Like, they were pretty much there in the get-go. So now this is all about just staying alive. So that's kind of where we were saying, like, you have to be able to just put everything on the table. You got to put the maximum effort in every single game, which can be really exhausting, and that's kind of the punching piece about the lower bracket run. But like you said, I mean, them getting 2-0s, not losing a map, technically is definitely a good note for them. But now that we're talking about a team like Swamp, I would agree with you. Swamp looked, again, like just going right to the point. I think they looked awful yesterday. Like, it definitely didn't look like how they can play. So that was really surprising. So I'm really hoping they had a good long conversation yesterday, because anything that we see the same from yesterday going into today, they could be done. There could honestly be fine dining to cause an upset against them if they play the way they did yesterday.
Yes, no, absolutely. Swamp Gaming, they really, you know, for me at the very least, if they have a lot of these clear weaknesses that were exposed by Aliens Army, Fine Dining, who have actually felt like they've played quite consistently. Like, if we're being completely honest, of all the games that we've fought so far, the two best teams in terms of, you know, not making as many mistakes and having a decent kind of macro sense of the understanding, the two best teams have been obviously Aliens Army, but then Fine Dining too, right? Swamp Gaming, side that we caught in the CFWL, didn't look great in the CFWL, but we gave them the kind of little sort of leeway in saying that they're probably playing a much higher ping than some of these EU teams. But they didn't look great yesterday. A lot of mistakes crept in, and obviously we take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end. A couple of players positive over towards Showtime, which is better than that previous map, which only Bone went positive. But on the other side, 1.42 for Alvin, fantastic work for him, and a 1.23 for Spark as well. Pretty sick stuff. And I think, you know, what it comes down to is that while there wasn't really one individual that was flying away in terms of the frags for Fine Dining, it was they were winning the crucial fights and getting the impact rounds on the board, and that's how things end. 10-7, 10-8. They win the series 2-0.
Yeah, they win the series 2-0. You know, very close games, and that's what we were kind of saying, is the fact that, you know, a team like Fine Dining, they had a lot of work cut out for them, but you know, I got to give it to them. I think their team definitely showed that a lot of the players can really pick up the slack when they need to. Like I said before, on the first map, you know, someone like KXN was somebody that was sitting at a 1.31. This second map, he wasn't really as active as he was, right? I mean, he was putting himself at a 0.77. Everybody else seemed to do quite well, and that's where you see Alvin was kind of getting himself the MVP, because he was able to, you know, be pretty dominant in the first map and dominant in the second, which now has guaranteed them, as you can see in the lower bracket, round 2, they get the 2-0 versus Showtime. So that's the second team to be removed. Now the next game that we will be covering is going to be on the lower bracket, round 3, where Swamp Gaming now have to fight for their lives in the lower bracket to see if they can even go back to rematch against Aliens Army. But I mean, like we said, there's a lot of question marks about them, because they definitely did not look good yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, honestly as well, now that we're down to 3 teams, it does become, you know, pretty difficult to call. Fine Dining, good form, have this sort of upset mentality about them. You got the Swamp Gaming side, who we saw in the CFWL, were a side who were regarded as the best from NA, and then Aliens Army, who a couple of even the players had said these guys have been cooking recently, and obviously we saw them yesterday. So all to play for. We're going to focus on to a little bit of an extended break before we get underway in towards our game number 2. So we'll see you soon. Right, hello, welcome back. We're going to be heading back underway in towards all the action. We got our penultimate, technically, game of the day. It's a lower bracket finals. Winner of this heads on to the grand final to take on Aliens Army. So it's all to play for. Very exciting times here. And, you know, maybe surprise to some, but we see a really good showing out from the Fine Dining guys. I mean, they, for me, have impressed. Both the games we caught of them in the lower bracket have looked fantastic. Still yet to drop a map.
Yeah, that's true, man. I mean, it's one of these things where, again, like we talk about this bracket, we talk about this situation where, you know, I feel like for Showtime, they weren't really able to showcase too much of themselves, but Aliens Army has definitely just kind of run over this entire, you know, qualifier so far. And now it's a big question about the lower bracket. And this is, again, the last time that we're going to see these two teams play, because whoever wins moves on, as you can see, to the grand final to take on AA, but then that's again playing another BO3. So the thing about this too is the fact that, you know, like we said, and it's kind of hard to ignore, because Swamp Gaming really did look off yesterday, and we are hoping that is kind of just like maybe it was a really bad day in the office for these guys, just something wasn't clicking. Today is a new day, a new dawn. Maybe they can do something a little bit differently, but they actually switch up their map pick, because, you know, yesterday they picked Port, but this time they go with Ankara. And then even with Fine Dining, they're gonna throw a little bit of spice, and that Black Widow is gonna be a second map.
Yeah, interesting stuff as well. I think, if I'm right in saying, that means we've seen every map bar sub-base now as well, right? I think
Correct,
now
yeah.
that Black Widow's come through, sub-base is the only one that we haven't seen. But at the moment, yeah, interesting. Ankara is a map that has actually looked very, very good for Fine Dining, at least earlier. So I don't think they're going to be upset by any means that's been picked in against them. And then you've got kind of the other side where, you know, you have kind of that Black Widow as a bit of a new showing for them. Surprised they didn't maybe tempt the Mexico, but I think with how close that previous map was, they were probably thinking, actually, you know, maybe this isn't as good as we thought it was for us. You know, that looked a little uncomfortable, and actually, let's maybe not risk it again. I think it's probably the way to go about it. Then Port as a decider, if we need it, is a pretty good map for Swamp Game, and they played it a decent amount in the regular season of the CFWL. So keep an eye on that if it does go towards 3. This one is interesting. Swamp Gaming looked pretty woeful yesterday. The question is, are they going to go back to the winning ways in towards today's lower bracket? And so far, so good.
Yeah, looking so far so good, but now with the opening duels, it's a question if they can, you know, to be able to get the job done here. They get themselves into the site pretty quickly, but the C4 is not planted yet. Good utility usage just to push back Fine Dining. This is a difficult situation. Even Brando's, again, just making sure nobody's going to try to flank from underpass. Alvin with actually a very nice shot here. Gets a little bit aggro, and Fine Dining, okay, hang on. They're starting to pick up some kills here. This is starting to get a little bit worrisome again here for Swamp, but now Famous, he's had enough. He's just trying to, you know, pop off once again, but it's only 1 kill or 2 kill for him in this round, but at least, you know, his teammate's going to be able to get the job done to open things up. And I like this play from Swamp. They kind of switch it up. They just do a very fast-paced round, because I think they're a little bit angry here now.
Yes, no, exactly. I think, you know, the big thing for me is showing really what SG have actually got to offer up. They, for me, are a side who, you know, we even caught them in the regular season play some really nice crossfire. They were able to put up decent showings, but yes, they wasn't a good one. This is much better. They look very clean out the gates.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting that, you know, for Swamp, they actually went with this map pick, because, again, when they played Aliens Army, they lost this one 10-4, so they're really just trying to, you know, reset that a little bit. They want to prove that they're a decent team on this, and like I said, so far so good, because you can see Fine Dining looking a little bit uncomfortable with this, just because Swamp Gaming, they're really putting their foot on the gas. The rubber's hitting the road. These guys are just kind of, you know, trying to send it. They're just trying to get this thing done. They want to get to that grand final quickly, because these 2 rounds have been quick, man. Like, these have been send it, who cares, YOLO swag, like, I don't know, whatever the kids say, but damn, like, these guys they're not messing around right now.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, this is good. I mean, for Fine Dining, at times they sort of, I mean, at the very least, had these moments where they were great in that first kind of game of the day, but there was definitely issues and errors that arose at times, and, you know, you can't really afford to be sloppy against this SG side. They'll punish you. Like this. Hunt can get 1, but he, running away, will not be able to get the second.
Yeah, and finally now we're starting to see Spark. You know, he's actually had himself a decent game a little bit earlier on. Like he was like, I wouldn't say he was one of the players where he was like the top fragger, but he was definitely one of those players that put in some decent numbers, like even finishing Mexico with a 1.23 and his kill ratio is I think the second highest on the team, right behind Alvin. So
Okay.
we love to see it for fine dining fans. But not loving what we're seeing here from Swamp in the sense of, you know, the C4 is in their control, if you want to call it that, just because it's in the back and mid, but it's not like fine dining or, you know, camping on it. But they could get this free A site. But again, when you have that A site, then they're going to have to do something big. That post plant's going to be so important, right? Because the numbers are just completely against them.
It's true. 55 seconds. And it's 2 versus 4. Tough predicament. I don't know where or what we do at the moment. At the very least, though, C4 is going to go down, and they are going to get a little bit of room to maybe isolate fights. And Famous will do exactly that. I mean, if anyone's going to make a difference, Famous would definitely be up there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Famous. I love that play, though. Like, of course, it's a little bit risky leaving your teammate to go for the plant, but you can see that fine dining, we're playing that retake. So now things are getting interesting.
no.
Oh, God, Famous. No way does he do this. He could have everything done for himself, but no. Oh, no. He lets it slip away through the cracks. He could have just changed that round entirely, but it comes a little bit too short, and fine dining get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, honestly, he had a real decent moment there. I just think, unfortunately, you know, going through that smoke, he had no idea there was one on that close left. You know, it has to be said, in a 2 versus 4, to even make that a possibility, to even get to the point of being that close, it's not bad. Not bad at all. So shows that SG, no matter the scenario or situation, are still so scary.
Yeah, it's no doubt. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, when you go through a smoke like that, you really don't know. You're going in blind, so it just sucks. Because if you would have went left, you might have been able to reposition properly. But look, the positioning from Spark. Oh, man. It's a bit of a labored spray, but at least he can find himself a kill. But it's just not going to matter at all. It doesn't really mean too much here because the casualty of Famous just means that now they got themselves in the site. They're going to get the plant down right away, leaving it for KXN and Alvin now on the retake. And even for Hunt to be able to get that spray through in the smoke. Yeah, this is pretty much the writing on the wall for this round, unless KXN can be an architect here and rewrite something, but I'm not liking these odds.
I'm with you. KXN. Just left cleared. Oh, does get one. Nice little tap, but yeah, he never had a chance. He would have had to isolate fights without taking any damage in any of those scenarios to even make it remotely possible. And, well, wasn't to be. 3-1. SG. Still, despite losing a round, they look absolutely like the clean side out the gates. And fine dining, there is gaps in that armor. We haven't seen it so far. You know, still yet to drop a map in the lower bracket, but Swamp Gaming are a different beast.
And this is what I wanted to see, right? I mean, we were really putting a lot of criticism against them because I think there's a lot of fans that are watching right now. They're all excited to see, you know, Swamp Gaming. Every team has said, who's the team to beat? It's Swamp. Like everybody essentially said. I think there was one team that got interviewed that said Aliens Army, right?
Yeah.
So it's like there's definitely like the recognition that Swamp are definitely the, you know, the top tier in the NA region, but like just yesterday, it was nothing at all. And even Kai's just gets outclassed for the but this is good from fine dining. They're really starting to push back on H2S. Oh, God. Oh, he's going to get caught in the spray. And that's a good reaction here from Swamp.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. 4 versus 4. 1 minute 10 to work with. And again, no real decision being made just yet. Waiting for an opportunity to arise. But I'll take a couple of taps as well. But a lot spotted behind this. Under a bit of pressure here as well. Great flash and Spark backside. Just had to tuck his head.
Yeah, this is a tough position. I like this angle from Blossom, but again, it's never easy. Oh, and look at the two of them combined. They just shut it down. You gotta love it. Fine dining. I was thinking it was maybe gonna catch them off guard with just that micro detail of the positioning, but they react perfectly to it. And that player being on the green box, just on the right-hand side there, Blossom's POV, that's such a strong position, right? We talked a lot about that in Vietnam just because it's not spammable. You're not gonna get taken out. And if you can just stay alive in there and just kind of, you know, jiggle a little bit, it can make such a difference. And that was beautifully done from Fine Dining.
Yeah, expert stuff. And I think now as well, they do have these moments and opportunities where they can really flex their muscles a little bit. And if we get to see it, potentially it will change bits of the narrative in this game. You know, I think definitely for me, I came in pretty heavy on Swamp Gaming just because I know what they can bring to the table. It's just the thing that we didn't see it yesterday. But at the same time, you can never underestimate this Fine Dining side because the upsets they've been bringing across. Kai's for a double, though, is big. Alvin will answer back, so it keeps the numbers level.
Yeah, and this is, you know, for me, if I was going to look at somebody to really step up, I was really hoping to see, you know, Kai's putting himself in better numbers just because what we saw from CFWL is he can be a good playmaker. So for him to be able to kind of step things up a little bit from yesterday is already good to see. Yes, I know he's like 4-4, but I think some of the impact kills that he's been having so far in these 5 rounds that have already happened is already looking pretty decent, I should say, sorry. But even Hunt has put himself in way better positioning here as well. Like, he had himself a really quiet day, but we'll have to see if he can do something big. GZY now, the one player remaining on the 1-on-2, but he's got a player on his tail. Does he know this? Does he expect this? Does the Spidey senses tingle? And yes, it does. Triple kill. And Swamp Gaming, they really want to get this thing done.
Yeah, that's a good round. And I think as well, this is a thing that kind of Swamp Gaming have up their sleeve where at times they can just brute force rounds in their favor. And I just think, unfortunately, finally don't have the firepower to kind of make things work for them. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Hunt up close. Actually, we'll get caught, but a nice trade going to come through from GZY.
Yeah, good aggression, though. KXN, you can see how far he's already pushed up. If you can get his POV, I was going to say maybe we could catch him and get this kill, but he does some good damage against Brando. Oh, my. Beautiful one-tap here from Famous. This is a Swamp Gaming we all wanted to see. Now these guys are really starting to cook. They're starting to get the shots landing perfectly. Their positioning looks a lot better. Everything seems to be, at the given moment, so much better than what we saw already yesterday. Like I said, new day, new dawn, and that's definitely the case right now for Swamp.
Okay. GZY. Making a bit of a move into Hotel just to catch anybody who's tempted by a flank. And, well, guys, gonna deliver. Spark probably in a bit of trouble here, but no, I speed too soon. Spark, he'll get one. He might get a second behind this as well. Cold pulled out. Spark gets 2, but yeah, unfortunately, too many angles to clear and yeah, not enough space to work with. So these bounce backs and these really good rounds out from SG just show how deep the kind of bag goes for this side. And I mean, just how much depth they've got as a roster.
Yeah, and it makes a huge difference, like we said, because yesterday was just, I know I'm really harping on him, but again, like nobody was really playing that well. Like I think it was Famous that put himself in, you know, the 1.22 or 1.18. Now we're starting to see everybody contributing. This is what I always, you know, really talk about. Like this right here, the double kill from GZY. That was somebody that was very quiet yesterday. He had himself 2 quiet games, not the best day in the office for him, or the first map, I should say. Now it's already looking a lot better. So Swamp Gaming, like we said, they're coming back with a vengeance. They want to get this thing back into the grand final because they're probably mad they're even here. And, you know, they probably are wondering, like, how on earth are we in the lower bracket? So this is kind of becoming a little bit of a slaughter.
Yeah, it's true. SG, they are making this look like... I think as well for SG, they really want to push it towards that final just to get revenge, right? I think they're probably, more than anybody, saying that was not the showing that we've got. That was not the sort of performance that we can bring to the table. We're usually a lot better than that. And I think they want to try and put the pressure on towards Aliens Army. And, of course, the opportunity to go to LAN, right? Go to the grand finals and represent North America.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, and that's the thing, too, because, like, whatever team can make it through, I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of practice needed. And, again, like, it's hard to say, well, wait until that point. But like you said, it is an opportunity to represent, you know, North America as a whole. But that competition is going to be... you know, 10 times harder than what this is right now. So that's where I'm wondering, you know, how fast Swamp, you know, if they can get this job done, like how dominant can they do this? Because so far, I mean, if they can end this half with even just a little bit more, like this would just be a great boost for them going on that defense. Cause they like playing defense, right? The GR side does seem to kind of be typically their name of the game.
That's true. All right. Well, Alvin. Line up close. Again, not a huge amount to work with just yet. Slow. A minute left on the clock. I mean, 5v5, so we've got plenty of bodies to work with, but this is a big fight. Alvin needs to be kind of careful. GZY is already wrapped kind of in the back line. Blossom's got the right idea, and he will actually get his kill. Hondo, one of his own. Spark going to answer back as Brando comes alive as well. Up close, not good enough. Blossom couldn't double it down.
No, they couldn't, but like, look at Hunt. He's still just becoming the hunter, and now really just changing around. Top ranking on this team with 10 kills. Just trying to get things closed up a little bit here. KXN, blind, just stuck in the corner. But you still have 2 wounded players here, so this is not the worst situation in the world for KXN, but time is ticking, and Kai's is saying, you know what? No, there's not much time to work with, because that's going to be a 7-2 half, and honestly, for Swamp Gaming, it was looking a little bit slow in the beginning. Like, they were trying to be fast, but then, you know, they really just started to get the pieces to connect nicely, and going into 7-2 on their defense, this is beautiful.
Yeah, pretty dominant stuff. And it goes without saying. Hunt. Gonna play just in front of that smoke as well. I do like this. Good spot for him. Good for one. Looks for a second as well. And actually doesn't need to overextend. He's done so much damage towards Spark. And he might want to stick around for a bit of a fight, and he'll get it. Brilliant double from Hunt. And he dips away. That's a perfect control over towards Hotel.
I just can't believe how different they look. Like, again, I know I keep repeating it, but it's just, I'm in so much awe, because they really are just kind of, it feels like they're just essentially bullying these guys.
Yeah.
Like, they're just going for these big fights. It's not even like careless fights too, right? Like that to me would have been different. Like if they were just kind of like running mid and hoping to get all these duels. Like, they're still doing the right plays, but this is a really nice play from H2S. Like, the fact that he's been able to slip like this, and if he can find Brando, that would be even better, but unfortunately it's not. But these trades are looking not too bad right now for Fine Dining, but are they going to expect GZY in this position and his teammate Famous?
It's true.
Oh God, I don't think so.
Oh, hang on. Famous. Gets caught. GZY. At least get one of his own as well. I mean, look how low KXN is. At the very least, though, he knows he's got a free B bomb site, so a plant could come down, but this is just who can just see the other one first. One tag either way, and that's the round done.
Yeah, and I was going to say KXN only has 1 bullet in the chamber, too, so that's why you see the Colt out. Oh, man. Okay, he's going to have the time for the reload. Yeah, but, oh, man. This might be good. I was thinking maybe, but KXN has already done such a good job just finding a lot of map control. This was a really good play. Like you said, it was all about who's going to see who first. But I love that we see KXN get the plant down, running into a hotel right away, just clearing up everything. He's just getting so much information just to go, okay, there's only one area that this person should be coming from. So that it is the picture perfect play when you're playing the Blacklist side with that post plant.
All right. 7-3. So 3 more rounds is all that SG needs to take this first map and take it effectively as well. And if they're able to do so. I don't know, man.
Look at how slow it is.
I feel worried for Fine Dining, because I think this, you know, if you get kind of battered in towards this first map, which they've had good success on, I think this can really affect the mental.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, even this scoreline right now, like the mental for Fine Dining is, you know, you got to be able to just kind of ignore it. You got to play it round by round, right? But like we said, you know, there's a lot of pressure when you're getting closer to that map point too, because it's just like the mental block essentially it can be. So, but we'll see if Swamp Gaming, they're not there yet, but definitely getting closer and closer to succeeding on that. But this round has really taken a bit of a pause on it, surprisingly, actually. Fine Dining really hesitant on what they want to do. So it does make me wonder if things are getting a little bit nervous here for their side.
All right. Up close. Spark. We'll get one on towards Brando. Blossom as well, trying to make a bit of a move as well. Alvin waiting for his chance. Pop shot, unfortunately, doesn't connect. Still a bit of space here as this round kind of feels like it could go either way. I mean, they're grouping up, 4 of them, making their way over. GZY got the right idea. If you can just get one here and fall away, that'd be huge. Dropping down, that's probably not what you wanted, because actually his Fame is very exposed.
Oh man, and even Blossom regressing into main. Now Kai's a 1-on-2. Oh my, Kai's. And he just drops down. He thought he might have been able to find a, kill from above, but unfortunately in the 1v1, it's Blossom that, was able to find themselves this fourth round, which was much needed, but right down to the 1v1. But look, Fine Dining, they're going to take anything they can get.
Yeah, no, they are. Maybe a little bit closer than they would have wanted, but all in all, a round is a round. So for Fine Dining, chipping away at this deficit a little bit. I mean, they are doing it on what is as we know, the easier side, the BL side. So they're making things look okay at the moment. The question is, though, it's about consistency more than anything. It still has felt very much like this is sort of SG's game to lose. And they have very little want, of course, to lose right now. They're starting to want that revenge against Alien's army. They want the chance to get revenge against them. Pop shot, Alvin for one. Kaiser answer back.
Yeah, good trades back and forth. The Alms are just getting good connections right now, but so with this 4-4, you can see the Blossoms by themselves in Hotel, and actually that's Hunt that's actually going to poke and prod a little bit here. Doesn't get taken out, and surprisingly doesn't take too much damage. And is going to reposition themselves. Oh, this is a nice reposition. Oh, no way. Blossom should never expect this. Surely, there it is. Hunt. Love that detail. Love that movement. But again, we're just going right back and forth. Like, nobody seems to put themselves in a man advantage for that long. And even now, Famous, he's just kind of playing on the ramp by himself. He drops the C4 carrier, but he's got two more players to go against, and he's not done yet here, Nao. He's still trying everything in his power.
Yeah, Jizzy White. He's up close. Hunt for one, and Jizzy White will close it. Good work. He was just sitting in that corner, waiting for exactly that opportunity. It comes and he takes it. Simple. That's all you can ask of him. So another showing where just when it feels like there's an opportunity maybe to work with, SG ever closer to taking this map. And I mean, you got to say deservedly so as well. Unfortunately, it's the first time we've seen so far at the very least that Fine Dining have been a side on the back foot and have not looked as comfortable as they once did.
Yeah, this confidence is kind of getting a little bit shaky, but maybe not for Kai's right now because he's getting himself this double kill and now even Hunt. Okay, I was thinking the confidence maybe a little shaky here for SG, maybe, but not looking like it at all. I was thinking, Fine Dining, definitely that is part of their conversation. I was thinking Swamp maybe just because of how slow these rounds have been going, but yeah, no, they're just playing it a little bit more methodical. Like we said, this is where they are trying to make sure they can get all these kills, and actually a couple bodies overexposed here, but look at how well SG's put themselves onto the C4. Now leaving him for H2S, he has to do something big. Look at what he has to go against. This would not be a fun situation to be in right now, I'll tell you that.
No, I think it's safe to say this one's probably not getting off the ground here. A shot though, for a second. Oh, hang on, gets a second as well. It's all down to Kai. So Kai's got a sniper, can opt for the Colt till he jumps on that corner. And he'll get it. Oh my, for a moment, that felt uncomfortable. And thankfully, he's not given the luxury of just pulling off what would have been an absolutely miraculous 1 versus 3. Still, SG within one now. I don't know about you, man, but this one does feel like it's on its last legs.
Yeah, and I definitely agree, because I mean, we're at the map point here, but this is the thing where the SG has to be really careful, because now they're starting to do this play where they're just, again, being really aggressive, and it's costing them, so now they're in a deficit. This is now where we see a good lead here for Fine Dining, and now it's a question of Swamp Gaming are going to be able to, bring it back. And no, I mean GZY, he gets taken out early too, so now Kai's has to go in the 1-on-3 to win the game.
Yeah, I think it's probably safe to say this one's not going to get off the ground here. I mean, I say that though, he's got a very nice gap, a really nice gap, and look at it. Look at the second, opts for the pistol, jumps up, missed shot. If he could have hit that, that could have been something. But second time of asking, not to be. Always seems to be the case. We get map point, and then the team that are on the back foot find a little bit of form.
Yeah, and honestly, that I think that stat still, like when a team hits the 9th point for map point, like they never can convert the following round. Like it always seems to be the other team that's able to bounce back. Like I swear we're like, it's like 0-8 right now. Like every team hasn't been able to do this. It's just madness.
I'll flash over. Try and get up close here as well. GZY sitting backside. Doesn't really have the support. Kai's He'll get one. GCY gets one as well. That's all you need to do, in all fairness. Get his one. Any damage off the back of it is just sort of consolation. It maybe helps out a little bit, but it's not exactly what we're looking towards. Numbers, advantage over towards SG. This is the spot they want to find themselves in.
Yeah, it really is, because again, like, they have the number advantage. So this retake, if they can play this right, like right now, you can see Famous is kind of by himself in A main, so he's just clearing everything up. But if he can be able to just cause any sort of distraction like that, this now is going to be even more of an opening for them to just kind of pry through the door. And that's what they're going to do. So now Alvin and KXN, oh god, they have a lot of work cut out for them. But now Alvin has to do something big here with a 1-on-2, but I don't think it's going to be done. And there we go. Swamp should have enough time to get this defuse. It's going to be pretty decently close, but yes, they will. Whoo-wee. Okay,
my.
it's going to be a 10-5 for Swamp.
Yeah, for a moment it felt like it might have actually gone to another round, but in the end it isn't to be. So credit to Swamp. I think it's safe to say from the absolute get-go, there wasn't really too much of a conversation there. They were the better side. They played considerably better from the get-go, and you could just see that aggression that made them, you know, a CFWL side, you know, why they are seen as arguably the best team in North America. Yes, we didn't get to see it yesterday, but that is much better. They don't really take any prisoners. They don't pull any punches. And unfortunately for Fine Dining, they've got a really good run up until this point, right? 2 games in the lower bracket, which have looked, you know, fantastic so far. But that one is not the map you want to see. First time we've seen them drop a map, and yeah, I mean, they never really could get going.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up, because I was thinking the same thing. Is like for Fine Dining, they have been technically undefeated in their lower bracket of them not losing a map, but now losing a map to a team like Swamp is not really a bad thing. You shouldn't take that as like a big loss. Like, I mean, they are probably the team to beat in this entire tournament. So right now, I mean, the biggest piece of this is now how well they can bounce back, because the second map is going to be for Black Widow. I believe that's going to be the first time we've seen this here for the qualifier, because we pretty much have seen most maps except for, like, I think Black Widow and Subbase, like we talked about. So I'm curious what Fine Dining have in store for this map, because I mean, Swamp Gaming have played it a lot on CFWL. Not like it weren't their way, but I mean, at the same time, they got some reps in there.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think for Fine Dining, that could even be one thing that I really look towards in terms of this entire qualifier, right? You know, they aren't seen as one of the top sides. Alien's Army are arguably kind of, you know, the best challengers we've had to the throne, maybe from North America, if we consider Swamp Gaming to be the best. And, you know, unfortunately, Fine Dining, you know, third place is one thing, but I don't think they have that ability to be able to compete with Alien's Army, and at the moment we're seeing that. It's pretty evident with this SG kind of roundup. It wasn't a good showing, right, by any means. They really looked all over the place, and I think unfortunately for Fine Dining, they've got to have a pretty big conversation in the next, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, and say, right, we've got to find ways to really slow things down and to play it more to our tempo, because we're completely falling for every trap that they've kind of, you know, thrown at us so far, and we're not really finding any advantages.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, it's, you know, I know we keep kind of saying about them not looking good yesterday, but it's just so important, because when you're like the top echelon team, like the team to beat, like everybody's saying, yeah, the biggest competition is going to be Swamp, and the fact that they really didn't look that great yesterday, but, you know, on the other side of the coin, not taking anything away from AA the way they played, but you know, Swamp really did look like an amateur team yesterday. Like let's just be honest. There was like 3 players that barely could get like a 0.5 KD rating. Nobody looked like their positioning was right. All the communication just seemed messy. It was just very messy, but that's not the case here, right? I mean, this was a really good game, and honestly, I love this graphic just because, like I said, Hunt had himself a really cold day yesterday, but for him to put himself in these kind of overall stats in this first game, I love to see things like this, because it's a good way to bounce back from such a poor first day to doing so much better in the second day.
Yeah, no, it has to be said, he was really poor yesterday. You know, you hate to say it, but it is actually the truth, and I'm sure, you know, he's kind of competitive enough to kind of admit that yesterday was not the showing that he wanted. However, that is much better. He was very great, good in terms of these opening kills, very good at finding a lot of success in terms of just his own individual ability, and he just never did anything too audacious, which is good, right? He's always one of those players that when you see him playing like that, find a kill, fall away, don't give the advantage back over, play the numbers game. It's calm, it's composed, and having a player like that who's quite consistent in that sense, I think is exactly what you want to see. So impressive stuff all in all. We're going to first one to a little break before we get underway and towards map number 2. So sit tight. See you soon.
Okay, welcome back. It was a short break like we promised, but we're ready to go almost for the second map here in the lower bracket run to see who is going to be able to book their ticket in the sense of the grand final to play AA. So we'll have to wait and see, but any thoughts right now, Neo? Like, I know we talked a lot about the first map. We're going into Black Widow. Anything else that you kind of been digesting a little bit since we've kind of been going through that process?
It just doesn't really seem like much of a competition at the moment, I think, is the issue. Fine Dining really felt like they've kind of hit their limit, unfortunately, and yeah, I mean, right now, not so good. So at the moment, I'm leaning pretty heavily in favor of SG, and we'll see whether that is the case. Already, Fine Dining find themselves down to 3. Not what they want.
No, not at all. I mean, again, like I think the one thing I like about this though, from FD, like even though it's not looking good yet, I like the idea of like putting a triple player down long, just trying to really get that long A control, fighting for the presence, having somebody in like, you know, terrace essentially, or like in the long hut. But I mean, it didn't work out. Swamp Gaming, they like you said, they played this so many times, and that's the thing about them, is that despite them not having the best win record on this map, maybe against, you know, CFWL teams, they still have the experience. So there's a lot more that they can elevate their game from. But look, I mean, that duel from Alvin, that's going to bring it to a 3-3, which isn't a bad thing, because right now Spark's kind of the one player that's a bit of a hybrid anchor for this B site. They might just be playing full retake, which I don't know if I love this idea personally, but it's an idea.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. I think something's got to change a little bit. The question is now, though, for me, SG, what's the idea of how they're going to crack open this site? 2 players here to meet them. They're going to tuck their head as they aren't fully committing to the contact just yet. First fight on this corner, Spark should get cleared. You'd hope. You would really hope, but he hasn't been just yet. They've actually silently made their way out. It's a contact play, and it actually works out beautifully. Both angles cleared effectively, and Hunt actually can cut off rotations too.
Man, that is such a sick move from SG. Like, I love that they just essentially just go into the site dry. Like, they just do nothing. You sometimes see that, but again, like, that was crazy, because there was 2 players ready to go, and I was like, okay, SG might be walking into a little bit of a bear trap, but I mean, they just skirted around this situation, and now, I mean, they're putting themselves in a great post-plant situation here, and Alvin does have some utility to use, but now has to find 2 separate duels. Not going to go for the utility, does a little bit of damage against Hunt, but all right, SG, they're going to be able to pick up the first opening round, and honestly, very impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, good work. I mean, honestly, that was kind of one of those showings where for SG, it basically felt won from the get-go. It did get a little closer than they probably would have wanted to, but all in all, round is a round. Kais, let's get traded back. That's a nice response there. It has to be said, from the secondary sniper.
Well, SG now regrouping, collecting their thoughts. Thinking they're going to go for the old B hit. Good smoke to go into middle doors, which still puts a little bit of a guessing game here for the defense. But, oh, okay, XN, I was thinking maybe this might be a problem, but now the double swing, H2S, he's actually still going to reaggress. I don't know how he wins that fight on that kind of an angle, but he does. Nicely done from Fine Dining. We were saying that maybe the pulse is not looking so strong for these guys, but so far it's beaten all right.
Yeah, no, it has. Famous. Oh, we just get tagged. I'm going to say, I felt like he might get spotted there, and he does, and he's actually quite lucky to escape with his life intact. He won't be for much longer. Down he goes. Down goes the C4. So, Fine Dining going to respond well. Actually, credit to them. In all fairness, for a moment, it felt like things might kind of slip back in their favor where they can isolate fights once further, but good work. Good, I think, re-aggression towards mid too. Don't allow them the luxury of a free rotate.
Yeah, I like this too. And actually, Fine Dining, they're putting all their attention in towards middle, so they're going to have the double players in A going to go towards Cat, which they were kind of expecting for SG maybe to, you know, a little bit cheeky on this, but I like this idea from them. It gives up long A, but I mean, that's fine for the real estate. I'm going to be curious if Fine Dining, do you want to go for a bit of a swing on this? It kind of looks like they're toying with the idea, but they might pull back on this. Now they hear the guns kind of blasting. I think they can just kind of use that information, reposition themselves. And Swamp Gaming now, they're the ones that kind of have to refight for some information here too. They have the long A control, but I think this positioning now has just granted them a 3-2 split.
Yeah, it's true. All right, Blossom, nice find. Good work from him. Once again, we talk about making a bit of room for yourself as well, and that's where things could start to fall in their favor a little bit. Not the complete easiest spot. Spark needs to fall. If Spark doesn't fall this round, it's definitely still on for Fine Dining, and now they all start to drift into place. It's a really good crossfire from Fine Dining on the backside. Spark just staying alive to the stairs there has so much control over cutting rotations off. It's really well played, and yeah, unfortunately now, no chance here for Kai's.
Yeah, not looking good at all. And I mean, unless Kai's going to be able to do something crazy, make a big highlight for himself on a 1-on-3 with 3 players just on the other side of this wall, yeah, thinking this might be a Fine Dining round, but I mean, it is NA all the way, but nope, it's going to be a swing and a miss, and Fine Dining will get themselves back into a lead. So far, so good. I was kind of worried, like you said. I was thinking that might have been SG just putting themselves in a better position and being more the dominant force, but Fine Dining, I mean, again, this is their pick, and it's looking like the GR side is benefiting them not too badly right now.
It's true. It's true. He's looking pretty good. Oh, KXM. He's going to get caught there. Alvin, he was very close as well to catching a straight bullet. And speaking of straight bullet, that's actually what happened to Alvin. He peeks back in. Even before he's really realized what's happened, he's a dead man walking. Oh, spot. They get long control.
I'm kind of surprised how slow SG are playing, though. Like, I thought, again, like we saw on the first map, it was them just being so aggressive. And, and again, just like really trying to set a good tempo, which I really liked. It didn't necessarily mean they just rush every round, but I think it's just putting some good pressure. But they put a lot of respect in this map so far. And they're really giving it back for FD. And I kind of thought it'd be the opposite game plan. So very interesting, a little bit of a tactic from them. And ooh, Blossom, my God. Somehow still alive. Swamp Gaming now, they're not going to mess around. They're going to try to go for this, but Spark is going to spark up a double kill here. Maybe make it a triple. Why not? Yes, indeed. And now Fine Dining, once again, this game plan they're having is working very well. They put themselves in a comfortable 2-round lead.
Yeah, and especially considering as well where the opening fight was very successful for SG out towards long. I just think once they get that control, they just get a bit lost. I think more than anything, they don't have enough space to work with, and it drifts away. Work. Open it. KXN going to get caught with a quick shot from Kai's.
Okay, now they're going to make the decisive decision here, but H2S tries his best to get the spray down. Now Swamp Gaming finally get themselves a little bit more activated here with the rifle. So this is what we were kind of expecting, right? I mean, this is where Fine Dining were getting a little bit aggro in middle, but it does kind of, push back against them. But Swamp Gaming, thankfully were able to kind of finally hit their shots. That pick from Kai's was really, really nice. And there was another player in the mid ramp that was also trying to go for the fight as well. But I love that they just, again, make a simple decision, not too complicated of a take, and they do it very, very well.
All right. Nade over. Try and slow them down a little bit. They're going to try and get out here. And GGY going to be the one to get caught. Nice nade. Onto Hadouken. Will change things, but he will still get a shot nonetheless, despite being caught by the nade. Spots another as well. Brando just tucks his head just before things got a little awkward. All right. 2-3. With that advantage for Fine Dining, if they can make this round stick, it would be massive to once again extend the lead, and it's looking good.
Yeah, leaving this player in the smoke. Oh, I was going to say, I think that's Blossom, yeah. And he was just kind of slowly and surely just, walking in the smoke, a little bit of a smoke criminal. And all right. Well, honestly, this is taking a bit of a turn than I was expecting, right? Just because, again, Swamp, they looked really good. I felt like they did a good way to just kind of demolish the morale a little bit. But for Fine Dining, I love this, bit of a bounce back, right? I mean, this is where we were saying they were getting outclassed, and I don't think that's the case anymore. Like, I think their defense is really starting to show that, Swamp Gaming still have a lot of weaknesses in the armor, because right now, Alvin, he's been able to slice and dice 2 players already.
All right, moving up. GZ White gonna find Spark. At the very least, a bit of coverage to work with. Blossom actually in a bit of trouble here as well. He notices the world that somebody's out towards long, which could be putting a bit of pressure on him. But GZ White does a pretty bad job of cleaning up that fight. Thankfully, Hunt can, and Alvin's left with it all to do. He's had a decent start to this map so far, being the best player, or one of the best players over towards Fine Dining. His impact has been incredible, so 1 vs 2 would be huge, but Hunt, other ideas.
Yeah, and it's again like the arms that's really just finding a lot of good impact in that round from both sides, right? I mean, that's kind of the funny thing. It was actually, you know, SG to get the opening duel, and then you see Fine Dining find themselves another 2, but all right, Swamp Gaming, they persevere through a bit of a weird round when things were looking pretty grim, because Alvin just seems to be the Grim Reaper on this so far. I mean, he's put himself in an 8 and 5. He's top fragging with H2S right now. He's put a lot of good impact here with the sniper, but is it going to be enough? Can he be able to find a little bit more maybe? Because Swamp Gaming, again, in the deficit, and they've lost Famous.
All right, Hunt. Sort of bailed him out a little bit until that previous round. Might need it once more from him. Moving away forward, Hunt. He's got to get this kill until Alvin, and he actually just jiggle peeks around the corner, baits on a shot. So at the very least, information without really giving up too much, not even in terms of his health, is decent.
Yeah, and just like for him just kind of walk around and find these kills like this is it's so weird that Swamp are just allowing this to happen in a way, honestly. Like again, there's so much respect. They're playing this so slow, and yeah, this round's going to be over unless GZY can be able to come up big with a clutch. But again, look at the C4 positioning. With still a minute left, does find himself the double, but this is going to be an ace clutch that's required right now. But Alvin, once again, putting his impact onto the field. And now Fine Dining put themselves at a 5-3. And this, you know, the answer seems to be in the first half. It's just on plays all across the board.
Yeah, it is. It is really been that kind of telltale sign, but Fine Dining look great. Early part of this game, this first half, has been very solid from them. They can get a 6-3. Who knows what could happen? And it's not a bad start, but kills go back and forth, and it's still a 3 versus 3. Spamming the wood. The AK is not the best gun for it either. Doesn't have the best spam damage going for it. That's where you need the M4.
Yeah, with the plant going down though, 3 and 3. So now you can see actually some aggression from Famous. Oh, GZY. What just happened? He just died. Oh no, his body's giving up. Oh no, not in a moment like this. And now Kai's thankfully can get himself this little bit of a quick shot, but now Famous here on the 1-on-1. The guy's known. He's famous. He stays true to his name, maybe. And he's just gonna one tap Alvin's head away into another orbit. So 5-4 is going to be the case, but FD will have themselves a lead, but it's not very comfortable. But honestly, considering that they were in the deficit in the beginning, this is still a good amount of work that was done from them on the first half.
It's got to be said. I mean, 5-4, at least it's a bit of a kind of saving face, a tad, but do you feel like Fine Dining are in a pretty good spot? And credit to Spark, nice little double from him to kickstart things, but still, trades back and forth, numbers are kept level.
Yeah, and that C4 is all the way back in spawn too. So this is even really a confident decision right now from FD. So now let's get all the way picked up from Blossom. Now you see Alvin kind of just sitting in the middle of the smoke. Oh man, he just gets pulled right out of that smoke. They're on the gear, man. I'm just kidding, they're not. But obviously they're just in X-ray vision or something, but they just take him out. Now SG in a prime position here for the 3-on-1 in their advantage. And they're going to allow Blossom to even get this plant. Like, who cares? But they got the numbers, and if they play the system properly, with like they just play the buddy system, this should be their round, unless Blossom can just land the most unreal shots in this scenario.
Blossom's got to do something quite miraculous here. I really don't know if it's going to be the case. He's got plenty of time, which I guess is the good thing to work with, but generally speaking, I really don't know if even if he gets a C4 down, he pulls off a 1 versus 3. I feel like SG are just so so well tempered that they're going to be fine in the sense of playing this retake. 35 seconds, though. C4 down, and Blossom, what have you got for us?
Yeah, and again, this is good. He's being a bit active. He's not just kind of sitting in the middle of the site. He's trying to, you know, see if he can find any sort of an opening. Oh, this is going to be the wrong play, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just jumped to his own grave. Oh, boy. I thought he was going to play for the short control and, you know, just like clear that information, because even that post plant would have been really good, just because he could have been able to play a little bit of a, you know, quick angle and swing. But yeah, unfortunately, that was a lot of big thinking on that one, but it will be SG that seemed to solve that problem and get themselves right back into a tie game.
All right, SG. It does feel like on this GR side, that's where they can do, you know, a lot of their heavy lifting and a lot of their best work. And well, potentially, that could be the sign of things to come. Couple of taps around that corner. Again, a little awkward, but there's space to work with GZY, Famous, Brando, all combining. That is a shutdown, a massacre in the AK spam. We'll get one more just down to Blossom again. This time it's not a 1v3, it's a 1v5.
Yeah, not looking good at all. And okay, so now we're starting to see SG, you know, finally cooking up a little bit. The dish was warm, but now it seems like it could be a little bit more than warm, right? It's not ready for the meal, but it's getting there. We're still cooking a bit, but at least that round we see someone like Brando. He's able to find himself some good multi kills. SG now trying to fight for this long A control. They will not be successful. I was thinking Brando might have been able to just slip through this, but now it's Famous. Taparino here with the AK, still looking for a little bit more, and thankfully him and Kai's now really just again having a firing range now long, and you can see FD, both players split apart from each other, leaving it all down to Alvin by himself. So this round might be just kind of a bit of a wash. This might just be an attempt to get some duels maybe, but if he can get this kill against Famous, that could really allow him to run back and go for the C4. But again, he has to go against 3 different players to be able to find himself even a conversation to getting the C4 down. But I love this positioning right now from SG and Ooh. Famous. Why not? Just go for a swing.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, nothing to lose. It looks like we might have a bit of a second shot. We're going to come back to us ever so briefly. Maybe somebody has dropped out. We've had a couple of dropouts so far. Normally they're quick. They're kind of fixed pretty quickly, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It is looking like SG are getting a bit of a better understanding now about how to go about this. I feel like they're starting to develop what is a very strong GR side, and I think, you know, with kind of how these early rounds have gone, you can see them getting very proactive. They want to get up in the fight, in the face, and kind of fight up in towards you know the opposition. They don't want to allow Fine Dining to control too much of the tempo or the room, because that's where they do a lot of their best work. When they have map control, they're very good at kind of playing around it.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, that's what I was kind of saying. Like, it seems weird that there seems to be a lot of respect that was happening. Like, I thought that, you know, for SG, they were going to really just try to, you know, put a good staple into this and kind of close this case a little bit. But it seems like they're starting to figure it out a little bit more, but it still seems a bit more hesitant and not that confidence that I was kind of hoping for, that like what we saw in the first map. But it's slowly and surely the train's starting to move a little bit. But that's the same thing to say about Fine Dining. Is I'm glad to see that they're still really trying to fight to stay in this game, because again, if they can win this map, it would be the first time we see a 3-map series so far in the qualifier, but that also gives them one more chance to potentially live and, you know, play in that grand final, because this is a really, really important game. Yeah, no, exactly that. I think as well now this is where for SG, if they are using this as a bit of a warm-up, this is a pretty good spot for them to kind of get, you know, very confident. You know, Fine Dining are no kind of easy feat of a side, but they are making this for the most part look pretty comfortable. I think they still have the bulk of the momentum in their favor. That first half, they kept it scrappy, they kept it chaotic, which kind of works in their favor. So I think generally speaking, we're okay where we are at the moment. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting time. I think, you know, obviously we do have the tech pause. Not too sure how long it's going to be. I think, it's attack pause, I'm right in saying as well. So a bit of a conversation now going to be had. But yeah, I think all in all, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah, I know, definitely. And I think for FD to call the tactical is probably important, just because this game still is very, very close. And this is just giving a little bit more time for them to, again, polish whatever they need to, because like I said, everything has to be put out onto this. Like, everything has to be put in the server. You have to put the maximum effort in this situation, because whatever they were preserving for strats or whatever ideas, no, you got to do it now. Like this is about do or die for you to make it or break it so far in the qualifier. So, I mean, I would be interested to see what they're going to change up with their second half here, just because it still seems like a very slow paced game for the most part. And I mean, I think they can clean up a few gimmicks that are happening from SG.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I do feel like at the moment as well for the SG side, they've probably got to assume that, you know, AA are watching and are kind of, you know, they're probably starting to do a little bit of counter-stratting with the expectation that SG is going to be the side they're playing against. And I think obviously for them, it's about, you know, we spoke about that revenge arc, and it's sort of about getting used to trying to understand how to break down SG, and they've done it once already for AA, so I feel like they've got a pretty good chance of doing it heading in towards that maybe second time. But for the SG side, I think yesterday, like I've kind of mentioned a couple of times, it didn't really feel like just them at what they do best. It really felt like kind of where they just weren't quite awake. You know, it was pretty early in the morning, in all fairness, so it could have actually been quite literally the case. But we'll see. Either way, attack pause hopefully should be concluded in just a second, and we're back underway. So there we go.
Yeah, right back into it. So SG with this 2-round lead, like we said. So, I mean, again, for FD, this is going to be a really, really important round. Again, just to bringing it back a little bit closer and closer maybe. But they play with the idea that they're going to go for this long A control. And you can see how fast that SG kind of react to this. Like their defense, like all 4 players are grouped up in sight. They had the triple player set up on the catwalk. So they were ready for it. Like they were preparing for a full firefight and more of a passive, you know, composition. But FD used that as a little bit of fake. They were hoping to maybe, you know, just cause a little bit of disruption, but they're actually walking into a trap right now. So this is not good. This is not the best positioning maybe, because GZY in a prime position here needs to be able to find these kills, but actually gets caught a little bit. And I don't know how this works out, but FD, I mean, they pull through, and that triple kill from HDuis is massive to say the least, because I was thinking they were dead. I was thinking they were walking into a bit of a spiky trap, and now Hunt, maybe, I don't know how he gets away with this. A little bit of parkouring in the window, and now I can't even fathom what's happening right now.
Yeah, no, it's true. Alvin. Oh, missed shot. But then he actually, it felt like he could have punished Kai's there, and then sort of doesn't. Kai's even still doesn't really react. Oh, wow. All right, time ticking though. 14 seconds. They haven't got a lot of time here for Kai's, and yeah, he's going to get caught at the tail end. So, just like that. Off the back of the pause for called by Fine Dining as well. And yeah, works well for them. They make it a one-round game.
They really do. And yeah, like again, like it's just, you love to see when a team's able to run through a stack and they still are able to, you know, have some big frag. And then HDuis, you know, puts himself in the triple. That was everything you need. Like they needed somebody to be at a knight in shining armor, and there you go. So that's not a bad way to get themselves, you know, a 1-round differential in this game. But it's cost now this following round is, you know, KXN getting taken out right away. But look at that little bit of a cheeky angle from Alvin, gets himself on the wall. Hunt just gets removed. So we're right back to an equal situation. But is SG the ones that are going to be, you know, re-aggressing in mid, just trying to get a little bit antsy for this? But they're not getting it a bit over antsy, which I actually do like. Famous is kind of just, again, spotting things out. This is some decent intel, and you can see even FD, they're not even confident on a decision yet.
Yeah, it's true. Still, we wait. Okay. What's the idea so far? All goes very quiet, and now a bit of a chance to work with. She's going to get up close. Big swing. Not a good find, though. And Famous desperately trying to get both here. He's actually sort of been given the opportunities by Alvin. This Blossom at range is going to see it off.
Oh, man. And yeah, now Swamper getting a little bit desperate. You can see GZY's even still trying to put a little bit of pressure on this. And yeah, okay, it's going to work out. But now Blossom with the C4 should be able to get this plant, but actually drops underneath. Oh, man. Going to try to use this to catch GZY. This could be big, and I don't know if GZY hears this. He should be prepared. Oh, Blossom, you got to check. You got to check the corner on this. Oh, he's about to walk into a trap. This could be just a free kill for him, and indeed it will. So SG will keep a lead, but boy, oh boy, these rounds are right down to the wire.
Yeah, they're really uncomfortable, I think, at the moment. Very kind of scrappy and kind of back and forth, and in a way, it's not always what you want either, because it will lean in towards some of the advantages of SG where they can just fall off the back of their sort of mechanics, and that's something that does bail them out at times. And Now 2 rounds away from taking the series in their favor and booking their spot in towards that grand final. Getting ever closer.
Yeah, good aggression from SG. So they haven't done this before. So they've actually pushed into water. I really like this place. And now they have a really strong position on this. GZY, like has to be quiet as a mouse in the corner here. And I was thinking Brando, I wouldn't mind him to be a little bit aggro. It could be obvious though if he's still kind of swinging. So he has to be a little bit careful, because if GZY goes for a firefight, that's when he's supposed to swing, right? But now they read him. Now they know he's here. So Brando, oh man, he's not able to find a shot at all. He gets some bullets, but they just go out into nowhere. And now Kais does get the C4 carrier, but I don't know if this is going to be enough, because it's a 1-on-5. He has to be able to find multi-kills. Ain't going to happen. So a 1-round differential. Here we go.
All right. This is a game that continues to stay at least into a spot at the moment which is hard to predict. I really do feel at the moment that it's a bit of an awkward spot where SG, they've had opportunities to maybe kind of make this fall in their favor, but they're not quite capitalizing upon it. Blossom, nice find, and actually many kills going the way of Fine Danny, but look how much damage has been dealt.
Yeah, man, and this is, again, right back into a situation where there's a huge potential for this to be back to a tie game. Okay, guys, I don't know how he gets that duel, but he does. And now a 2-2, but look at the HP. The HP is very low. These guys are wounded. So, again, one shot from anything, and they're dead. So that's the thing, too. And you can see FD are just taking it very slow. They need to get the timing right on this. And they do get across, and Alvin actually does find Kais with that last second to get that into connection. Now GZY. Oh boy, this is not easy to do. 17 HP. Everybody's low. Everybody's a one-shot. And now he has to be able to find essentially 2 bullets to make a connection against 2 different players. Now he's creeping himself through. H2S does give himself up a bit here. I don't know why he's over peaking this. You can see the aggression here from Alvin. He's ready to go in the long A, but is he going to be able to find this shot? He has to be able to hit the connection here. Otherwise, this could be all over, and he's just going to stick to this fuse. Oh, my.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. It's going to be a ninja.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, I don't really blame him in that sense, right? Because he doesn't need to, tempt fate with a fight. It's actually one of the best things he can do. It's probably slightly unexpected. Well, now, of course, the music starts to play. So you know what that means. Map and series point for SG. 1 away from the grand final.
Yeah, the music's playing, so now we'll see if SG can get it done when the moment strikes on map and series point to get it done, or FD can be able to bring things back to an overtime. Like we said, we haven't been in an overtime situation at all yet. Now FD, they're going to go for the fine dining here on Catwalk. They're going to be able to see if they can just put their bodies to work on this, triple player onto this, leaving it just here for GZY playing on the lower ramp. But it's all come down to this. Swamp Gaming need to be able to find at least 1 or 2 kills just to kind of stunt this. A good flash, though, so that's going to push these defending players back. The Fine Dining, a little bit of hesitation on this, but Alvin, he swings, and he's going to be able to start the opening duel.
Yeah, good stuff. GZY falls. Does feel like it gives a bit of an opportunity. Still, though, plenty of time to work with. Kais, he's going to just dip away. He's actually the right call. He's rotating back over. C4 down, though, and now, of course, that clock put above the head of SG. It's a tough predicament. Stu's holding for that flank going to come through as well. Alvin probably going to be one of the first contacts alongside Blossom. Sparking towards window. Gotta go huge, but Famous going to catch you, and that's going to start to change things. Now they can find gaps in the armor as Kais also gets one of his own bit by bit. They're actually just going to stick it as well. They know they've got space to work with. Coming in, it's too little, too late. SG find the map, find the series, and it's back-to-back ninja diffusers as well, just to make it even funnier.
I know, that's why I'm trying to pick up my jaw a little bit. I'm like, how on earth are we in a situation where it's 2 ninja diffuses? Like the first one, and then you're kicking yourself if you're fine dining, and then it happens again. So, I mean, okay, that's going to work. And SG, they keep themselves in this. Now they're back into a rematch with Aliens Army, but I got to give it to Fine Dining. Honestly, I really was impressed with the way they played for a team that was already in the lower bracket. to go this far and to honestly, this easily could have been a 3-map series. The way they played, like Swamp Gaming got tested again, and I got to give it to Swamp Gaming to be able to push through that, because that was something they were not successful with at all yesterday, but at least they could get the job done when it matters most.
Yeah, exactly that. So it sets up for this really interesting rematch coming through. Obviously, we would expect that Aliens Army sort of would have been watching, and you sort of know what to expect and coming up sort of against Swamp Gaming, because there's a lot of tape of them. Obviously, they played within the CrossFire West League, and we also did see, you know, just to kind of rehash a point that we spoke a little bit about yesterday, where Swamp Gaming were talking about, oh, we're not really worried about anybody in this qualifier. We're already looking internationally. We're already looking towards preparing for the global stage, where Aliens Army was saying Swamp Gaming are our main point, but we have to focus on them. We have been focusing on them. So, you know, we were saying the saying of don't count your chickens before they hatch, right? And this is the thing now for Swamp Gaming. They've got to make sure that they can back up all this fighting talk and saying, oh, nobody's really a threat to us here in North America. Aliens Army shouldn't be too much of an issue, is more or less the kind of the vibe they were giving off. So, I mean, now they're going to prove it. First time out didn't go well. Second time, no more room for error. It's just one more best 3 to decide who is representing North America.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? I mean, this is the thing, because for anybody that's not aware, I think you talked about this a little bit earlier, but it is the reminder is when we go to this grand final, it is a best of 5. So that's a different format than it is the BO3. And then the winner of that does book themselves into the grand finals at China. So that is the thing. You are the North America representative, like you talked about. It's very important to see, because I think the mentality that we saw from the interview of Aliens Army, I loved it, because they weren't overstepping. They weren't kind of looking too far in the future. They, like you said, they're kind of staying in the moment. They're realizing, you know what, let's take the competition for what it is here. We'll see what happens. And then if we make it, we make it. And then we're going to prep that way. And whereas other teams, there was a little bit of an ego and, you know, just kind of overlooking the competition entirely, where I think that was a huge mistake, and it definitely kind of, you know, bit them in the behind a little bit.
Yes, exactly that. But, you know, credit to SG as well. I mean, yesterday wasn't a good showing from them. Better to see them now taking a lot of, you know, onus in some of these maps and a lot of control. The question I want to see now is, can they kind of back it up? Obviously, you know, there's another argument that we sort of spoke about a little bit yesterday of, are you better off sitting in the wings and watching a game and having a little bit more time to prep, or are you better off playing a game and being sort of warmed up in that sense? You know, there's going to be in between when that game finishes until the next game starts, you know, a bit of a break, at least enough of a break to kind of, I guess, get, you know, catch your breath and kind of stand up, get a bit of water and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like at least for SG, they are going to be warmed up going into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the funny thing, because I think any person can have their own opinion about that. But I think, in my opinion, I feel like this series for Swamp is probably a good thing, just because it will keep them a bit warm.
Yeah.
Whereas normally I would say, like, it could exert a lot of energy, and then when you're going into a grand final, it puts you in a disadvantage in some degree. So I think for Swamp, though, this was the only map that really felt like a bit of a challenge for them, where they really had to put a lot more effort into it. Not to say they didn't in the first, but this one clearly was a close encounter where they could have lost it. So yeah. I think with this little bit of a break, it won't be too long, but they will have a little bit of time to, again, just kind of cool off, do what they need to do. So I think for Aliens Army, though, like, I would imagine one of the players, if, you know, one or two of the players probably was watching the game again, just to make some quick notes, just to see any quick little things they need to take away from this, because the preparation time and the turnaround anti-stratting is so low. So for them just to take anything they can at all, that's going to be beneficial for them to, you know, retain the reason why they're in the grand final.
Yeah, exactly that. So all in all, I'm impressed. You know, run through these highlights as well, and you can just see at times how back and forth things were at one point, but all that really matters is, do we get to see kind of what SG have got on offer and how actually good they can be? And the answer was yes. So here's the scoreboard at the tail end at 1.55 for Famous, showcasing why he is such a big name in the North American scene. Kai's looked really good as well with that sniper. On the other side, Alvin, great performance out from him once again, right? He's looked great all tournament long, but unfortunately it wasn't enough in this sense. It's a 10-7 in that final map. So, you know, a kind of a case of close but no cigar, but, you know, credit to him at the very least. Alvin looked really, really good. But 10-5, 10-7 is how the series goes. 2-0 Swamp Gaming. Great performance.
It is a great performance. I mean, and you know, and like I said, I always hate kind of pinpointing on players that don't perform as well, but like, I guess for me, like, this moment of when you have players at this high a level of competition,
Yeah.
like they're pretty normal to bounce back, or they can, like they've been through a lot of these adversities. But someone like Brando is very well experienced. Like he is somebody that's been around in multiple different titles. He's been here for a long time in Crossfire. I want to see him play a little bit better, because even just him to finish that second map with a 0.38 and his kill ratio is like a 0.29, these are not really good numbers, but at least his team was able to kind of push through that to get themselves the 10-7 victory. But Famous plays himself a lot better, as you can see on that graphic there. But like I said, I really do want to see Brando kind of picking it up a little bit more, because everybody seems like they've been able to do that so far.
It's very true. It's very, very true indeed. Well, that sets it up for that grand final, doesn't it? Aliens Army taking on Swamp Gaming. They already played in the upper bracket finals, and Aliens Army took that, honestly, pretty swiftly, 2-0. So the questions arise now of, can Swamp Gaming in the rematch find a little bit of form, or is it going to be sort of too little too late? And unfortunately for them, they kind of met their match. We'll have to see, but I'm very interested to see how the different approach comes through from Swamp Gaming, because yesterday they never really got going. But I said it once, to say it again, it really did feel like that just wasn't the showing we usually get out for them. I feel like they do normally look a lot better than that, so we're gonna have to see whether that is the case there. But for now, we're gonna throw this one to a break. Sit tight, ladies and gents. Grand final coming up soon. Alrighty, welcome back. It's grand final time where we're getting things prepared for our best of 5 here to see who is going to be representing North America heading on towards the international stage. These two sides have already played once yesterday, and it was, honestly, in all fairness, a pretty easy game coming through for Aliens Army. They look fantastic all the way throughout. The question is now, Swamp Gaming, who look considerably better today already, more alive, more awake, crisp in terms of their individuals. Is it going to be the same story? Yesterday, it really felt like they just didn't show up. Today, they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like Aliens Army did a really good job to get themselves a little bit of a shorter amount of game time here for the qualifier. So they've been kind of sitting in the wings waiting for this, lower bracket run. And now we're finally here, like you said. But I think the biggest question is really, again, like if these games have been beneficial for Swamp Gaming or if it's going to be the negative effect, right? Because as you can see with the bracket, Aliens Army had the 2-0, which was really convincing on the first. Then playing Swamp Gaming, which we thought was going to be a 3-map series, that was also a sweep. So, and let's not forget, those were 2 10-4 games. So that's the thing where, Aliens Army need to warm up, need to be able to see what Swamp Gaming's been doing. But this is definitely going to be, I think, a good bar burner just because Swamp Gaming have a lot to prove here, because you could tell they were mad. You could tell they were frustrated they were in the lower bracket. Yeah,
no, exactly that. I think as well for Swamp Gaming, they realize they are regarded as probably, at least the main name within sort of North America, and obviously for them, one of those showings where they didn't come to play in probably the way that they would have wanted. Swamp Gaming, of course, take a look through some of their stats, and Kai's very, very impressive. Hunt looked rough yesterday, but was much, much better today. So having him, play to his full ability, I think is going to be an absolute necessity if this side wants a chance of making it, of course, onto the international stage.
Yeah, that's true, right? I mean, and that's the thing that's been so interesting, because I feel like for Aliens Army, there really wasn't a weak player. I didn't think there was anybody that was considerably like the anchor, if you want to call it that. Like everybody, look at these stats. Like these stats are unreal. Like I think there was one map, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was when Swamp and AA played against each other. Michael had, for some reason, like a 0.55, like a really quiet game. But despite all that, is able to still put themselves on the second, or like probably third highest overall about KD. So that's a really good thing to note here.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think it's spot on, right? Everybody had their moments coming through for this side. Let's take a look through the map picks and bans. Subbase is going to get banned out. So you don't see it at all throughout this qualifier. It has had, no one really has picked into it. No one wants to go in towards that subbase coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see maps that are normally uncommon, like that Mexico come forward. Eagle Eye is going to be banned out for Swamp Gaming, and that now leaves us to decide who, in what order these sort of maps are going to be played out. I would expect the maps that have been quite popular in the early rounds, like Ankara, that's been picked quite a lot. Black Widow is actually going to get picked in by Aliens Army. So maybe they just saw something just then and they're thinking, maybe we can utilize this to our advantage.
Yeah, maybe, because actually I do like this. Like, I don't know if it's like a little bit of like a BM, they're just trying to, really rub it in their face. Like, yeah, sure, you guys wanted to play this earlier, we'll do it too. Why not? And for some reason, Swamp do go back to port, but maybe, like we said, they feel like yesterday was not really their full showing of who they are, but they are going to re-pick back into that, and that's what they did the first time these two teams played. So I'm a little bit curious about, what they're going to be able to bring into this, because Black Widow will be a really good opening just to see, because Aliens Army, if they can take this map pick away, it'll be a nice way for them to kind of get things moving really, really nicely, because again, let's not forget is that 10-4, it was in favor on port for Aliens Army, and then the same thing on Ankara. So both those maps were pretty dominant here for the Aliens Army.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, this is definitely kind of interesting in terms of the order in which you beat that. Of course, Mexico will be that 5th and final. So it is a map that has been played a little bit, but in this instant, not one that we're going to immediately go into and kind of rush into in that sense. So yeah, I don't know. I like the way in which it's gone about. It does feel like it's a little bit of a change though, in terms of we've seen Ankara be very, very kind of favorable and picked quite a few times. You obviously saw Mexico look pretty decent on the other side, but it's maybe risks that Aliens Army aren't wanting to take, or maybe it's the other side where I think they're just trying to catch this side off guard a little bit. But fair play, it might actually work out in their favor. For them, one of the things that I've been liking about them a lot is they've been changing up each and every veto, making them so different, and because of it, it's made them quite hard to kind of prepare for.
Yeah, it definitely has, and that is a really good point you bring up too, because even if the map doesn't go in favor for Aliens Army, like I still think there's really good, you know, the two backups here that I would say in the middle, like Port and Ankara, where there has been historical good games. Hopefully he doesn't get in their head to be like, yeah, we squashed them before, we'll do it again. I don't really take it from this team, just kind of, again, basing it on one interview. I don't really get the sense these guys have that big of an ego in that degree. I think they obviously do, but not in the sense of like, yeah, this is going to be an easy ride.
Yeah.
So I do think this is a pretty decent veto, in my opinion, for Aliens Army, because again, there's so much tape against Swamp Gaming right now, where I don't even think Swamp have really shown me that I'm really comfortable with their compound over from CFWL. So I'm gonna say this probably leans a bit more for AA if I was gonna go on the vetoes personally.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. This is one of those sort of series where I think the main sort of talking point we're going to be looking for basically throughout this is what sort of Swamp Gaming we get. I think Aliens Army, they've only shown us one side to them, which is just successful, dominant, really, not had any sort of weaknesses all the way throughout. So the big thing for us is basically on the other side, we've seen two different Swamp Gamings. We've seen yesterday where very uncomfortable, never got going, struggled to find form, and I think the individuals really looked quite uncomfortable. I think is kind of the main thing. And then on the other side, we've got to see whether we get a little bit more akin to what we had earlier today. I mean, especially if you look at kind of 3 out of the 4 halves in that previous best of 3 against Fine Dining, they were dominant, right? They really looked good, and I think had that confidence about them. I think they've just got to bring that. I think the big thing is just looking at their mental, right? Are they going to come in towards that with the same level of confidence, saying, actually, we are the better side, and we should be able to take down these guys? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we are live. Grand finals here. Who will be representing North America? I guess it's time to find out.
Yeah, it's about to find out, and that's the thing. And even Lewis and both Mercs not able to find any sort of a trade, any sort of duels, and now, man, the gloves are off. You can see SG's like, yeah, you know what? No, we ain't doing what we did yesterday. We're going to get aggressive. This is what they did earlier in their matches, which I love to see. But we'll see if they can keep their composure on this and make sure they don't lose their cool. But look at LSN again. Somebody to be the kryptonite a little bit against these guys. He's bringing things back to an equal 2-2. Finally, will get put to sleep. And now, Michael, somebody that needs to ignite this M4, is the last player remaining on this clutch scenario. And SG, Brando's very, very low. He's going to go for the plant. He should be able to get this down. Kais does get the spot of him now. But this is a tricky situation to be in right now if you're Michael.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy at all. I mean, time of the essence. What a way for SG to start this. If it goes well, right, get that kind of confidence out the case. Brando having a look over. Now they know where to look and where to focus in. Kai is at range, trying to just keep attention drawn. Time is ticking. Brando is probably going to be the first to fall. They want to make this a chance. Spot up close. Brando will make it work. Michael falls. SG start the series well.
They started really, really well, yeah, and that honestly was getting a little bit scary too, because I was thinking LSN, if he would have been able to stay alive a little bit longer, that could have allowed for that rotate just to be a bit more clean. But look, I mean, again, a good round from SG regardless, but they are going to lose Kais right away, so that opening is going to go, I think, for Michael. He does actually equip the AUM as well with LSN, so they're going to double stick this up, which I don't mind, because I was kind of thinking Michael should be equipping the AUM quite a bit here just to kind of complement as well. So I like that they're going for it pretty early. And now with them with the opening duel, you can still keep the composure on this. They're putting a pretty heavy lean, like a 3-1-1 essentially, with Lewis kind of playing the quick rotate. This is a really good position right now on the GR side. There's no reason for them to put any sort of aggression onto this.
Yeah, it's true. No rush, not in this sense. I am interested, though, on the other side for AA, right? They are a side who looked incredible yesterday. And they were all the way throughout, absolutely brilliant. But at the same time, how deep does the kind of the pool go for them, right? Are there a side that have more to offer up? I don't know. For me, the only worrying side is that they maybe utilized everything they had in the locker and they're now starting to get figured out. I mean, SG obviously would have spent probably the majority of, yesterday evening sort of thing, preparing and saying, we expect to win our first game against Fine Dining, and then it's about, can we take on this AA side? And so far, so good. That first round was clean.
It was, and I mean, now there's a lot of patience on this, and this is where we were saying a lot rides on this game, so it is the rematch from both these teams, and now even Michael actually does make a bit of a swing and a miss on it, but even Josh as well. Oh no! Maybe the pressure is just getting a little bit too much for them right now because they're not landing these shots. This is where we were saying them not really being active today and playing, is that really going to be a negative effect? And so far, it's looking like it might be because they haven't been able to find really any duels except for Hunt since the very beginning opening pick, and that's it.
Yeah, no, it's true. Louis V left for all to do, and it's not to be as well. It started well. It looked like AA maybe had a bit of room to work with, but unfortunately, it was not to be. So, great work. I mean, in terms of the response coming forward from SG, Hunt looked fantastic. I think he's somebody that we're going to continue to keep an eye out for. When Hunt plays at his best, his team win. And when he struggled, like yesterday, they really do struggle to get going. Speaking of, Hunt goes 1 for 1 to crack things open, but now falling, they don't have that one person on that kind of dedicated entry role.
No, they definitely don't. But again, it's funny that we see these like opening, duels going in right away, like, and then it just everything kind of hits a halt, right? Like everybody just is like, well, okay, let's take a break here. Let's just hang on. Let's cool things up a little bit. And Swamp, I mean, for them to be up 2-0 right now on the Blacklist side, you love to see it. Again, let's not forget, this was the map pick for Aliens Army. Seeing if they're getting a little bit cheeky maybe with this one. And keeping Kai is just, again, lurking on A. Waiting to see if they can be able to find an opening pick. Catch somebody rotating or somebody kind of, investigating for some map real estate. But right now, SG, they still got lots of time, Nao. But again, do they really want to commit to this B site? I mean, it has been decent for them so far, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be curious what Kai's goes for here.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, nice shot. That's going to get caught there. Really nice work, in all fairness. I think now a little bit of space to try and utilize off the back of this. Louis V going to answer back with one of his own. And now into 3 versus 3. Tough to call.
Yeah, it really is. And now, the rotate's coming in for Michael. Reposition on this. So they are just going to play that retake scenario. Double player on the cat. They're going to try to go for in addition. So C4 are going to get planted, but Lewis actually does find Famous a little bit caught off guard, not really expecting them to be that close. So that's a really good play because I was curious about them just pulling back like this. Now you have to rely on GZY and also guys.
Oh, Louis V. Yeah, he's going to get his kill there. Might get a second note. GZY, good work. He's looking to try and isolate the fights here. He knows who one is, that's for sure, but he misses the shot, and the Colt only does a very small tag. Up close, not going to make a difference. And now it's finally going to be that first round on the board for Aliens Army. But it needs to be sort of the first of many, not just in this half in particular, but I think as a whole, I think they need to put the pressure on in the early doors just to start making SG doubt themselves.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't agree with you more, and I'm glad you say that because I was wanting to go there as well to say, look, that was the thing. But Aliens Army did a really good job yesterday is the fact they would win the first 2 rounds, then they might lose the 2 rounds, and then they kind of went on this big streak. So they need to essentially shatter the confidence here for SG because these guys, they're going to be coming in a little bit frustrated about this game because they want to win this rematch. There's going to be a little bit more emotion into this one where for them, for AA, is that they're riding on a good high right now, right? Like they're in a good position where we beat them before, we could probably beat them again, but SG have a lot more to prove here. So if AA can be able to scrape in some rounds in a row, that really could shatter the confidence, like you mentioned, for Swamp Gaming.
That's true. All right. Well, so far, bit of spam damage. Louis V will take some. He's been getting a lot of space in kind of these early rounds, but I think now after taking a bit of damage of that, it might actually force him just to pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, it's funny how like it was so quick, like fast and furious, right? And then all of a sudden it just everybody's just hanging out. They're just parking the brakes, hanging out, really hesitant on what they want to do, taking a lot of time on this. SG finally getting some information on long A, but look at what the defensive setup is right now for the defense. A triple player setup. You have one on cat, one in sight, one that's playing double door, close on by underneath. But 45 seconds ago, they gotta go.
Gotta start to make a bit of a move. Time is of the essence. And I said, nice shot for him. Parked up for a second as Michael going to try and support as well. And they're both combining. Those double snipers are doing real good work. Oh, and another one from Michael. I mean, this is brilliant from the snipers. Yes, GTY might have given them the chance, but it doesn't clear just below him. And Hunter back. Now all tied square. Bit of a game on our hands here.
Yeah, we do. And that's what we were talking about, folks. Like, this is where we say, like, this game has obviously so much riding on it, because this, like, again, in case you're just tuning in, the winner of this best of 5 is going to be the NA representative to go to China. So this is a really, really big deal, obviously. But these guys, it's a grudge match because they've played each other already. So there's even a lot more riding on this too. Not even just the pride and everything like that. There's just so much more. But that's the thing. Like, when we were coming into this qualifier, we said that, you know, Swamp was probably number 1 ranked. I would have put AA as the number 2, you know, and then like obviously that third was a really, really tight race.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, again, you still have players like Michael and Merckx that have, you know, played along with Josh a very, very long time. So there's a lot of history on this team as well. All former teammates of each other, which is always cool to see too. So there's a lot riding on this, right? Especially when you're playing your friends and former teammates. You always want that bragging right as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, these guys, it's been a while since they've been on LAN and they want to kind of get back to that. So far, so good. Grouping up here. Looks like once again going to be a hit over towards his A site, and you know, it's been working for them in terms of getting some space. It's just more about, can we capitalize upon this area that we kind of garner in our favor? LSM, that sniper posted, waiting. Oh, good for the first. Kai's going to get called for a second. That time missed though and gets punished.
Yeah, I'm surprised he missed that shot, but now Hunt's able to find himself a triple kill. Okay, things are starting to be picked up a little bit of a notch, and now Josh through the window trying to see if he might be able to find somebody. Hunt just on the other side of this box. He could get the timing of this. He can't get the planter done, and even now Hunt sitting with a 4K, almost potentially for the ace, leaving it to Merckx by himself with 46 HP. He's got a lot of work cut out for him here. He's got the low ground. Now looking like he might want to reposition himself. But again, let's not forget, he's only got 22 seconds here.
Yeah, time is actually sort of the essence in the sense of this retake coming through. He has not a lot of time to work with, and then again, not a lot of space or information about what the setup's looking like. So, good little play in that post plant there, and they just don't give Merckx a luxury to work with. Simple, effective, and well, now at the very least, a tad bit of space to kind of utilize in your favor. 3-2, SG, ever so slight lead.
Yeah, the slightest lead, but again, I don't really expect to see a lot of big leads in this series. Like, if we were going to talk about that, like, again, even the first time they played each other, I was never ever going to bank on the fact of 10-4s. Like, I thought those games were going to be 10-8s or overtimes, even golden rounds, right? Like, this again has so much where it could really go the distance, but we'll see. And again, SG, if those losses have really, again, like, ignited a big flame underneath them just to play a lot better and to realize they still have opponents in front of them they have to worry about. But now there's no messing around. They're not, you know, kind of lurking in mid, nobody lurking in A. They're just going to commit on this execute.
Yeah, I like this. Going for the fight. And oh my god, Hunt probably should have fallen there. The fact that he doesn't get punished is actually kind of wild in itself.
Yeah, this is still a little awkward, though.
I don't know what the idea is, because you know they have a bit of space to work with. They're actually allowing AA to get in towards the fights. However, they're actually kind of baiting them in towards the fights, and it's working. Now, things are in a really tough spot. Number dwindling, Michael with all to do.
Yeah, he's by himself, and now he's trying everything. Again, this position is the worst because you have such a tight angle to get out of, and you have to worry about people in front of you, people underneath you, both left and right, and then you have to worry about, like, B main, essentially. Like, you have to worry about the whole other corridor. So, like, to me, it's just, like, the worst position to be in, but Michael's now trying to figure out, like, is anybody trying to overextend. Can I find a quick little duel? And you can see Kai's is kind of just, you know, toying with him. He does give up his body. Hunt does take some damage, and right now, and Michael does give his back up to Brando, so right back for SG to take a nice comfortable lead with 2. But boy, oh boy, that was a really good point you brought up, Nail, is the fact of the, you know, SG were kind of playing with them in the mind games to letting AA just swing into the site. Like the C4 wasn't even planted.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they do just give them the luxury of kind of working around a bit. I really am surprised in that sense. But SG do take a bit of a kind of a lead to work with. You know, we've got 2 rounds now as a buffer zone, which is good. They can extend it a little bit further on, and you know, potentially even just guaranteeing a 5 here would be pretty massive.
Yeah, it really would be. Oh boy, and AA, they're actually going to do a triple player stack. Ooh, I like this. Good flash. Lands perfectly. Blind as a bat right now from GZY. So now they got themselves a little bit of on water control. I like this. So they can use this maybe to their advantage. Josh still playing a bit of a nice little bit of an off angle. Brando, yeah, now realizing his teammates are just falling apart, and it's all down to Famous. And this is a 1-on-5, so he finds one of them, but now he has to find multi-kills. Now this is where Famous, he likes to make some highlight reels. This is where he likes to, you know, he gets off the leash a little bit and he can just pop off. And this is where AA are making a bit of a grave mistake right now. They're going for these one-on-one fights, and this is where Famous loves to just use that AK for the one-taps. Just can't get it done, but man, that was a little close for comfort for my liking.
Yeah, it was. And this game as a whole is pretty close. I mean, we are seeing how it's being kept in at least a spot in which AA are keeping the conversation open. I mean, it did really feel like yesterday it was very one-sided, not that much of a conversation generally. Always felt like AA kind of had the control there, but it isn't the case here, right? I mean, we are seeing what is actually an impressive display out from SG, but at the same time, AA keeping this close, and you know, at least for now, it does feel pretty difficult to predict actually where this is going to lean. Yesterday, it never really felt like too much of a debate.
Yeah, very slow round. No opening duels, because what we normally see is the fact of like AA maybe gets the first one, and then we see SG bringing it back, and then it's like a 4-and-4. This one is no damage at all. Nobody's down. This is a full 5-on-5 right now still. So that respect that we were talking about, SG was giving a lot of respect for, you know, fine dining in the previous series, and that's kind of being the case from both these teams in this grand final, is the fact that I don't think there's as much aggression and, you know, getting in your face. I thought maybe we were going to see that when we saw that first opening, you know, first, second round, but hey, I think respect has been earned somehow in the midst of these, you know, 7 rounds we already had.
Yeah, it's true. All right. I guess a little quiet. We got under a minute to work with. And now they start to make a decision about where they want to go. GZY, 4-1. Louis V going to get caught as well. He's actually holding with that M4 below bridge, hoping to spam, but yeah, just looking the wrong way, and unfortunately will catch him off guard. It all falls apart for AA. That's a really nice hold, or a really nice execute, may I say, and the hold just gets completely pulled apart.
Okay, here we go. Still a big lead here for SG. This is a great thing to potentially end this first half, if they can be able to get a comfortable lead. If they can get 3, honestly, like this will be a nice little icing on the cake, honestly. But if we can see AA being able to bring 1 round back, a 5-4, it still makes it better, right? Because then at least you can use that round win to convert when you go on the blacklist side. But again, I do think Swamp, they do like to play on that defensive side. Not normally the easiest side, but I think they do like to do it when they're playing in CFWL. Because we saw that AA were typically pretty scary on their defense, but right now it seems like it's not as strong of armor as we thought.
True. All right. Hunt, he needs to clear this close right corner. Louis V actually in, I mean, what is actually a relatively strong position to work with. Do need to be careful. Don't allow this one to kind of get away with. I mean, going 1-for-1 is not the worst thing in the world because you still keep the numbers in your favor. But if he gets 2 or more, that's when we're in a bit of a troublesome predicament. Louis V, that's one. And he gets a second.
What?
So honestly, that's pretty good work from Louis V because now the numbers game is absolutely even. But just I say that Kais will pounce.
Oh my! I can't even believe that Louis V was able to find himself in that double in that kind of situation. And now this round's been a little bit awkward, honestly. Like, because I feel like AA like relying on some individuals, and even right there, like Michael was able to find one, but it just wasn't enough. And good trade right back from SG. A 6-3 first half. Honestly, it really does seem like a big improvement because, like we said, can't stress it enough. When we saw them earlier on day 1, there is no conversation about this. They had no composure like this, and you can already tell it's light years ahead.
It is. SG. Going back to what I was saying, I just really felt like yesterday wasn't what SG can offer up. We caught them in the CrossFire West League, and they looked a lot more competent than what we saw out of them yesterday. I just feel like they weren't completely on their game, and I just feel like finally a lot of those gaps are being plugged a little bit. Hunt, I'm surprised he even managed to stay alive for as long as he does, but he eventually will fall.
Yeah, these 1-on-1 trades again, like we're not still seeing AA like playing the way that they did before, because like, even then it was still like, yeah, the kill and death ratio when you're looking at it right now, it doesn't look too bad. But at the same time, we typically saw like LSN putting himself in better positions to getting more kills. We saw Mercs playing a really good games. So it is a little bit quiet in the sense of your probably arguably like your I don't want to say star players, but probably I guess like more of that topper heavy, star player potential. So that's one thing of a concern right now for the Aliens army. But again, this is the first game, right? They are coming in really, really cold. So I'm trying to give them the grain of salt on this.
I get you. Don't want to completely count it out just yet, but it does feel like, I mean, if they can get a first run on the board here and immediately start to kind of prove to SG they got something about them, then might just be a world to work with. I do see, though, that AA are down to 4 in the server. I mean, back in the server now, which is good, but 3-on-3 on this fight. This could be a pretty important one. Brando looking for a jump out from the window, but not going to work. Brando. Kai's, going to help out. And I think for Michael, he's probably dead in the water. Colt going to jump up. Looks that final bullet. He actually runs out of ammo. Thankfully, Kai's will bail him out. And that will be SG getting yet another round. 3 away now. I don't know about you, but this one feels like it might be done.
It could be, yeah. And I mean, like when we were talking about the veto too, it was like, I was thinking it was kind of funny that, Aliens Army used this, and I think they did it as a cheeky play. Like they wanted to use this because they watched earlier. But at the same time, it's like, you got to remember that SG, they have been able to beat like some actually decent teams on this map before. And yeah, you can call it maybe like the one-hit wonder, sure, but it's still the fact of like beating teams. Like I will always remember when Swamp was able to 10-4 against 3BL, and 3BL is arguably the best team in CFWL with LCK, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they didn't win it, but they were clearly a good team where there's a lot riding for them right now. So the fact that even Swamp could get 10-4 against them is just like, okay.
It does, yeah, it says a lot. And now, SG inching closer and closer. But I have to say that for AA, it does feel like they're not quite online in they're not kind of online right now. It does really feel like AA aren't playing to the same level of kind of at least how scary they were yesterday. They really found ways to break down SG and make them feel super uncomfortable. It doesn't look like the case at the moment. Nice shot. I say Kai only goes for one because he's just in the open.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a bit of an awkward positioning now for Swamp. I mean, this is a situation where Famous with 97 HP, he's going to have to do some of the heavy lifting on this, and so far, looking so good. And that's a nice little bit of a Taparino here with the AK. His teammate going to be with him. Is he going to? Oh, no, he's going to go for a smoke lineup. I was like, surely he's not leaving, but good smoke that is going to get thrown just to block the underpass, or it should be anyways, but it's actually going to land on the stairs. But this time, Hunt trying to be that, you know, sacrificial lamb. He's just trying to create some space, allowing Famous to be able to land some shots, but now Famous loses his teammate, has to do something big. Famous, he's trying everything in his power with 14 seconds remaining. He needs to be able to find this kill quickly, but he will be able to, and Louis V drops the bag, and SG, they get themselves to an 8.
Yeah, SG now getting closer and closer, moment by moment, bit by bit. It is feeling like this might be on its last legs. Just when it felt like for a second there was going to be a bit of success coming up for AA, it immediately gets kind of thrown back in their face. This is feeling like it could be done here. Mercs is going to get caught, and actually all of them going to get caught. Michael and Louis V left with all to do. I mean, that was quick.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. And that's it. Like, now these guys are starting to feel a lot better, right? Now they're starting to puff the chest a bit more. Now they're starting to frag pretty hard. Something that was missing a lot before, but now they're back at it. And now it's about a question of, you know, Michael and Louis V, but they're not able to find anything at all. And okay, map point is going to be on the plate here for Swamp Gaming, but now it's about them just getting the job done. And let's not forget, best of 5. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to say it anyways, it's obvious, but yes, you have to be able to get 3 to win. So this will be a nice way for them to get that sweet taste of a small little bit of a victory.
It's true. Start off the series well, get that kind of control in the early part, and then also kind of give yourself just the confidence at the gate. You know, yesterday, they never came alive in towards that game. They never got things going. The fact that you can kind of come in towards this and say, right, yesterday was just a bad day out of the office, but we're fine. And I'm showcasing why we are revered as one of the scariest sides. Hunt. Yeah, way too much pressure for him. Bounding out the windows. Oh, Faber's going to get caught. So, while it is map point, I think it might be another map point needed after this. I don't really see this one getting closed out. This will require something quite magical from GZY and Brando.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Man, it's going to be funny to see this stat. I swear, like we are in, like, I can't stress it enough, because every team that's hit 9, they never ever can close it out. Like as soon as they hit 9, there's always this kind of like little bit of a lull, and then they eventually do if they can. But it's just funny that we've been in this so many times. Like I think it's got to be pushing double digits at this now. Clearly,
yeah, no, it's true. Every time it hits 9, it takes at least one more round to actually see it over the line. All right. Well, GZY going to get caught. All down to one man. 1v2 here for Brando. Not easy. One in towards back boxes out of LSN. He's going to swing around for the first fight. And I think when he runs out of ammo, that basically is the beginning of the end. So we still stay afloat. At least a little bit. Not done just yet. But, I mean, such a recovery needed from Aliens Army. I don't think it's going to happen. That would require such a fall off from SG, and I feel like they have too much composure to be able to kind of let that one slip away.
Yeah, and even that last round, honestly, that could have been so different if he would have had like an extra, like maybe 3-4 bullets in the chamber. Like that could have turned into a 1v1. So again, these rounds are still looking pretty dominant here from SG. So and even now, like losing Michael here for the Aliens Army. And he's he is the top fragger. So again, not even just basing it on stats, but he is a guy that has been able to find some pretty good, important kills. But LSN is still alive, which is important. So we need to be able to see where that ALM is going to make a connection. They have to be able to do something big. Now Swamp Gaming, what they do like to do is what we're seeing right here is they go for this cat control, and look at how fast they close the door on them. And this might be it. This might be the solidification of them just saying, you know what? Enough's enough, Aliens Army. We want to move on to another map. We want to be able to play on our pick. Let's get this done and over with. And now Josh and LSN, they have a lot of work cut out for them.
That's for sure. Famous. Nice shot. All down to LSN. 1v5. Let's be honest, this one is not getting off the ground. Credit to SG. Came in towards map number 1, and they've laid down the gauntlet. And I think we get to see, once again, just how good things really are for this SG side when they play to level we know that they can play at. I mean, a couple of attacks coming through from LSN. He's trying desperately, but he has to recover the C4 here. It's not happening. It's not going to get off the ground. So a great map number 1 being put up by SG. I think for them, if they can play like that throughout this series, they can showcase just how good they actually are. I mean, yesterday, we've said it multiple times. That wasn't the SG that we're sort of used to. Not even the SG that we saw in the West League. Yes, they didn't have the greatest performance in the West League, but they were still competitive in a few games, and we didn't get to see that yesterday. That was better.
It was a lot better, and honestly, I'm glad to see. Like, I thought this was going to be a lot closer, but I'm glad to see in a way that, you know, SG can build themselves the confidence and kind of getting the motor running right now, because I think that was important. I think you made a really good point in the beginning, is that Aliens Army, if they could have made that a really close game, despite a win or a loss, that still would have been a bit shaky in terms of the mental aspect for Swamp Gaming, but for them to be able to get a pretty dominant win, honestly, and they looked pretty much in control a lot of the time, I would say, probably like a good 70%. I mean, that's a good way for them to feel a lot better and just kind of ignore yesterday, realizing, who cares? That was probably a hiccup. We move on. And now, I mean, let's not forget, that was the map pick for Aliens Army, which now means we go to Port, which that wasn't a good showing from Swamp, but they have been able to, like I said, the historian in me is going to say they have been able to beat some pretty decent teams in CFWL. They have some good experience on this, so it will be good to see if they can still convert that same energy from the first map to this next one.
Yeah, no, I am looking forward to seeing whether we get to see just a bit more of an SG side that look similar to what we've seen today rather than yesterday on this map. Port is a map in which they'll know very, very well. They've played it multiple times in the regular season. It is a map that they have as quite a strong bit under their belt. So for me, at the very least, if we get to see them play to the level we know that they can play at on this map, that's where, once again, we have to worry a little bit about the sort of AA side, right? I just don't think so far they've kind of come alive. Thankfully, in the best of 5, you do have space to work with. You have time, right? I mean, you do have that luxury of being able to kind of take a map or so to get going. But, I mean, you just don't want to allow SG to heat up. When they start to snowball, they're very difficult to slow down.
Yeah, that's true, and that's the thing too. Is I was, when you say about snowball, it feels like that was kind of the problem here as well for AA. Is just like I said, it's, you only had the other couple rounds where like some players were making some decent highlights, but it really was like Swamp Gaming. When we look at these highlights, it's going to be a lot of them. Like LSN definitely right here had some really good holding, but it just felt like the firepower wasn't quite up to snuff that we normally see from this group or what we saw yesterday. So like I said, I'm putting with a grain of salt on this just because I think this is a good game where SG really executed their game plan and things were a lot more polished, but I do wonder if AA really did come into this quite cold, because it really didn't feel like some shots are being connected when they should have, because we saw some phenomenal highlight reels yesterday, and this definitely wasn't the case here from Aliens Army today.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I really feel like even in kind of the small things, the individuals weren't as active as they were yesterday, right? We saw, you know, for Aliens Army, they have like a couple of these individuals who could pull off like 3Ks around as something that was relatively common in a way, but yeah, unfortunately wasn't the case here. So definitely going to change things up a little bit. I mean, we'll take a look when we look at the scoreboard at the tail end. Louis V, he was okay. You know, 1.18 for him is not bad, but then everybody else, it tails off quite quickly. And I think in particular, one man that they were really missing, Mercs. He's meant to be one of the more, you know, notable names in a sense. And yeah, he struggled. He really struggled.
Yeah, he did. And that was something that I was really emphasizing a lot yesterday, is like when you talk about, you know, from the previous team they had for the CFS, like, I mean, you had Mercs and Michael with Josh. They're kind of this like little duo trio that have been together for quite some time, but Mercs, you know, typically can be a really, really strong player, but unfortunately for him, he just didn't really have the moments to play the way he can play, right? And that is something concerning. So I mean, Louis V did have himself a decent game, but again, it just wasn't enough. And that's the thing, is where we really do need to see these guys warmed up a little bit better. Yeah. They only get a couple minutes here from this first map going into the second, so they're going to have to do something pretty quick and accelerate that very, very, very fast.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. I really do think they need to kind of try and clean things up a little bit heading in towards the next. I mean, the good thing is, I guess, with it being a bit of a smaller break, is that you do get to, at the very least, sort of kind of keep warm, you know, ice out in that sense. We'll have to see. Either way, we're going to first on to a very small break before we get on the way towards our map number 2. It's Port coming up next, so sit tight. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, North American fans. We're ready to go for map number 2 of the grand final. It's Naokai and myself, Laz, here to still walk you through the action. And now we're going to be moving things over to Port, where we get to see the pick of Swamp Gaming. And they are currently up 1-0, where they had a dominant 10-4. And what are your thoughts going into Port, just considering what we know about Swamp?
Yeah, honestly, you know, I think just in general for Swamp, they have like really high highs, really low lows. I mean, we saw at least at times in the regular season of the CFWL where they could compete with some of the better teams, right, in the world. Granted, it wasn't consistent or consecutive wins or anything of the sort, but there is a side that definitely have to kind of keep an eye out for. But I think for me, the big thing with kind of Swamp is that they are very momentum heavy, and that was good momentum they've just picked up in towards that first map. So that's going to be a big thing they're looking at, hoping that they can, in a way, sort of translate in towards map number 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really key thing you bring up here, Naokai, is the fact of, like, you know, momentum. And that is something I think we've noticed with a team like Swamp, is that when they start to have a big clutch or, you know, a couple key rounds that you can tell they pull through out of nowhere, like a magic trick, even like a map like that, it definitely is going to make things a little bit better for them, especially in a grueling BO5 where, you know, it's kind of like you said, there's a lot of wiggle room that you can have where you can lose a map and you always can bring it back. But again, it just makes it even harder and pushing yourself. And I don't know if Swamp are a team that can do that, but we can see. But that is definitely going to be able to give a nice little bit of a mental and energy boost here for this team right now. But they are going to be on the blacklist side. This is going to be their pick, like we talked about. So now AA have a lot of work cut out for them. That was the first time they've taken a map loss through the group stage all the way up here to the grand final. So that's a pretty cool little thing for SG to take away from them.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. All right. Well, for now, it's very slow and kind of methodical in terms of the opening approach, not doing anything too drastic, waiting for the chance it. But he's going to come over. LSM probably going to be the first contact, but he is now smoked out, going to make it a little tougher. So maybe Merc's going to be caught a bomb. They're barreling in. There's 3 players here from AA to meet them, but not going well. Hunt's going to get a couple. Oh, Josh gets 2 though, and he answers back. And actually, the numbers are in favor of AA.
Yeah, it definitely is. And now, I mean, this gives them a little bit of an advantage here, but again, with the C4 being dropped with minimal time, Michael, you need to be able to swing this properly, and there we go. Okay. The defense will stay true for now. They're going to be able to find that opening round in their favor. Really nicely done, honestly, from Josh, like being able to find that double kill like that. You love to see it. And for him to, you know, finish the round out in full effect with a triple kill, not bad. I mean, this is where he was kind of one of those players that didn't really show up on the first map, and already now he's done a better job.
Yeah. For a moment, looked definitely a little weird. A little potentially could have been quite uncomfortable, but well played. I think that's just kind of a gamble call off the rip of let's just stack up, and it worked. You know, 3 players over towards that site expecting the contact, and they were more than ready for those fights in the early part. So yeah, nice work indeed. Still, need to make sure there's a bit of consistency behind this, and I think on the other side as well, this is going to force this SG side maybe just to slow things down a tad, just because they realize we don't want to give away too many opportunities like that where they kind of get rounds for free.
Yeah, and I really want to see, you know, again, for, you know, I always kind of say like a championship team is able to push through a lot of, you know, adversity and be able to get themselves out of, you know, a bit of a slump. So right now for AA, if they can be able to build that momentum on themselves here to find them more rounds on the GR side, to maybe even bring it into a map win for them against the pick of SG, this would be a huge boost and definitely would kind of deliver what we've been talking about a lot about this matchup. But you could see SG getting ready for the B exec. So this is where you're going to see the smokes going to connector side, the pop flashes, but you still have to worry about 3 players that are locked in the site.
All right. Oh, 45 seconds, barreling in. GTY going to be that first. Doesn't clear close right, so he's probably a dead man. Yeah, and he is. That's going to get even worse as well. Oh, yeah, it's a massacre. Kai's best of luck. Gets himself 1 as a consolation, but it's going to make no difference. That is a really good hold from AA once again. I just think, you know, too many angles go completely uncleared by the SG side, and they make it oh so easy for Alien's army. Brilliant work.
It is brilliant. Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, because I'm loving what I'm seeing from Alien's army. It's looking a lot better. It seems like their firepower is starting to really heat up a lot better than it was before. It felt like it was just kind of idling on the first map of Black Widow, but now something maybe is made a bit of a stronger kickstart for them, realizing, look, we got to change things up, otherwise this is going to be a quick grand final and we need to get this thing we might be packing our bags quickly.
Yeah.
But Josh already sitting at a 6-0. Like this is good, man, because like I said, he was a 0.5 in the last game, and already now he's probably got more or close to more frags than he did in the first.
It's true. It is true. I mean, it's good to see him active early. I mean, just in general as well, everybody over on AA just looking so confident. It's very easy, especially at the back of that first map, to sort of shell up a little bit internally and maybe whether it's get a little bit tilted or get a little bit nervous and think these guys they're really here to play, and maybe I'm not quite ready for this. So it's good to see them respond well in these first couple of rounds and say we're not giving up by any means just yet.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping to see maybe SG, like they're taking this a very slow approach. I don't know if I love this about them. Like, I like that there's a bit of composure, but I think right now they do need to kind of rebuild that, a little bit of aggression and kind of getting, in the face against AA right now, because Josh is holding a really good position, but it's not going to matter because it's only one player. And now LSN has to get the shot, but Kai's able to land the arm in full connect. Now Louis V gets a free kill. I don't know what GZY is doing. This is now the second time, if not the third, where I've just questioned the play and kind of the placement of what they're doing in post-plant.
Yeah, no. It's tough. Nice shot. Josh will get caught. Michael and Louis, a lot to do, and unfortunately just so little to work with. I think with that timer above them, it made think they kind of rushed it a little bit on terms of that retake, and unfortunately for Michael, he just hasn't got anything to work with here. So done is the that round, and at the very least, SG going to get one on the board. So it took them a bit of time to get going, but finally find the round that is needed to kickstart them on this BL side. I probably want to see them get minimum 4. I think if they can get anything more, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, anything more would be honestly fantastic. And I mean, that's a good start already. I mean, it's so funny. Like, I just feel like SG, I know I'm putting them on a little bit of a microscope here and just like really picking them apart on some of the things they're doing. But that's the thing, is like we're in these critical moments now in a grand final where both these teams have to really demonstrate the less mechanical mistakes and kind of the macro decisions and the late round calls. They have to be perfect, right? And even right there, like Louis V does try to get aggressive by himself with no teammates, no paw flash. It's a bit questionable. And I know you're trying to be maybe a little unpredictable, but at the same time, it's now you put the defense in a huge defect right now.
That's true. I shot there, Brandon going to get caught. Even falling. We'll give them a bit of space to work with. I say that, Michael going to get caught. A real nice drive-by there, and GZY might want a bit of his own. He actually drops the C4, so this can just beckon over the rotates from AA. They can actually just guarantee the fights here. Mercs has to get one at the bare minimum, maybe even a second if he can. There's one. Looks at the second as Kai's has to sort of dip away, and it does buy time for Josh to rotate over. This is good. Mercs is just trying to buy time. He finally gets caught, though. Dropping down, looks for 2, and Josh goes huge. I think a lot of that comes down to Mercs buying time for his rotation.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm just kind of watching these shots again, just kind of nice little taps, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Josh, man. I really am, and I know I'm kind of putting him on a bit of a pedestal, but that's the thing. Like I said, when you have a game where you don't perform as well, and then you can able to in the following game bounce back like the way we're seeing it, like he has more kills than quite a few of his teammates combined, right? Like that's the crazy thing. Like 3 of his teammates have 2 kills each. Like that's a good thing to see right now. But again, I want to see more from other players because I don't want AA to be making this victory or a conversation about a big lead just because of one player. I want to be able to see it because of the team being able to do that.
That's true. Louis V gets famous. That's big. Looking to hope and make things work. Now that they got that numbers advantage, I mean, for AA, getting a 4-1 here would be a massive way to start off this sort of round. Either way, though, there's an answer back with Michael then dropping, and Hunt, he's got a very strong position. It's quick rotate either way.
Yeah, and I actually do like the good positioning because Louis V right now playing behind the box, and we don't see him yet, but there it is. He was just playing behind this box. At least he could find the one duel. Now you can see Swamp Gaming. They're kind of like, you know what? No, scrap this idea. We don't like it. We still have like just under a minute to work with. So they're going to retreat on this plan. They're going to go right back for the old faithful B. But they keep, I think that's Brando in middle, just kind of scoping things out. So right now the composition on the defense, it's a 1-1-1. So this does kind of give up a little bit of an opening potentially, unless LSN can hit this shot. That's going to be the most critical.
See. Swing, LSM. Get over towards that backside. Trying to deny them. He's going to get caught. Quick scope going to come through from Kai's. Looks for a second behind it. Mercs, I mean, all to do in a 1v3. This surely, it's got to be SG getting their second round on the board. Mercs, there's just no way. Time already ticking, sure, but it's not about that. It's just about the pure numbers game. He has to isolate so many fights in his favor, and Kai just isn't given the luxury around a freebie. Bit of U2 as well. A smoke to come down to keep Kai's alive for as long as he can, and as Mercs wraps running towards the site, spotted him by the window and seen off by Kai's with that Colt. Wonderful stuff. Brilliantly played, and all you can really ask for them. They're going to get a second on the board.
Yeah, really good round from Swamp Gaming. I love that. Like, again, just, you know, I was being very critical about both these teams, actually, just like their mid-round calling, and kind of, you don't have to just, even if like you get some good real estate, it doesn't mean you have to commit to that area. And even when they lost the duel or got the trade back from Louis, I do like the idea that they retreated on it. They went back for B. They were just trying to mix things up. They knew they had the time. The time management seems to be a lot better right now for Swan Gaming, because let's not forget, both these teams have actually, they're the only team so far in the qualifier that have pulled up ninja diffuses. They're the ones that have kind of abused the clock against some of the teams. So I'm impressed to see that Swamp Gaming have, again, these improvements in the building blocks really are starting to fit nicely.
All right. They've been lined up here. I'd actually go in the direction of Michael, in all fairness. Yeah, nice amount of damage on towards Michael, but he's still going to get a kill, and he's going to make it a second as well. So, nade him all you want, but Michael doing God's work in towards top side.
Hoo-wee. Okay. Well, now with a minute and 15, I mean, the C4 is going to be retrievable, sure, but again, there's not really a lot right now because Kai's is hoping to be able to find a rotate kill on this connector, but they're not going to expect this player to hit Louis V. Oh, yeah, a little whack-a-mole session. There he goes. He finds himself the double. Okay. And now AA going to put themselves in, again, still this lead, which is good to see. So it's going to be the 4-2, but I love this. But a little bit of a mistake from Swamp. I'm not really sure why they weren't expecting to check that. I mean, I feel like normally you want to check your 6 in that kind of a situation. A lot of people play in the deep pit on the corner like that, but they probably thought that it was just going to be the on player just kind of playing the rotate and just allowing the retake scenario to happen. But either way, the alien group of Alien Army, they're going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, they are. I think so far as well that going to be relatively happy with the way in which this has sort of been playing out so far. I say that, Louis V is going to get caught, but I mean, already having 4 rounds on the board isn't bad. Even just getting in towards 5, giving yourself a little bit of leeway early. Ain't the worst thing in the world to work with. You still need to be super careful about allowing SG to snowball in general. We spoke about them. If they get going, they're very difficult to slow down. And as Sense just found out there, nice shot from Kai. They can out barreling towards B, and they'll know no one's home.
Yeah, I think that's something they've really been able to pick up, which is really good from the IGL here, just to be able to have himself a good read to realize, okay, look, if we get that one duel towards B, we might be able to have ourselves a free site potentially. But yeah, they're just plowing through the site, leaving it to Mercs by himself. A 1-on-5, he's already been able to find one, sure, but again, you have a lot to ask for here. He's only got 5 bullets in the chamber, hasn't even gone for the reload. So this might be over pretty swift, and there it is. Ooh, a nice little shot though, hang on. Giving himself a little bit more of a stat pad if he can. But there we go. Good coordination from Swamp. They're going to be able to find a third. And honestly, Again, picking up the pace a little bit more,
Yeah.
making a quick decision. I love this.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Nice round. Round game as well. Definitely a bit to work with. And potentially we could start to see as well where AA, from a strong start, dwindle a little bit towards the tail end of the half. If SG, it's still a possibility. If they can just snipe a lead at the tail end and go in towards that second half with a bit of comfort, that would be massive. Hunt, good find. LSN overextends a little bit and then on the kind of transition back gets caught.
Yeah, just giving up two bodies like this, you just can't have that. Oh, Mercs, oh, it was right there. He should have been able to at least find that one, but it's a tough angle. It's a little bit awkward. But now Mercs is going to rotate himself into the B site. So this time, instead of playing on the ramp and just kind of allowing the retake, now he's going to tuck right in the corner and allowing Josh to kind of be that player on the ramp. Now this is where he has to be able to be the peekaboo, but no! Oh, they whack-a-mole him. They take him out before he's even able to pop out. They had a full pre-read on it. And there's Hunt as well, able to find himself that double kill. We're right back into a tie game, and this lead from the Alien Army, it's blundered, man. It has gone through the blender, and this thing is just not looking good anymore.
No, they've absolutely let things just, I mean, at quite a rapid pace, sort of drift away here. I mean, now it was a tied 4-all. I said there was a chance where they could snipe away a lead, and if SG do, that's them snowballing, like I spoke of. That's them finding that form, which is so difficult to deal with. That's some work that's been done so far, and an impressive showing from SG in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, and I think it's coming back to the experience. Like I said, it's like, you know, that's kind of the buff that, you know, for Swamp Gaming, they really do have. And that's what we were talking a lot about from game number one, is saying, you know, the fact that despite Swamp's record, which I won't mention, it wasn't good, but I mean, again, but the reps and the experience, it does make such a world of a difference, because you're still playing some of those better teams in that region to get officials, you get the scrim practice. So that really is why all these teams so far in the NA qualifier have said Swamp are the team to beat, because they know that. So right now, AA need to be able to find this round. Beautiful shot from LSN. He's still able to hold on. Okay. And right now, the Band-Aid's looking pretty good, because both those players combined, him and Josh, find a double kill, leaving it to Kai's by him lonesome to see if he's able to find this fifth round to ending this first half. But I'm thinking it's all she wrote here, potentially, and there it is. Aliens Army, they will be able to land and get themselves at least a victory in the first half.
Yeah, you know, a small little kind of saving grace at the tail end, but it was, for a hot moment, a little bit concerning. I was worried that things were going to kind of drift away. Thankfully, not to be the case. They guaranteed that lead, sure, but I think still more needed for us to get to a point of being, I guess, comfortable and in for the chance of actually not going 2 maps up in this series. Don't let them snowball is the big thing. If they get that confidence, it's so difficult to stop and slow down, and we're kind of seeing it now. Hey, they've got, I think for me, if they can get a 6th here to start things off, they're going to put themselves in a really good spot. But if it gets tied up once again, SG going to get that confidence out the gates and towards the second half. And I really feel like on the GR side, that's where they do a lot of their best work.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would definitely agree with you, because, you know, I was just kind of curious, because I feel like for Swamp Gaming, for people that are probably wondering why this map was picked, it is a map that they have been able to get some good wins and some big losses or close losses to with some of those teams. And right now, they're doing a good job to win some of these fights. Ooh, Kai's with a missed shot, but at least he can reply back with the pistol, and things are looking a bit more swift here. And now maybe a little bit overzealous potentially, as now Michael finds himself in a double kill, but this is a 1v2. He's not in the best position in the world, because he does have the C4, but again, he's pretty exposed in this angle, and now he just has to hope that these players swing, and they do, and it comes right down to the 1v1.
Yeah, no, honestly, little bit uncomfortable. I just think generally, actually, Kaiser dropping down with the AK nearly sold things a little bit. Thankfully, it's not to be in the end. There was a moment where it looked a little uncomfortable, but cleaned up, and in doing so, 5-all, tied game. Tough one to deal with now. I really think that the Aliens Army side, they need to be careful. They tried to get quite proactive there in the mid to late round, but it did actually work against them.
Interesting setup from Swamp Gaming. Again, just putting a little bit more emphasis on this bridge and kind of having the double players in A right now. Kai's now throws a really nice nade. That crunched Louis B like that. Oh, that's going to hurt. Like the pin's ricocheting off his front tooth or something. But now they're going to try to swing for this long A control. He's in a position with counter utility, but look at him eaten alive here. Josh and Merck's able to get the utility and the rifles activated. So now things are looking a little worse for wear here now.
Yeah, they are. Feels a little awkward. Mercs. Top side. I mean, even now, surely can't see a world in which this is taken back in favor of SG. It would need to be a complete throw in a way, and it's not looking good. Hunt into 1 versus 2. He's pulled off clutches like this before. He's got that topside angle, but he gets caught on the drive-by. There was a moment where that felt like it could have swung the wrong way, thankfully. Sigh of relief, and AA take that slight lead once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I was kind of wondering about that too, because the XM was out, and I was like, huh, not the best gun, I would say, in the sense of like a retake on that A site, but it almost worked out okay. But man, there was just again some really big pushes from SG, but I think they were just again trying to be a little bit more loose on their approach on that, and just kind of seeing if they could catch somebody off guard with AA. But even right now, like they've already lost their opening player. Now Famous, he's going to play down long A. He's got the drop location. He's kind of just holding that, a little bit of a tight angle. Brando now on the top tower. So they've kind of mixed things up with Kai's being removed, but there's no like these are all rifles now. So this is an interesting position right now in the sense that, Aliens Army, they don't have to worry about a sniper to pick them apart potentially.
Yeah, well, goes quiet though, doesn't it? Very eerie. Should be a fight here. I mean, Famous, it feels like he's got the right idea, but I feel like he knows there's got to be some sort of a play coming through. Brando, I'm going to say, he spots him out, nearly fluffs his lines, thankfully doesn't. That's big. Guess one dips away.
Famous. Oh man, I was thinking Famous, look at that flank, and I was like, that could be huge. He was in a position where he either kind of just holds an angle or he has to press forward, and he does decide to be a little more aggro, but it backfires. And now AA, they're going for the approach on A.
All right, well, what do you got? Hunt, not for the AK here. Drops the arm, but Brando going to find Mercs. And yeah, unfortunately, Josh, I don't see this one getting off the ground. I feel like a little bit something quite special needed in this one. I mean, yes, GZY and Brando are both tagged to a degree, so that could be the luxury potentially you'd want to work with, but I don't see it working here. 1v2 now, and GZY is still low, but he actually gets the 180 on the GZY. Thankfully, Hunt was just there to make sure it doesn't get audacious. There was a moment, but yeah, not to be. In the tail end. Back and forth. This game tied once again. It does seem like we lost somebody over towards AA midway through that round, so hopefully we can get him back in a second. But generally speaking, this back and forth at the moment in the chaos, it can be a little awkward. I think when you're the side who are in the lead and having the momentum in your favor, letting it slip like this for AA can be a little concerning. I think in the kind of the chaos of the situation, this is actually where we're seeing SG do a lot of their best work.
It is, yeah. And I mean, I was actually just spending a little bit of time here just kind of looking up the history books as well, because like I was kind of saying is that you and I have the privilege of being able to see, Swamp playing in the past season of CFWL. And some of the highlights I wanted to say is that with some of the wins they got, it wasn't against the highest ranked teams, but it still was wins. Like they had a 13-12 win against TBI, which you could argue anything about that. They also had a 13-10 against Lazarus, which Lazarus were a really hot and cold team too. Yeah. But then they also had some pretty dominant losses. But the thing was, you could always tell their GR side was kind of the moneymaker. Like they had a 10-4 loss against Unknights. Those 4 rounds were on the GR side. And then they just couldn't get anything done on the Blacklist side. Same thing when they played 3BL, where they lost like a 10-3. It was 3 rounds on the GR side. So you know that the GR side really is what they like to rely on. It is the old faithful for these guys. So the fact that they're still making it competitive is not bad, but we need to see a little bit more, right? Because that's where we were saying, like, they really do have the leg up over all these teams here in the NA qualifier.
Yeah, that is true. I do feel like, you know, especially if you do have this kind of distinct weakness on your BL side, it does mean that you start off generally games, or you'll have this always, it's kind of this clear part of this each and every map where you know you're going to feel a little bit of worry, and especially in this case because they started on that BL side, it means that you always feel like you're a bit of a kind of a negative and you're trying to get back into it. So I think generally speaking for me, coming off the back of this tack pause, I do want to see maybe a little bit of proactivity come out from the likes of SG. You know, they tied the game up 6-all. They're doing quite well to keep this super competitive. The best chance I think for me of you getting to a spot of where you're going to make AA feel uncomfortable is actually if you get up in their face.
Agreed. Yeah, I actually agree with that, because I think SG have, you know, kind of shown a little bit where they don't handle some pressure well. So I think I would actually love to see Aliens Army really do, again, like, put this into a 6th gear and just try to see if they can get aggro. Make it coordinated, obviously. You don't just aimlessly, like, rush long A or something. But let's try to, you know, kick things up a little bit, increase the speed just to see. But now things have been a little bit close. I don't know. I don't think that was a tactical. I think that was actually a technical issue. So
yeah,
I was gonna say I don't think that was a moment here for, you know, AA to call anything or kind of figure out some strats. But it is right down to the wire of a 6-6 where we're at right now, Neo. And that's the thing where I was saying SG being on the GR side, it still gives them a really good probability in the second half.
It's true. Slow in the early part of this round, betting out a bit of util, not doing anything too crazy to start this off, but it does look like we want to finish towards B. And there is actually only one player. I think it's just Brando here. Hunters are rotating over. They went poking and prodding around and spotted nothing. I think they realized the only gap that we have is over towards B main. So let's go and sort of plug this up a little bit. Here it is. GZ White for one. But instantly responded by LSN, who also gets core. Nice work. Famous and Hunt both combining.
They definitely are combining, but now, okay, Famous, nicely done. I was going to say he needs to be able to find his kill. Like, that would have been huge for him, but... And that's the thing, right? Because his HP is low, and even Hunt as well. So this is like, if he would have died, I mean, that would have been giving a lot more opening here for Louis V to be able to find something pretty big. But right now, I'm going to throw a little bit of a fake utility, trying to just catch them in. You can see that Kai's is, you know, kind of entertaining this. He's actually on the mini map. He's still leaning on it, and actually Famous over welcoming his stay, and now the plant should be done, but it's only 10 seconds, and actually he gets off of it. Oh no, this could be bad. He can hear everybody running after him, but he now needs to go for the firefights. But Kai's to save the damn day with 3 seconds to spare in the round.
Yeah, for a moment that looked a little bit problematic. It looked like things were going to be in for a tough spot. Thankfully it is not to be. Into the 1 versus 2, but yeah, couldn't convert it in the end. I mean, not a bad job to bring it down to the 1 versus 1. He just had no idea about how close that other guy was. And yeah, it doesn't work in his favor. 6-7 advantage in the favor of SG.
Yeah, they give themselves this lead, but again, can it be long, or is it going to be a bounce back right here from Aliens Army? But single arm. Ooh, cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. What are we seeing here? Oh, I see. They're going to try to go for the front light or the on top of the doorway.
Yeah.
They haven't done this yet. That'd be sick if they could, though.
Yeah, I mean, they've played well as well. You can use a lot of like kind of the chaos of the situations that you're in to sort of mask this position where it doesn't get cleared properly, which might be the case. And also, if Trigger this one's played well here, you can't actually net yourself a couple of kills. Oh, dropping down. Uh-oh, yeah. Going 1 for 1 there for Hunt. It is tough. GGY going to drop a nade. I think he's actually under a lot of pressure here. They're going to drop down on his position. Damage dealt. He has the support as well. Brando comes in to help him out, and they still can't get the C4 down just yet.
Yeah, now a good spam damage coming in from GZY. And that actually will be able to land as well. So him and Hunt do a good job. But man, oh man, that was a really awkward situation, because I was going to say I really like that boost they did. I don't know why he dropped down, because I know in that kind of a position when you're in the corner or you're like above the actual doorway, you kind of have to keep jumping so your feet don't get spotted. I get that, but it just seemed literally weird on the timing because I don't know if they would have cleared that. Like nobody's been looking up that way. I don't think AA would have predicted that. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he accidentally just, hit the wrong button and then realizing, okay, well, I got to try something here. And either way, it still works out for Swamp Gaming.
Something tells me it probably wasn't on purpose, just because you can kind of see the slight kind of fluster when he drops down.
Yeah.
He's thinking like, oh god, like I've dropped right
Sheer
into
panic.
right into kind of enemy hands here. So good for him to even get one out of that situation in the panic. But yeah, thankfully he had the quick rotate coming over from Brando, meant they could shut him down into his back sight, and it meant that that round is taken in their favor, and SG do inch closer and closer to going 2-0 up in this series, which for them, in all fairness, would be pretty massive. Having that kind of distinct advantage out the gate, having a 2-0 start, having the confidence to work with like that, and then obviously having so much of kind of a leeway, gives you, multiple chances to try and close out this series and book your spot in towards that international LAN finals representing North America. They're getting pretty close to it.
They are getting close to it, and that's the thing. Like, and for anybody, I just like to always bring those reminders, just because you can always see that people are joining in and kind of just wondering where everything is at. It is a best of 5.
Yes.
This is the second map. Swamp Gaming are up by 1, so they have to have the 3 to obviously get this victory. But this is a really, really tough fight because again, Swamp seem to get themselves some decent rounds in a row, and then Aliens Army do a really good job of bringing it back in. So that's the thing. I feel like the post plants have been kind of the Achilles heel right now for the Aliens Army. So I'm going to hope that they can clean that up just a little bit more. But at the same token, I'm really happy to see the Swamp Gaming have really improved their defense, because that's something I can't stress enough, because that is the bread and butter. This is the comfort meal they like to have on this map. So it is really important they can string some rounds on the GR side.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So all in all, I'm impressed with what I see. It does look like this was an ever so slight, I'm going to assume, a technical push. I did see someone briefly drop out at one point, and then, at the very least, kind of come back in. But I think it might take a bit of time to kind of fully integrate them back into the server or whatnot. So I think it's probably just making sure that they're 100% okay.
Yeah, and I think this is a good little bit of a, it turned into attack. Now it's looking like the tech issue, like we said. So I think it gives a couple extra minutes for both these teams. But I think there's still, the conversation here for Aliens Army, because again, they're playing this slow approach. They're trying to put a lot more pressure on the B site. It's not really working for them, but they've had moments where they're able to kind of get themselves in there. But like I said, it seems like when they're in the site, then it falls apart. That like SG gives you that control just for a split second, and then they kind of take it right back over. So I'm hoping this kind of few minutes is going to give them a little bit more time just to quickly clean anything up. Like It's nothing too drastic they have to change. I think it's just like these little details just to really getting those extra entries into the site.
It's true. It does look like this is a slight tech issue, just remaking the lobby at the moment. I'm assuming somebody dropped out. It's just making sure that it's all fair in that sense. So hopefully only a brief one. We get things back underway in a second. But at the moment, SG, good spot that they find themselves in. AA still not playing, I think, as clean as they were yesterday. And I think also part of it makes us going to go back to what we were talking about, where SG yesterday just didn't play the way that we normally expect out from them. They're normally quite clean. They're normally quite comfortable in terms of their approach. And it's one of those where I think yesterday was just a kind of an off day, but today they've looked a lot better. 2-0 in towards that opening series, and they're on track for going 2-0 up it in this spot. I mean, I at the moment, the way things are playing, I don't see a world in which that happens.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because again, like the previous pick, in case anybody was wondering, that was for Aliens Army. They lost it pretty devastating, right? That was a 10-4. That was the same scoreline from yesterday, which is kind of funny actually. Right now, not going to be the case here for Port, but this is still a very competitive game. Like this is actually quite more competitive than the first map was, and I thought that first map was going to be actually quite close. I didn't think Port would be the map where we're going to go back and forth, and we were talking about a 6-6 at one point. So it's very interesting that this is not going the way that we could have potentially predicted this. But at the same time, Aliens Army look like they are playing better, because you could tell they were cold in the first map. Now things are starting to warm up a little bit better, which makes a big difference, but it's still not the same effect from what we saw yesterday, because yesterday, Mercs was popping off, Michael was having a field day, LSN was doing really well at the not quite the same thing we're seeing here. It's kind of that like 70, maybe 80% of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, no, that is exactly that. We are still just holding and waiting until we get back underway. I mean, we don't have an ETA just yet. Hopefully in a brief one, but sometimes it can take a bit of a moment. We have been told, hopefully you'll be getting back underway in just a minute or so. So we'll hope that that is the case and we can kind of get things back on the road, because it's been a pretty good game so far. I mean, these two sides, especially towards this map, have felt kind of inseparable, because there's been the kind of that changeover at half time where there's a bit of form being found by SG. They've done a really good job at bringing things back into their favor. We are getting back underway. A little replay of how things went towards that final round.
Yeah, why not? Let's showcase a few cheeky frags that have been going on. But now, okay, we're ready to go. It says 9-6, so we're ready to go, and 3 rounds needed for Alien to be able to bring things back. And a lot riding on this one, because again, this is the situation where SG were, you know, if they can find this win, I mean, they're going to have the 2-0 up, and then they have 3 chances essentially to close this thing out, right? I mean, that's a nice feeling to have. But again, we always talk about, you know, the mental aspect of this, and they got to make sure that doesn't get to their heads. But I don't know if, again, I'd be surprised if it's going to be a 3-0. Hunt is going to go back for the boost on this. I like it. So let's see if he doesn't screw this one up this time.
Yeah, I got the pixel peak as well, right? So it has one of those advantages. So he does drop down. Oh, yeah, nice reaction. Michael gets caught. Great work there. And a smoke down as well over towards front main. LSN, though, going to deliver with one of his own, but it's still a 3 versus 4. So advantage is pretty distinctively in favor of SG.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 players remaining. This is not a good position right now for Alien's army, so they're going to have to dig deep on this one. They're going to have to try something big. Now Hunt is still being aggressive. Oh, and he actually gets away with one more. I was thinking surely he was a dead man, but the fact that he's able to find this duel, this is big. And now it's just down to Mercs, somebody that needs to be able to pop off, somebody that has been able to do that. But now it's a requirement here for a 1-on-2 with 40 seconds remaining. The C4 in full control right now for GZY. And you already have Kai's already pushed up. Is this going to be the end of it? But now, Neokai, this has become a 1-on-1 situation.
Yeah, how? It really felt like it never should have been the case. I mean, tap it away. GZY going to see it off. I think that's a big sigh of relief. I think it has to be said. Unfortunately, as you can see, we are back to us. So it is, yeah, another bit of a tech issue. I think we've lost somebody once again, unfortunately. So I think if I'm right, it was over on the Aliens army side. So to make matters worse, not only losing the round, but also losing a player in that round makes things pretty uncomfortable for them. But they are running out of opportunities. I think that goes without saying too. I mean, at the moment, we've got SG inching closer and closer to not only, you know, this map, but the series. They just look like the side who are a little bit cleaner, a little bit less mistakes.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point of this, because I think there is a lot less mistakes we're seeing from SG. Like yesterday, I felt like, you know, we're just picking apart everything they were doing and criticizing them. But this is a lot different today. There definitely still mistakes we're seeing, but that is something to still expect for a team like this, because they are probably, like, you know, when they're going to be playing international competition, like what they did with CFWL, they still are working on a lot of things together, right? Like that chemistry and just like positioning and the comms have to get a bit more cleared up. But today is definitely a lot better. We're starting to see it. It is not smooth, but I will say it's a little bit calmer waters than it was yesterday, because that was like white caps and it was just a bumpy ride all the way.
Yeah, exactly. I do think having this, at least a showing of what SG can offer up for us, it is a really good thing. I think they're a side who didn't really get too many opportunities to showcase how good they could be in the CrossFire West League. I think, you know, it took a while for them to actually get comfortable, and I think obviously they had all the other things about playing at a higher ping and this, that, and the other. It makes life a lot harder for them. But now they're on kind of a somewhat level playing field. I'm assuming it's very similar-ish kind of ping differences. We are seeing just how good they actually can be. Yesterday, unfortunately, they were just kind of rubbish, right? And I think, you know, there's one man for me that I think has actually been quite crucial to them. I caught him in the West League, and I kind of said similar things then, was Hunt. I think when Hunt gets very confident, he's very difficult to stop. And I think yesterday he just wasn't in his shots, mechanically looked very asleep. But thankfully, it's not being the case today.
Yeah, it's definitely not the case right now, and I'm glad to see that he is playing a lot better than he was, because that was the thing. You can definitely notice there was like 2 players that were anchors. Like nobody was getting shots, so it felt like it almost was like a 3v5, when they were playing yesterday for Swamp. So now it's a lot better here today in the sense that they are playing better, they're hitting their shots. Hunt is actually playing the stronger positions where he is anchoring and he is getting information and he is doing a pretty good job. So again, this is like, we can't emphasize this enough because it is such an improvement from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, I still couldn't fathom what was going on. Like, I was thinking something was clearly disconnected. I do know this isn't like the roster they use for CFWL entirely, but it shouldn't have been that big of a deficiency for them. And it clearly was, but something happened yesterday from today, and it's great to see.
Yeah, exactly that. One of some of the highlights as well of what we've seen so far, and again, that's getting closer and closer towards its I mean, conclusion. Even in terms of a series, I really feel like AA are running out of opportunities, running out of chances, I think, to make this work for them. Bit by bit, moment by moment, SG are pulling away. And I think the issue that we're starting to arise here is that I think they've figured out how AA like to play with these tempo shifts. It's something that caught off a couple of teams, well, caught these guys off guard yesterday, right? I think they, even against Showtime, same thing, where they were playing around a lot of the timings, and unfortunately teams were just sort of all over the place trying to figure it out, and it took too long for them to understand. Now it's safe to say that SG have obviously done a lot of their research into how things work for them, and obviously it has been playing out. One more map is all they need, and you know, with that map being closed out, a bit of a chaotic finish with the tech pauses and all the rest, but they've made things actually look quite clean at the last couple of rounds, despite the tech issues, couple of gimmicks coming through, and all the rest. And well, I mean, obviously the individuals look pretty decent. It was hard to keep track of it when we dipped in and out of the tech pause and that lot, but Kai's and Hunt looked very good. 1.5 ratings for them, and of course being the key player, Kai's, once again. I feel like we've kind of said this guy's name time and time again, but you know, with the Orm, he's looked fantastic.
Yeah, he definitely has looked really, really good. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he's actually calling the shots a little bit here on the strat calling. If I'm not mistaken, I think he did last season as well, but I'll probably get fact checked pretty quick here in chat. But I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that. But I think the fact that he's playing sniper and calling the shots is a pretty good thing. But look, I mean, he's not going to be calling some shots right now because we are going to take that little bit of a break here in between this third and maybe potential final map. So don't go too far, because this could be all it here for the grand finals, and we're going to be playing on Akara. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Alrighty, welcome back. One more map. It's actually all that SG need. They're getting mighty close to closing things out, and honestly, kind of deservedly so. I mean, a little bit scrappy at the end with the kind of the tech pauses, but they still kept a level ahead and were able to see it off in their favor. And now we're looking at whether they can do it in towards map number 3. And honestly, the way they're playing so far, there isn't really too many mistakes being made kind of at all. I think is kind of the main thing. I mean, there's been these back and forths and these kind of interesting fights in a sense, but for the most part, we're not really seeing them lose control of kind of any of these games by any means.
Yeah, that's a really good thing you bring up, because I think that is important, is the fact of, you know, the first map was a 10-4 in victory for Swamp Gaming. Obviously now the second was going into a 10-6, which was a little bit closer, but again, I think the overall mistakes aren't happening as much as what we saw before for Swamp, because we could tell there was a lot of positional issues, a lot of decision-making issues, not seeming to be the case right now. Apparently when the pressure is at the utmost importance, they're playing a lot better. So you love to see it for any Swamp Gaming fans, but here we go, potentially third and final map, and here we go. Once again, it's going to be a nice little bit of a push here from SG. They're going to try to see if they can get into this A site quick and swiftly, but it's looking like it's a little challenging in the sense that it is back down to the 3-on-3, but look at how fast AA are coming through A main.
Yeah, they're trying to get up in towards their face nice and early, and it could actually work in their favor, and they're stacked here too, which is massive. EV spotted up close left. He's going to try and get up in his face. Colt pulled out to try and catch Mercs, and he will go down as well. Famous, great work for a double from him. Josh being hunted, and it will be Famous. 3K to his name. Beautiful work.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing. Like, you know, I was going to make the comment about Famous too, and I was going to say, you know, for that 10-6 victory they had on Port, he actually was the lowest statistical player on that team. Like, he was a 0.67. And, you know, I was like, that's pretty uncharacteristic for someone like him. Like, he's typically the guy you normally see, you know, having good performances. But, you know, again, he just bounces right back into this. He's like, you know, I played not so good, and now I'm going to play way better, and I'm just going to shoot heads. And that's exactly what he does with a quad kill to opening up the first round. So, yeah, that's a statement made here from Famous. And that's the thing. It's always fun to watch him play, because he can always just make some good magic happen.
Yeah, good to see. That's for sure. All right, though. In this round, SG been very aggressive in the early part of that previous one. This one, they're just going to slow things down and wait to see whether Alien's Army get aggressive and try and make something work in terms of a force out. Get up in their face. We like to see proactivity out from that GR side. And the big thing is as well, SG needs to get a strong start here. This is a map in which we see us pretty heavily BL-sided. And, well, that's a good way to start things off. Hunt, again, another entry for him. He's been so good with it.
Really has such a, you know, good turn of the page here for him. So putting him at a 5-on-4 in the post plan is a great thing to see. But you can see right now for Alien's Army, they're going to be grouped up on the fence, throwing some good utility, trying to tenderize a bit of everybody, but the flash is getting thrown, but nobody's there for the swing, so they're a little bit slow on this. Now they're going to try, but Hunt, he's got a good angle, and look at that spray between him and GZY, leaving it just down to Michael and the critical HP. LSN, big flank as well, and this could be all over once again here with 10 seconds remaining to get a defuse. This has to be a fumble. Famous, you got to be able to hide. You just got to burn the time as much as possible.
Oh.
No ammo in the chamber, and it was going to be a knife to a gunfight, but Famous thankfully has enough to get the job done.
Yeah, for a moment, felt like it could have been a little awkward, but thankfully, I guess he just had that benefit of when your opposition runs out of ammo, there's nothing they can really do. Nice work. 2-0 for SG. 2-0 up in maps, 2-0 up in rounds, and inching closer. They, like I said, got to get a strong start on towards this first half, and I mean, so far so good. This is a BL-sided map, and so far playing like it.
Yeah, SG, it's crazy to see like how well they're playing. And honestly, just even these rounds are becoming more convincing as we keep moving on here in the third map. So Alien's Army, they're gonna have to do something pretty good here, because I mean, this is where they were able to get a 10-4 yesterday, and this was the pop off from LSN putting himself at a 2.0 KD, Lewis V putting himself at, you know, 1.86, and even Mercs now, he's kind of trying to get himself a little bit of a bounce back and get those stats a bit more improved as well.
All right. Oh, nice shot. Mercs finds guys. Tough predicament now.
Mercs.
GZY, I feel like this one might be done for you, my friend. I don't think you're going to get too much of a chance here. He's looking around. I mean, at the very least, he's got some space, but right, he's C4. It doesn't really matter.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, this is the thing. Like, even if Michael goes down, like, it's just going to be information. Yeah, so they have a pretty good inkling of where he is. Like, the C4 is all the way in the back of mid, too, because you can see Josh already pushed up from along A. Only 48 seconds. Again, AA just have to make sure they can play a trade. That's all they have to do. Right now, Merc's being this aggressive, a little bit scary, but he's going to rely on the shots, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that was an ace for him. So that's going to be the second ace that we will have from him. Yeah, I think it was. He gets the 2K, gets the 2K here, and then finishes things off. So
yeah,
you'll have to see it in a grand final. Not bad.
Yeah, talk about a time and a place to get it as well. Nice work. Really nice work. And a little bit more out of that. And, you know, if you can see Mercs really start to pop off in terms of his kind of individual ability. You know, he's somebody who, he was quiet map one, right? No two ways about it. He struggled to get going. So if we can see him find the form that we know he can bring to the table, i.e. like that, we might just have a chance at potentially even pushing to another map here.
Yeah, it is a big potential, but Aliens Army got a lot of digging to do. They've unfortunately got themselves in a pretty deep hole, and Swamp Gaming are the ones that are just doing a good job to keeping them in there for now, but they're going to need more than like someone like Mercs to be able to get an ace to bring them rounds. And that's what I was kind of criticizing before, is it felt like Aliens Army, like yesterday was really good teamwork and coordination. Today kind of feels like some of these rounds are again, just individual power to just getting the rounds, and you just can't rely on that. So we'll see if it can improve when times are getting tough here.
It's true. It is one of those things, right? I think I always go back to, is that round replicable? And it's not, right? You know, it's not something you can just continuously do time and time again. So it's not a guaranteed plan of how we're going to find success. Pop shot. Nice. Man, let's hand up close. Brando going to get caught. That's good. Look for a second. Second won't hit. And he's still staying alive here, though. Hasn't been forced off the angle. And LSN still causing problems. Colt pulled out, but Kai's will punish. 2 versus 3 is favorable now. Very favorable over towards AA. This should be their round.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, unless we see again, you know, with 38 seconds here, the overextension. Oh, man, I was thinking Mercs is kind of getting a little bit curious, but he gets the better of it. And now you love to see what we're getting a demonstration of AA. This is now what we talked about. We wanted to see them, you know, getting a little bit better kills. We wanted to see some better, you know, crossfires essentially, and they're doing a good job of that. They lose the 2 opening rounds. Now they bring it back into a tie game, and these rounds from them are a lot more convincing. So again, that was something I was giving a lot of criticism for, but it seems like, you know, they're trying to make it work very, very slowly and surely.
Yeah. 2-all. Josh. Tempted by a swing, and yeah, it's all about whoever peaks first dies in that situation. It's a stalemate. And GZY is the one to look in, but Josh and Michael both going to fall as well. That's big.
Yeah, that is really nice. Oh, Kai's good shot onto LSN, so catches that, you know, big flank. Love to see it. Now the C4 is going to get dropped, or planted, I should say. Sorry, not dropped, but it's going to drop on the site with a plant. But either way, now they got the number advantage, and just leaves good old Mercs here. He's had himself a good game thus far, but I think this one might be a little too much to ask. I think this might be the impossible, and it's not easy when you get dunked on here with an aid.
Yeah. What can you do? Hate to see it. But again, but this kind of back and forth that we get to see. I mean, at the very least, though, I do like that we're getting proactivity out from AA. I mean, this is a, you know, we're going to touch on a map in which it generally feels like it is that kind of BL-sided. So AA are trying to get up in their face and make this GR work for them. Get the global resistance. Aggro. Kai's for the first. Hunt's going to add one more as well, but famous for 4, but GZY quick trades, and not the start that AA wanted. This, you know, just as I was talking about, I like how they're getting proactive. They sort of overextend there and they get caught off guard.
Yeah, this is kind of the, you know, the same pacing that I was wondering, like when we first started this series in the grand final, I was kind of expecting it to be like this, right? As, you know, SG maybe picks up 1 or 2, you know, AA is able to bounce back into this. These rounds start to get a little bit more brawly in a way, right? But Right now, I mean, not a great round as LSN tries to get aggro by himself and doesn't have Michael to help him out. He might get a good timing, but again, he's got the Alm. Not the best weapon to have in this kind of a situation. He might be able to get a shot. He does shoot, but it's going to go nowhere. But SG, once again, they get themselves back in a lead here now. And honestly, this is a pretty quick game considering where we're at right now for potentially this being done for a team to make it to China.
It's true. It is true. It definitely feels like there could be a bit of a shorter story than maybe many would have expected, especially this being a best of 5. I mean, it's been quick for the most part. Brando. Just behind the rest of the crew. He's kind of playing anti in case these guys go down or in case they get hit by a pop flash. He can sort of support and swing in to bail them out. GCY going to go on the first as Louis V gets caught. That's big.
Yeah, SG are doing a really, really good job. Again, just finding those opening duels like you were just kind of mentioning is now they have this hotel control. Now they can just kind of hang out. And this is a tough position to be in, right? When you're on the GR side, you have decisions to make. Like you either just, again, play a very tight setup in the sites, or you try to potentially kind of get some info, maybe catch somebody off guard, but it's a pretty big risk for the reward, right? So right now, even Mertz, you could see he was trying to see like, oh, are they in hotel? Yep, they are. And now he's taken so much of his HP. He keeps his life intact, but again, he got tenderized pretty badly.
Not an easy spot that we're in. Famous was tempted to make a little move up into his top mid, ops against it. GZY, hotel control is a good position to hold. LSN, oh, he didn't catch him on the first time of asking. Second is good. Hondo still alive, not for much longer. Caught of a nice second shot by LSN, but is it going to be enough? Because the numbers still favor SG.
Yeah, with 35 seconds remaining too, so a 3-on-2. But now, oh, okay, well, I jinxed it, but leaving it down to Josh by himself. And there we go, Kai's puts the Alm to work in full effect. And now 5-2 is going to be solidified. And this is, you know, worst case scenario for Swamp Gaming fans. It could be a 5-4. But honestly, it kind of feels like, again, like we talked about, you know, cleaning things up a little bit. SG look like they've done that. Now they're just going to go for a full mid aggression onto this. They're not going to have anybody lurk A main. They're not going to have anybody go hotel. They might even just do a 4-1 split from underpass, one player in mid, which is probably going to be Kai's to throw some utility. They're just going to go right back to the B hit. I love this. They've clearly found there's a weakness here from AA on their defense.
Yeah. I don't blame them at all. Michael and Josh. He's trying to stay up close there, but, you know, getting to a point now off the back of these fights that have been taken early doors, we've got to be looking at rotate a little bit earlier, guys. I mean, it's all well and good that they're locking down this sort of position, but it now makes this rotate so long. I mean, by the time they get there, already 10 seconds is chipped away.
Yeah, they got to do something quick. And I mean, even Famous playing aggressive as well. Like even just getting that one kill it's just annoying here for like AA, right? Like you just can't get any comfort for these retakes. 14 seconds. Swamp Gaming, man, they are honestly, I talk about elevating your game. They have definitely done that here. Like they are playing this almost perfectly to their game plan. Like they're sitting at a 6-2. If they find a 7th, my God, like what a way to transition to the GR side. Like this is them just making a statement, realizing, you know, and kind of rubbing in the face here of, you know, AA that, you know, you guys got lucky in the first game and this ain't happening again.
Honestly, it's been some great work so far. Really is a lot to like from SG. I mean, even if it is just quote unquote even a 6-3, I still think that's a fantastic showing from them, showing how BR side of the side can be and I mean how great they have been. Really tough spot. GZY, down he falls. They've still got to get coverage over towards hotels. That's where Mercs remains, but he will get us off one. Still, the numbers now even as this C4 is planted. Got to be a little careful, that's for sure. Michael. Oh, it's a labored spray, actually. Kai's going to get caught. Bit of an uncharacteristic miss from him, but thankfully Brando can find one of his own. And they now know where the last two are. Smoke and a flash can be utilized here. They've got some util to work with. And they've now been used. Flash comes over. Michael going to be first to fall as well. And now backside Josh in trouble, dancing around the site itself. Has to get on that C4. He's sticking it.
Oh, he's sticking it.
Time is ticking.
Oh my God.
He's got to get it. I can't believe it. Famous just loses track of where the C4 is.
Oh no, you hate to see it. And that's what I said in the very beginning of this. I said, look, both these teams are the two teams that were able to get ninja diffuses, and I can't believe they were able to do that in the last round of the first half. But that's what I was saying. That's where I was saying both these teams were kind of ruthless that way against their opponents. But I love that, Aliens Army, they're just like, you know what? Bros don't fake. We're just going to stick it. And he gets away with it with like that second despair.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those where it's a tough round to lose in the sense of, just because you're in your head, you're thinking, oh, damn, I wish I had just done a little bit better in terms of maybe staying a little bit closer to the site or being a little bit more aware of kind of mess around as what was going on. But I think the main thing is still a 6-3 in that first half. Very good work coming through. And I think they've given themselves a good amount of kind of a buffer zone where they can get, heading towards that second half. And even though it is BL-sided, still make things work. I mean, either way, a little bit of tech pause here. I think we did see like a whole team drop out, so hopefully we'll get them back in as soon as. But generally speaking, I'm impressed what I'm seeing out from SG so far. They're looking on track to closing this out. This best of 5 in a 3-0 fashion, and honestly doing it with relative ease as well.
Yeah, no, I think with ease is probably the best way to describe it, because honestly, I think SG are just being a little bit quicker on the decision. You're really, again, I talk about tempo. They've increased it. Like they don't really want to play the slow game anymore. They want to be a little bit quicker. They are using their firepower against AA. I think they must be feeling pretty good being up 2-0 right now and using that energy to, again, just win duels that AA don't look like they have any comfort in right now. They're making a lot of mistakes. They're trying to win these big gunfights that look sloppy. This is kind of a little bit of a mirror difference here from yesterday to today. And now AA, they're kind of making some questionable plays because nothing's working for them right now.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. So tough spot that we are currently in. It does look like, because of maybe consistent tech issues, it looks like there might be a little bit of a sub coming in a second. So we'll see how that plays out. And all right, cool. So we've got Steve coming in for Louis. I do like how it is just like for AA.
Steve.
It's just kind of like, the names Steve, Louis, Michael, Josh. It's just like who needs a gamer tag? You know what I mean? Like, let me just go with the first name.
Yeah, what happened to gamer tags? Like, honestly, like what's I don't even know that, but sure. Yeah, we're good. Welcome, Steve. You got some work cut out for you, pal, because you guys are down by 3 rounds. You're down by 2 maps, and you got some big things to do here. And GZY, man, I love that we see the XM into play. Michael tried to get a little aggro and vent, just trying to see if they might be able to catch them off guard, but that plan is eaten alive and the barrel of a shotgun. So now we see a situation where they lose Michael. They still have the of LSN, but where do they want to go? This is, again, like it's the A site has 3 players ready to go. The defense is full composition. So this is going to be some really tough picking.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Oh, it's quiet in this early part. What has Steve got for us, I think, is the big question I'm asking. Steve, we need some magic out from you, mate. It's Mercs for the first. LSN. Oh, nice find. Really nice find. And that'll work wonders. It's a question of kind of lead to a little bit more as well. I mean, C4 going to go down. That's a big positive to be had here.
Yeah, and time is ticking. 29 seconds. And 3 players alive right now, so where do they want to go here, SG? 2 pieces of utility, or 3, I should say. 1 is just going to get dispensed up right now. Steve going to get caught with some big damage. Josh and LSN together. Nice little wombo combo, and there we go. LSN will put that to work. Now we start to see AA getting a little bit more back into this. Doesn't look like the wound is too deep yet. They're still living on, but man, oh man, they got a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, a lot more that needs to be done for this AA side, but they are on the right side to get it done at the very least. I mean, this is kind of where you want to see them deliver. I mean, this is, as you mentioned, it felt pretty BL side at the start, and already not bad. They can get up to a 6-5. That will put the pressure on, and it will make SG feel a little awkward, no matter about, you know, having the new man of Steve in and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. I don't know anything about Steve, so I'm not gonna, Steve might be a great guy. He might be a great player too, but it's just when you're in a position where your team has to throw a substitute in a losing situation, I have so many questions. It could be just a technical issue, maybe, but I don't know. That's what always makes me wonder a little bit. I'm going to be more the positive note, just stay in my Canadian roots here, just to say, it's, Louis probably had something going on, maybe an emergency, who knows. And Steve, being the good teammate to come in and save the day. But that's always a tough thing too, because you're really cold when you're, not playing at all. So it's like he has to be warmed up and he's got to get going in the second half. And Famous, oh my dear God, Famous, he's able to just annihilate these guys, knocking their heads back. And now it's just down to Michael.
Yeah. Tough spot. Michael gets on. Nice. Needs more. Oh, and he does get a second, but running out of ammo, that was always going to be the thing that's going to cost him his life. So, again, inching closer and closer, starting to push towards that finish line. And honestly, the big worry has to come through about, is there anything left in the tank for AA? I mean, there's a world in which we could easily talk about them sort of being mentally checked out, especially now they're having to use a sub as well. Mercs for one, Michael for a double, but Famous lands a back.
Yeah, and again, Famous is just getting himself a good couple kills here, and 3-3, but Michael's very, very low right now. And we see the three players from AA just kind of grouped up in mid, just waiting things out. They still got tons of time to work with. So it's not like they have to make any rash decisions here. They can just kind of hold up on this. Kai's actually, again, pushing out of hotel. Again, getting info. I like this, though. I think this is a good play from SG just because they're going to get some information. Now this allows them to kind of reposition themselves just a bit. Famous is playing a pretty exposed angle here, but now he's just going to be the anchor into this B site. And that's exactly where A is going to go. So Famous, he's going to be tested one more time.
Tough. That's short. Oh, Famous. 1 for 1. Not terrible. Kai's pretty good position when he misses a shot. And Steve will get that C4 down. GCY going to go for second floor to try and fight from here. Flash going to come over. They're going to try to send Kai's in first, which is kind of an interesting decision. Goes 1 for 1. GCY now on towards Steve in this 1 versus 1. 20 seconds basically to work with. Steve tagged and caught on the cross. He tried to escape. I don't really blame him as well because he was kind of stuck in an awful position, but he isn't given that luxury. Defuse comes through, and now SG get once again closer and closer.
It's getting closer and closer, man. This is the thing. And now, a 4-round differential for Alien's Army to keep themselves in a conversation and maybe staying alive in this game. But this is a situation where SG are going to be feeling really, really good. But now we have to see something different from AA. They're going to try a big different plan on this one. They have the aggression of Michael already pushed through mid door. He's already getting himself up towards stairs. So this is a good position for him. And it was LSN that's actually in the back of B door, I should say, sorry. And that's where he's just kind of, again, waiting for anything else and any aggression from SG. But SG are going to play this a bit more standard. They're going to play the 2-1-2. Nothing too aggro. Actually, again, I really do like this defense. It's a simple thing, but I think it's needed with a critical round like this.
Yeah. Doing anything too audacious. SG, they just don't want to give opportunities over. It's smart. They've got plenty of time now to work with. They're in no rush. They're not feeling the pressure or anything of the sort. So they're chilling. However, 1 minute 10, the onus is on AA to start to make a move. First fight, Hunt, good. Steve Lance back though. At the very least, I mean, that to work with is a small little silver lining, keeping this at a tied game in terms of numbers for all.
Oh, and even Kai's again, once more, he's going to push through Hotel. Ooh, there's a player right below him. He didn't spot him. And that's LSN, so he might be able to actually get a good timing against him, potentially. Oh, but Kai's, he's actually expecting someone to jump up. And oh my God, okay. Flick of the wrist. It's only 1 kill, but again, that could be enough. Unless he sees his teammates just kind of fumbling on the shots here, but Famous once again with a nice little 1-tap. And now, with the C4 going down, Time is a ticking here for SG.
Yeah, tough. Famous and GZY, I mean, two guys you definitely want in the situation. Both have had their moments and sticking together. Not a bad way to go about it. GZY for the first. Josh left with all through 1 versus 2. Does get the first, for the second. And oh, brilliant delivery as Famous gets clipped. Fantastic shot. And that will keep them afloat bit by bit. There's still a bit of life left in this. I don't think you can count them out just yet.
No, not yet. No, they're definitely still in this game, and that's the thing. For being in this kind of a deficit, it's going to be round by round, right? I mean, this is where SG, again, they have to make sure they just pretend this game is still like a 0-0. They don't let this, 8 score line get to their head. It's always a difficult thing, a big mental hurdle you have to do to get the game closed off. But now GZY actually about to push right into Steve. He's going to be able to win this gunfight, and it is Steve, the substitute now, gets himself a nice little bit of a quick headshot. Brando trying everything he can, but he's going to be able to retreat out of this with his life. So it's a good note here for SG.
Yeah, he dips away. He knows there's no kind of onus on him to stick around too much, and he gets to ice another. Looks for one more, finds Josh. Colt pulled out, and honestly, Brando, what work he's done there in that round. Fantastic stuff, and they now get on towards map and series point, looking to take this one flawlessly as well. Not even... dominance doesn't really describe it. They have looked fantastic yet to drop a map, and pretty solid stuff.
It is very solid, but we'll have to see. Can SG be able to get this one round to book their ticket to China, be the representative for North America, or can AA be able to climb themselves back in when the backs are on the boards? Is that going to be enough for them? It's all riding on this. They need to be able to get multiple rounds here to bring things back to an overtime situation, whereas SG just need one more to get themselves done with a 3-0 with a big old sweep. And not looking good here for AA, as already 2 of their players have taken a big brunt of damage.
Brando, elevated angle. He's just a pixel PK. He's got the M4, so it's the perfect thing for the spam. Yeah, spots him out. Mercs. Needs to be careful. Don't be sticking around too much over there. Not the easiest of angles trying to fight around. GZY, they're going to get caught, but an answer back as Mercs also falls. That was good info relayed over.
Down to the last minute. Just about to hit that mark here. And AA looking like they're not going to go towards B, when instead they want to go back for the old A pop with the 4 players remaining onto this. But look at SG. They got Famous close by. They have Brando here on the fence. Famous going to hold a tight angle. Oh, no, he's going to hunt. He is absolutely going to hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's Famous. Finds himself that one. He gets a secondary as well. It looks like everything could be done. The tea leaves have written this up. And now we are about to see the first North American team to get themselves here for China. With Josh with 13 HP. Everything against them. SG just needs to be able to find this kill, and they are done. They have been able to succeed through all the adversity, and they have done it with a 3-0, and they're going to China.
Yeah, great lower bracket run coming through as well. First time out when they faced off against Aliens Army, they were not able to get going, and then, what matters most is that in the rematch, on the revenge arc, they've really made things lock into play. So credit to them, SG. They step up to the plate when it matters most, and unfortunate for Aliens Army. I think they had really good showings yesterday, and there was moments in towards that series which were okay, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. When it mattered most, they weren't able to really deliver on that sort of top level. A best of 5 is tough, right? You kind of really opening up a lot of the weaknesses in terms of where your map pool and just how deep it is, right? I think unfortunately that wasn't the case there for them. They just didn't really have the depth as we know SG do from the CrossFire West League.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think, for SG, it's great to see that they're able to bounce back from day 1 to day 2. And that's where we kept saying, they were the #1 contender for this whole thing. Everybody did label them except for one team saying AA was the team to beat. But that's the thing, is that SG, they had the experience for CFWL. They've been able to have good competition, and that definitely pulled in a really good positive for them. And you could definitely see it here. Everything was a lot more connecting. Shots were hitting. The comms were a lot better. Positioning was everything was just better. Like that's the thing. It was a big improvement plan, and it happened right pretty much overnight. And that's the thing, unfortunately for AA, where it looked really good in the beginning, but it crumbled. And I guess maybe the pressure got to them too. But either way, they do finish in second place, which is not a bad thing because there was a prize pool attached to this. For people that aren't aware, like it was a $20,000 prize pool altogether, which does mean that now Swamp Gaming, they get themselves the book slot here for the CFS grand finals, and also the 10K prize pool. But that also means that there's also going to be $4,000 here for the second place team, which is not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, you know, a bit of cash in hand there. I think they'll take that, you know, all day. But I think for them, they know how close they were. It was a great run through the upper bracket. Yes, they looked fantastic, but maybe they utilized sort of everything that they had in the locker. You know, they went for the depths of their strat book, may I say, yesterday, and then unfortunately were, you know, SG were prepared. They were ready for it. So absolute credit. Credit to what we saw come through from this SG side. You know, for me, they recovered well off the back of a poor day yesterday and made things look very solid. So I, you know, proud of them in that, and I'm interested to see what they can do representing North America on the international stage. I mean, they did mention in their interview that they're already preparing for the international teams. They weren't even really looking at any teams here. And while it did require a lower bracket, fair enough. They actually, you know, they were able to. They weren't just all bark. They had a bit of bite as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think for them, it just adds a little bit extra practice. I mean, we'll take it that way, right? I mean, going into the lower, they had to play a few more games to just get some officials under their belt and just kind of getting that sweet taste of victory here so that they can get ready for, you know, playing some of the best international teams in the world. So it's going to be interesting to see what Swamp can do, because I know, you know, historically, these guys can be demons in the server when it's on LAN and you know, everything's a bit more of an even playing field. They don't have the ping disadvantage, because that was something, you know, you and I have talked a ton about, even with Jordan and everybody else, is that Swamp Gaming really do have a disadvantage in CFWL because they have to play with, like, you know, over 100 ping on some of the matches. But when they go to that LAN, it's going to be a fair game. So I'm really excited to see what they can do, because I think there could be map upsets, but they have a lot of work cut out for them from now all the way to December.
Yeah, absolutely that. But I think for this SG side, I think, you know, this is probably a start of things to come for them, in the sense of, you know, they are proving themselves to be the best team out of North America. I do want to see what they're like heading in towards kind of next year as well, 2025, and hopefully they can utilize, you know, what was a bit of a rough season, the CrossFire West League, and learn from where are our mistakes, where are the gaps in our armor, even learn from the mistakes of this qualifier. Why did we go into the lower bracket? What went wrong for us, and how can we actually plug these issues? Because they're going to have to find ways to plug them. You know, some of these international sides, they will, you know, they'll massacre them, right, if they come in unprepared, right? And they've got to really find ways to plug some of these issues. But I think they've got a good amount of time to do so. You know, they've got a good few months until then, so in no rush. But it's good to see a North American side get a chance to play on that international stage, because it's not often, right, that it's been a while since we've seen North America really look kind of top notch for CrossFire internationally.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's you know, it brings joy to my heart because I'm from NA too, right? So it's always a little biasness to be excited for a team to be able to get that international experience. But that's the thing. We have to be a little bit realistic about it as well, is that this is a long road. This is going to be a very, very hard road, because you are going to be playing the best teams in the world. And that's where I think Swamp have been able to show us these little glimpses of beauty when we see them in CFWL, where they make really close games. Even if they lose it, they've been able to get some wins against some good teams as well. But that's where I'm just thinking, like, they really do need to use the practice. I hope they have an opportunity where they can boot camp a little bit together, just get that experience and the communication up as well, because that could play a factor. And Famous has been to so many events, I've lost count of it, doesn't even matter, and especially with some of these other guys. But it is going to be important to see how well they play on LAN, and I'm definitely excited to tune into that, because I do see it where they could cause some upsets with the map victories.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So run through some of these highlights as well off the back of that last map. And, you know, unfortunately, they had the stand-in had to come through. Louis V had to drop out, and they had Steve come through, and, you know, didn't really get too much of a chance to see really what he could bring to the table. But I think, you know, anytime that you do have to bring the stand-in is always a bit of a tough one. You're asking a lot, and unfortunately it wasn't to be in this situation. Credit though for AA for fighting all the way to the end, but you know, when it matters most, this is a side of SG who really did look for the most part pretty flawless. And I kind of touched about it at the end of map 2 before heading into map 3, where for the SG side, yes, some of these maps were like relatively close, but it never felt like they were in any way under fire, under pressure to lose a map.
Exactly, and that's the biggest difference, right? Because it just felt like when we watched them yesterday, like for SG, for example, is the fact that the losses were dominant. Like they lost 10-4 on both maps, and it felt like even the rounds they were winning, it was just trying to survive. It was kind of reacting to the situation, whereas today, not even the case at all. And look at these stats. Like, and again, you gotta love that, you know, it's Famous. I make a little bit of a comment. I know he can't hear me, obviously, but I say, oh, Famous, you had a quiet game on the second map. And he's like, well, Laz, you know what? I'm going to do one better. I'm going to go 2.0. I'm going to have a 1.0 KR rating. I want to be able to have the MVP. I want to be able to, you know, top it off. And boy, oh boy, did he ever.
Yeah, no, credit to him. Really, really good showing. 10-4, 10-6, 10-5. Swamp Gaming 3-0 here in the best of 5. And, well, I mean, they make it what could have been a very long sort of day, in a sense, actually quite short. And interesting enough as well, all the way throughout this qualifier, we didn't see a single kind of, you know, every single series was a sweep all the way throughout. So interesting in that sense, but I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see this man named in the MVP sort of spot, right? Famous, he always brings something to the table. A fantastic player, one of the biggest and best names out from North America, and continues to showcase why he holds that title. In the end, though, for Swamp Gaming, they lost in the upper bracket final to Aliens Army 2-0. Beat Fine Dining earlier today, and that warmed them up ready to take down the Aliens Army in the rematch. 3-0, a great showing and a deserved victory. And now it's about, can they replicate that on LAN?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the funny thing is that, you know, it's a good comment you made about, as you can see in the bracket here, is, yeah, they're all sweeps, but I feel like Swamp had a little bit more of a tough challenge when they played Fine Dining, right? I mean, that second map was a 10-7. It wasn't easy for them, but it just felt like they were kind of getting better and better. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that I think, you know, despite them getting a 3-0 and a BO5 is going to feel really, really good. They get the revenge that they lost earlier when they probably thought we should have been just sitting on the top bracket the whole time. But I'm glad that they were able to get some more reps and some more games under the belt with this roster, because it is slightly different than what we saw for CFWL. But I'm going to be excited. Like I said, I know I keep repeating it, but it will be exciting to see what they can do from now till December, because that is some time to work with. But again, like, they're going to have to scrim pretty hard, and hopefully they can get some good scrim partners ready to go internationally.
Yeah, I am hoping, you kind of touched on it a little bit, I hope they do get a chance to go on boot camp as well. Just getting ready for LAN, I think, it's really important to have that under your belt. It does make the LAN environment and stage less daunting. If you don't have prep in person, it can be a little bit overwhelming at the start, and it maybe takes some people a little bit of time to adjust. But either way, that is us done and dusted here for the North American qualifier. We have our NA representative, and credit to the Swamp Gaming, will be heading towards China to represent North America and see what they can do on the international stage. But for myself and Laz and all the production team, we are done here. So thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and until next time, we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.